Our adventure begins with our hero sitting under a tree, looking at the elves, dwarves, and beast folk as they pass by. Yup, he's been transported into another world, all right? This is actually the first time he's been out of the royal palace since he arrived. Or more accurately, since he was summoned to this world along with a whole other busload of students on their way to school just like him. As soon as they arrive, they are told they have been chosen to be the heroes of this world. No surprise there, and that they must now defeat the demon lord before they can be returned to their own world. Of course, they will be paid as well. Our main character wants nothing to do with this. Why does he have to risk his life for people he doesn't know, or a world that has nothing to do with him? He tries to leave, so the guard gives him a hand, but another student stops them. Apparently, this student wearing glasses is Yamazo, the student council president at the school, while the girl beside him wearing a ponytail is the vice president, Takimoto. Now it's the turn for our hero to say his name, Nagisuma, probably not related to a certain cooking genius. Let's just call him Nagi from now on. Yamazo tries to convince Nagi to accept the king's proposal to become a hero and protector of this world, starting a long speech which only has Nagi grinning sheepishly and scratching his head. What is this? Some kind of recruitment for a job opening? Only black companies sound this desperate. Yamazo even grabs his hand and tells him there is nothing to fear. They have special skills, also known as cheat skills after all. However, Nagi's mind is already made up. He doesn't think he has any remarkable skills, and even if he does, he doesn't want to fight. Takimoto, who has been listening quietly, butts in with a karate chop to Nagi's neck, though she stops before actually hitting him, simply wanting to scold him for being rude to the student council president. Still, Nagi is sufficiently scared. Now he really doesn't want to team up with these other students. For a moment, it looks like Takimoto is going to punch him, but she doesn't, turning to Yamazo and telling him to just let Nagi go. Maybe she isn't so bad after all, saying that some people just can't see things your way, even if you're just trying to look out for them. Yamazo looks dejected, but he knows Takimoto is right. At least most of the students agree. They agree to become heroes. Now that Nagi has opted not to take the tedious hero route, he tries to think of what else he can do. Spend his days cooking outdoors, start a farm, build his own kingdom. He pulls up his inventory to see what the king has given him, which isn't much. If he wants to survive, he has to find his own way. Luckily, this city, the capital of the Linyadar kingdom, seems peaceful enough. With all the talk of the demon lord, he thought everything would be chaotic outside the palace. But that's not the case at all. Also, he's played a lot of video games with a fantasy setting, so he is not that surprised, but he's surprised by his surroundings. All he has to do is make the most of his skills, and he'll be fine. Checking his stats, he finds swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, analysis, language, smite, and cleaning on his skill list. Okay, maybe our hero can be a professional house cleaner and publish a book on how to clean in another world. As for his special skill, it simply says skill structure, which is something he's never heard of before. What exactly does it mean? Suddenly, he hears a voice calling his skill pretty interesting, and he quickly looks over his shoulder to see who took a peek at his screen without his permission. But there's no one there. The voice says it has no physical body, and Nagi notices that he's the only one who can hear it. So maybe it's a ghost using some kind of telepathy? At any rate, it seems polite, apologizing for startling Nagi. It seems to have been watching Nagi for quite a while now too, knowing that he came from the palace. It even knows that Nagi is an outsider, one of those people summoned from other worlds to fight the demon lord. Nagi tries to ignore the voice as he takes a walk around town, sampling the local food, asking how much lodgings cost, and even cheering up the crying daughter of a rather well-endowed demon lord. Nagi is a beast woman, but it follows him, offering unsolicited advice. It tells him that the pendant he is wearing around his neck, which is a gift from the king, is more than an accessory. Rather, it has something to do with his contract. To help Nagi better understand this, the voice tells him to take a peek inside a shop which sells skills. Apart from giving money, the customer has to seal the deal with the shopkeeper by making some sort of agreement, which is then recorded by a special medallion. Nagi's pendant is the same as this medallion. It makes sure that a contract is fulfilled by both sides. After all, contracts are apparently very important in this world, with the god of contracts punishing anyone who fails to uphold their end of a contract, cursing them with insomnia that gradually worsens and can even lead to death. Nagi takes note of this, but he is more interested in the fact that skills can be bought just like in an RPG. The voice tells him that everything can be bought in this world, and as proof of this, he directs Nagi to another shop, which happens to sell slaves. Nagi doesn't even want to take a step closer to the shop, feeling an ominous aura coming from it that sends a shiver down his spine. If he had agreed to be a hero, he would have ended up wounded on the battlefield. Then he would have been discharged and had to scrape a living using his skills. And if he failed at that and ended up losing everything, he would have had no choice but to become a slave. Who knew a hero's life could be so grim? Then again, even if he bailed out of being a hero, he is still bound to the king in a contract, which means he cannot go home until the demon lord has been defeated. The voice speaks again, this time giving its name. Oh, so it has a name, which is Astarte, the collective consciousness of demon kind, and offering Nagi another contract. There is a girl it wants to save from the slave shop, a dark elf girl. Nagi, who doesn't seem at all bothered that he's been talking to demons all this time. Well, he didn't choose to be a hero after all. Asks why Astarte chose him, and Astarte answers that it has been watching him since he arrived, and after seeing how he helped the crying girl and confidently mingled with the locals regardless of their race, it has deemed him worthy. Of course, he will be compensated if he agrees. In exchange for saving the girl named Cecil, it will teach him everything about the world, serving as its guide, similar to that voiceover in a video game. Nagi enters the slave shop, and as soon as he sees Cecil, he is stunned. What a beautiful girl with mesmerizing eyes. He can see the sadness in those eyes, though, and judging by the state of her clothes, he can tell she has not been treated well. Why does Astarte want to save her again? Astarte explains that Cecil Farrat is actually the last surviving member of the demon race, disguised as a dark elf for her own safety, the future of demon kind. While she is not good in combat, which is how she ended up getting caught, she has a high aptitude for magic, which can make her an excellent companion. Furthermore, Astarte believes she and Nagi will make a good team because they are both outsiders in a sense. Besides, he is probably the only person in this world who doesn't discriminate against demons. Nagi does want to help Cecil. He can see how frightened she is as he approaches her, but as soon as he whispers in her ear that Astarte has told him to save her, her eyes grow wide. He doesn't know how he is supposed to save her, though. He doesn't have any money. Astarte doesn't have any either, and he has no means of acquiring money. No body, no possessions. But he says Nagi has. Maybe he can sell something, like one of his skills. Nagi looks at his skill set once more, studying the skills more closely. Can he sell any of these? Just on a whim, he activates his special skill. But like before, nothing happens. Or at least it looks like nothing is happening. But there is actually a new drop-down menu on his screen now, and when he taps it, he sees a list of his skills and their specific stats, which he can actually swap with the stats of the other skills to make a brand new skill. For example, he can turn his Smite skill, which only originally works on destroying buildings, to Monster Sweep, which can kill low-level monsters with any cleaning tool. It's just like cooking, where you can swap ingredients in order to make a whole new dish. Now, he understands what his special skill means. He has the power to rewrite skills, and he even discovered it without Astarte's help. So maybe he doesn't need Astarte after all. Then again, there is still much for him to learn about this world, so having something like his own AI assistant should help. Besides, he does think it will be interesting to team up with a demon. He returns to the room, to the slave shop, and tries to negotiate with the shopkeeper, offering to purchase Cecil with a skill instead of money. The shopkeeper hesitates, but he is intrigued by what Nagi has to offer, so he has the owner of the skill shop come over. The man places the skill Nagi made into a crystal ball and analyzes it, saying it is not only genuine, but quite interesting. In fact, he'd like to see Nagi demonstrate it. Luckily, the slave trader seems to have some slimes lying around, so using the skill, Nagi just picks up a broom and easily gets rid of them, something which seems to impress Cecil, but not the slave trader. It seems a demonstration is not enough. Nagi has to do a marketing speech too. He tells the slave trader that with this skill, he can save time and money, which is something everyone likes to hear. He can easily ward monsters off the road, which means his slaves will arrive at their destination in perfect condition, which in turn means he will get better prices for them. The trips will also be shorter, because not a second will be wasted on petty fights. He won't even have to hire a handful of guards to protect his wagons each time, or spend money on repairing weapons and treating wounds. After enumerating all of his product's good points, Nagi has one thing left to do. Tell the slave trader that if he doesn't buy this skill, he will sell it to someone else, and that helps him make up his mind. The contract is made, the deal is done. Cecil is now free, and as Nagi offers her his hand, she can't stop the tears of relief and gratitude from flowing down her cheeks. She can't believe she really has been saved. Now that Nagi has bought Cecil, the next order of business is to find a place for them both to stay. So, Nagi goes to the local inn to book 2 rooms. It seems against the rules for a slave to stay in a cellar, or a separate room though. In fact, most slaves stay in the stables while their owners are lodged at the inn. Nagi does not think of Cecil as his property, and he definitely cannot imagine leaving her at the stables. Maybe that's how slaves are treated in this world, but he just can't be that cruel. He asks for one large corner room instead, so that there is enough space for him and Cecil to sleep comfortably. The room booked, he continues to walk around town, this time with Cecil in tow. She has never been to this city before, so her gaze keeps wandering, her eyes growing wide at this and that. Indeed, she's filled with wonder, but at the same time she feels sad, wondering if she will ever belong with all these people. Nagi notices this and asks Cecil if she's okay. Maybe she is sad that Astarte left. Cecil says she is fine, having known for a while that Astarte would not be with her forever, and she tries to cheer up, gazing up at the lovely blue sky, which she hasn't seen in a while. Suddenly someone bumps into her, nearly knocking her off her feet. Nagi steadies her, placing an arm around her, which catches Cecil by surprise more than being bumped into. Then Nagi lets her go, apologizing with a grin for grabbing her suddenly. And now Cecil is even more astounded. For the first time in her life, a human is treating her like a person, not like vermin or like property. Out of nowhere, Astarte speaks, telling Cecil that Nagi is truly a kind person at heart, someone she can trust completely. And now that Cecil has him, Astarte can leave in peace. And he does, wishing the two all the happiness in the world. Wait, isn't he supposed to be Nagi's world guide? What happened to the contract? Then again, ghosts can't exactly be cursed with sleeplessness, can they? Cecil remembers how Astarte has always been by her side, ever since she was a child living in a remote village in the mountains. Life was peaceful then, and it stayed that way for a while, up until the humans waged war against demonkind when her village was attacked. Everyone perished in the attack, all except her. Captured by soldiers, she was sold to a slave merchant, who brought her to this city in chains, and kept her in a dark cellar, where every day she dreaded being sold to a cruel master. Only Astarte's voice comforted her then, promising that he would find someone to free her and take care of her, and Cecil hoped, but she didn't really believe anyone would come to save her, which was why she was so surprised and happy when Nagi showed up. Even until now, Cecil still feels so grateful that she prostrates herself before Nagi, calling him master and promising to serve him well. But Nagi doesn't intend to treat Cecil as a slave, so he prefers it if she will not treat him as a master either. Finding a place to eat, he invites her to share a meal with him, but she refuses, still feeling uncomfortable in spite of Nagi's words. If he does not want her to treat him as her master, how should she treat him then? Suddenly her stomach growls, seemingly not caring about her troubles. Well, she is starving after all. Again, Nagi invites her to pull up a chair and eat with him, and this time she accepts. They enjoy the meal together, after which Nagi tells Cecil his simple goal, to earn some money and enjoy a peaceful, happy life, which is everyone's dream, really. To achieve this, Nagi wants to look for a high-paying job, or a job where he can earn money easily with his skills, or both. After all, he would rather not push himself and spend too much energy working. Looks like we have another hero who prefers to conserve his energy and hide his true abilities. Then again, why work hard when you can work smart? Cecil doesn't understand this, though. She has always thought that if one did their best, one would get better rewards. But Nagi explains that based on his experience, one needs to be careful. Also, he believes that the harder you work, the more people expect things from you, and eventually you end up doing more work than you really can, pushing yourself to your limits and beyond, which is simply exhausting. Now Cecil understands Nagi a bit more, and she promises to help him achieve his goals as best as she can. For starters, she informs Nagi that the best place to find a job is the Adventurers Guild, so Nagi decides that they will become adventurers. They can accomplish easy jobs that pay well, to earn lots of money, while also learning about the local culture. Then when they have enough money, well, they'll cross the bridge when they get there. Cecil is impressed that Nagi already has a plan. Is he really from another world? Nagi just says that he has gone through enough hardships in his world, just as Cecil has in this world. So if possible, he doesn't want to suffer anymore. Indeed, they may be from different worlds, but they are kindred souls, which is probably why they understand and find comfort in each other. Now that they have their goals and plans, Nagi buys a map, which he studies under the shade of a tree, trying to look for a place to go. He doesn't want to stay in the capital after all, not when Cecil has bad memories of the place, and not when the king might have spies all over the city. Then there's the fact that there are at least 2 people in the capital who know he sold a rare skill, which he would rather not have anyone else know about. Remember, our hero doesn't want to stand out. Cecil recommends the city of Medicol, which is about 2 days away from the capital on foot, still fairly close, but far enough that she and Nagi can start over as complete strangers. It is also big, and governed autonomously by its own lord. Nagi thinks this is a great idea, and realizes that Cecil is truly smart to come up with it. He had noticed she was perceptive, even back when he was still negotiating with the slave trader for her release, and now, he thinks he will rely on her sharp intuition a bit more. They are a team after all. They go back to their room at the inn, where Cecil notices that Nagi is trying to keep as much distance from her as possible. She thinks it's strange. What is Nagi getting all embarrassed for when they've already eaten together and held hands? Nagi confesses that he's never spent a night with a girl, and now Cecil feels ashamed. Does this mean she is going to be her master's first? But she doesn't feel worthy, being a demon with fearsome power and dark skin and bewitching eyes. Nagi says he likes Cecil's eyes, though, which makes her worry that she might have already bewitched him without knowing it. Nagi doesn't think that's the case, and he wants to make one thing clear, that he bought Cecil because he wants a dear companion, not a slave, and he doesn't care if she's a demon either. Hearing these kind words, Cecil is moved to tears once more. She knows she isn't supposed to think of Nagi as her master anymore, but how can she not want to serve him and do everything for him after all that he's done for her? Since Cecil is being so accommodating, Nagi asks to examine her, pulling up a screen that allows him to see her skills, which he can because of their master and slave contract, thinking he needs to understand them better to see how he can make use of them. Misunderstanding, Cecil begins to take off her clothes, but Nagi stops her. As much as he wants to touch her, he is a teenage boy after all, and Cecil does have a great body. He only wants to examine her skills for now. Cecil frowns, wondering if Nagi is disappointed in her, and Nagi is confused. Did he make her think she's not beautiful because he rejected her? Cecil was referring to her skills, though. Right, let's stay on the subject, shall we? She doesn't think she can do anything special, since her parents died before being able to teach her anything. Thankfully, Nagi has just the thing to help her, his special skill, which he offers to use to modify and improve Cecil's skills. Wanting to be more useful, Cecil entrusts her skills completely to her master, and so Nagi begins, activating his special skills. As he tries to pull up the details of Cecil's skills, though, he quickly realizes that her case is not as easy as his. With her skills not yet unlocked, he will have to unlock them first. And to do this, he places his hand on Cecil's chest. As his palm grows warm, oozing with magic, Cecil flinches, so he pulls away, but she assures her she is fine, encouraging him to continue. He puts his hand back on her chest, and this time he feels the heat from his palm going through Cecil's body, swirling inside her as if searching for something. Cecil squirms and moans, feeling a strange stinging sensation, like a current of electricity under her skin that somehow drives her wild, though, thankfully, Nagi stops before she loses her senses, able to successfully draw out Cecil's skills. Now, all he has to do is rewrite them. But can Cecil still continue? She tells him she can. The sensation from earlier, weird, but not exactly painful. Besides, she wants to see this through, and Nagi does too, not wanting to let Cecil's skills go to waste. After giving them both a moment to catch their breaths, he proceeds, but this part is even harder. Whereas, with rewriting his own skills, all Nagi had to do was drag them and drop them where he wanted. Cecil's skills seem deeply embedded in her, and rewriting them feels more like pulling blocks out and then thrusting them back in. Some attributes don't even seem to want to budge, seemingly too tight, and he has to use a bit more force to pull the blocks out and push them back in. With each pull and thrust, and yes, we're still talking about rewriting Cecil's skills, Cecil's body burns hotter, her moans getting louder, and tears spilling from her eyes. Even Nagi is having a hard time concentrating, but he does his best to focus on his task, even hurrying because he isn't sure how much longer Cecil will last. In just a few more moments, she is almost begging for Nagi to release her. But at that moment, Nagi finally finishes. As soon as he reaches the climax of his task, which is the completion of the new skill, what else? He withdraws his magic and lets Cecil have her release, after which she collapses on the bed, exhausted. Nagi quickly apologizes for wearing her out, not expecting his skill to be so intense, but Cecil recovers enough strength to open her eyes and send him a smile, telling him she is all right, tired maybe, but happy. How about Nagi? Was he able to do what he wanted to? Looking at Cecil's skills, Nagi can see that he was able to create not just one, but two new skills. And not just rare skills, but ultra-rare skills at that. One of them allowing Cecil to use her ancient language to perform magic. Cecil is glad to hear this. As the last survivor of the demon race, she is happy that she can use her ancestors' language and their magic, which she had inside her all along. She is so happy, in fact, that she hugs Nagi tight, wrapping her arms around him from behind and taking him by surprise. He goes still, blushing as Cecil's breath tickles his skin. Wait, is she maybe telling him she's ready for even more excitement? In the next moment, Cecil collapses again though, and this time, it seems she has fallen asleep for good. Nagi can feel his exhaustion creeping in as well, and he lies down beside Cecil, too tired to still be embarrassed. Within seconds, he falls asleep, completely unaware of the danger that is coming. Indeed, hours later, at the break of dawn, a group of shady characters gather outside the inn, intent on nabbing Nagi while he is still asleep. Will our hero wake up just in time? Our hero is actually lost in a nightmare, dreaming of his parents who wanted nothing to do with him, and the employers at his part-time jobs who didn't care one whit about him. All of their words ringing in his head until a voice shouts for them to, which is when he wakes up. As he sits up with eyes barely open, the first thing he notices is the noise he hears outside the door, like rustling or muffled voices. Is someone out there in the hall? Is that where the voice in his dream came from, or from somewhere else? Upstairs? In the next room? It's not like he expected his room to be soundproofed after all. He's too sleepy to care, so he lies back down beside Cecil, who is still sleeping like a log, and he is about to fall back asleep when he hears a voice out in the hall again, clearer this time, urging the others to break down the door and rush in before Nagi has the chance to use a secret rare skill. What's our hero to do? Well, he certainly doesn't seem to panic like most people do in this situation. Rather, after letting out a deep sigh and placing a single chair against the door, he takes his time getting dressed and waking up Cecil, who is oblivious to the danger, more concerned about the fact that she ended up sleeping on Nagi's bed. It's a miracle the door hasn't burst open yet, but it seems like it will any second now. So finally, Nagi develops a sense of urgency, telling Cecil to hurry and gather all their things so that they can leave. Cecil finally hears the voices, and she recognizes one of them as the slave traders, but she doesn't understand why there are bad guys after them. It's not like she ran away from the slave shop. Nagi suspects that the crooks are from the slave shop and the skill shop, whose owners must have realized the true value of rare skills, and they think Nagi has more, which they plan to steal from him. Of course, he can't let them do that, so he looks around the room for a way out, seeing only the small window. Maybe Cecil can escape through there? Somehow the door still hasn't been broken, the chair Nagi placed against it holding up. The crooks realize that it is being barricaded though, so they think that Nagi must be onto them. Either that, or he and his dark elf slave are getting busy in bed. Nagi cannot believe what he has just heard. How dare these guys gossip about him and Cecil? Even Cecil seems bothered, blushing now, though she tells Nagi she will gladly let him do whatever he wants with her. Nagi doesn't have the time to think about such things right now though. They have to get away and fast. Just when he finally has a plan, the door opens. The slave trader and the skill appraiser entering the room with their burly thugs. The slave trader wastes no time in stating the purpose of the rude intrusion. He and the skill appraiser want to enter into a contract with him to purchase his rare skills, but Nagi is barely listening. With a grin, he bids the intruders goodbye and smashes the wall with one of his skills, creating a hole through which he and Cecil can jump out. Setting aside her amazement, Cecil goes out first, jumping on the branch of the tree outside. Then she tells Nagi to jump as well, promising to catch him. But Nagi is scared. There's no way Cecil can catch him. Even if she does, the thin branch she's standing on, and he isn't even sure how she can keep standing on it, will surely snap beneath their weights. He jumps on another branch instead, eventually making his way down the tree to the ground. Cecil follows effortlessly, then shouts at the crooks from the ground, warning them that her master will bore a hole through their bodies if they give chase. She doesn't know that Nagi's skill only allows him to smash through walls, not skin and bones. The slave trader doesn't care. He thinks Nagi has a way to acquire rare skills, which makes him a goose with golden eggs, and he will do anything to get those eggs. So what if Nagi ends up dead after? He's just an outsider. No one will look for him. After catching his breath and calming his nerves, Nagi grabs Cecil's arm and starts running, but the thugs chase after them, and they know the layout of the city better. So Nagi worries that it will only be a matter of time before he and Cecil are caught. They cannot hope to outrun their pursuers. It is better to hide. Finding an unlocked door to an empty house, Nagi goes in, closing the door behind him. Then he pulls Cecil against his chest, telling her to stay close so that they can remain unseen. Cecil says nothing, embarrassed by how close she is to Nagi. They are so close she can feel his heartbeat. In fact, his heart drumming loudly inside his chest. Wait, does this mean he is afraid? Cecil remembers how she woke up in the middle of the night to find Nagi sleeping soundly right next to her. She was startled at first, but as she stared at his sleeping face, she started to feel more relaxed. And when he started mumbling as if having a nightmare, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Maybe her master acts so cool in front of her, but she knows he has his own troubles. Astarta told her so. Still, he agreed to save her, and he has been taking care of her even if he knows she's a demon, even calling her his dear companion. She had given up on living, yet he gave her new hope, which is why she was so happy she could not help but kiss him. And now, she realizes she wants to give him everything. Pushing Nagi down on the floor, Cecil asks him if he finds her pleasing. And if so, if he doesn't mind doing things in bed with her like those crooks talked about. She herself doesn't. She thought she was fine with demonkind dying with her. But now, ever since meeting Nagi, she has been filled with hope for the future. So if possible, she would like to entrust that future and her demon bloodline to Nagi. Looking into his eyes, she strokes his cheek, her skin warm and her gaze filled with longing. Nagi can feel her curves pressed against him too, making him want to give in to her. But he suddenly hears the voices of the crooks coming closer, interrupting an intimate moment to their list of crimes, and he pushes Cecil gently off him so he can pull up his skills, using Analyze to assess the building they are in and determine the positions of their pursuers, spotting 2 of them. The moment they pass by the building, Nagi smashes a hole through the wall, the force of the blow and the rubble knocking the thugs out. With a smug grin and Cecil's hand in his, Nagi walks over their unconscious bodies. It seems his plan has worked. Cecil is even more surprised and amazed. Her master really is something, isn't he? There are still other thugs, though, and they don't plan on giving up. Well, the slave trader won't let them, so Nagi has to come up with another plan to shake them off. But what else can he do? This time, Cecil offers to get rid of the crooks with her magic. And though Nagi is reluctant because he doesn't want to stand out, he gives her permission to get them out of this mess. He tells her to only use a low-level spell, though, nothing fancy, and preferably with a short incantation. Cecil nods and starts chanting in the ancient demon language, going on and on. As the slave trader and his thugs come closer, Nagi starts to panic, carrying Cecil in his arms as he runs off. Didn't he say a short incantation? By that, he meant 1 or 2 lines, not an essay. It's too late for Cecil to stop now, though. With each line, she can feel the power of her ancestors growing inside, until finally she releases it, summoning the power of the sun to cast the spell of light, which covers nearly the entire neighborhood and blinds everyone but them. What a powerful flash indeed. And this is supposed to be a weak, low-level spell? Cecil smiles, thinking that it is all thanks to Nagi. By rewriting her skill and allowing her to use the ancient language, he made her spells more powerful. All they have to do now is wait for the city gates to open, and they're off to Medicall to start a new life together. Nagi and Cecil begin their journey to the next city on foot, but Nagi is still worried about their pursuers. Plus, he still isn't used to traveling in this new world. So when they see a caravan, he wonders if they can join in. Cecil thinks any caravan would be glad to have a capable fighter like Nagi in their company. Of course, that description applies to herself as well. Still, our hero wants to be cautious. First, he wants to know what kind of people are in the caravan. From the look of the crest on the first carriage, Cecil discerns that it belongs to the merchants backing the Adventurers Guild, which means the men guarding it must be adventurers. As for the second carriage, it is surrounded by priests, so Cecil says it must be from the Church of Atolma. For some reason, Nagi doesn't really have a good opinion of religion, but if the church is traveling with the Adventurers Guild, maybe it's an associate of the guild, so maybe it's not that bad. He asks Cecil if she knows more about the church, and Cecil answers that only humans are allowed in. However, the church has many healers, and those healers are allowed, even encouraged, to treat the sick and injured regardless of their race, since it is their goddess's commandment to help the weak. Nagi is impressed. He didn't think Cecil would know a lot because she lived most of her life in the mountains, but it seems he has underestimated her once again. Cecil doesn't think she's all that knowledgeable, though. She just knows what she overheard during her supply runs to towns and what Astarte taught her. Yup, thank Astarte again. Maybe this is what Astarte meant when he said Nagi would have a guide in exchange for saving Cecil, since he has already taught her everything he knows. Finding it a privilege that Astarte entrusted Cecil to him, Nagi makes up his mind. He needs to protect Cecil, so for her sake, he will just have to ask the church to let them join the caravan. He starts walking towards the second carriage, but Cecil grabs his sword. He puts it on his shirt, stopping him. Is he really going to ask the second carriage and not the first? Didn't they decide on being adventurers? Surely this is a chance to introduce themselves to the existing adventurers and get more information about the guild even before they join. Nagi, however, places his hands firmly on Cecil's shoulders and reminds her of their goal, of the minimum work lifestyle that they are trying to achieve. He doesn't want to get friendly with the adventurers because there's a possibility that will lead to more work. Rather, he wants to keep his connection with the guild strictly professional. Also, if possible, he doesn't want the guild to see his and Cecil's rare skills, not wanting to go through everything that happened at the inn all over again. Cecil understands, and she feels bad for having forgotten it in the first place. She promises to keep Nagi's goal in mind at all times, using their skills to do the least amount of work required to have a comfortable life. In other words, taking it easy, no pushing oneself. Still, Cecil is worried that the church may not be the better option. She is a demon who looks like a dark elf after all, not a human, so they will surely look down on her. Worse, they might convince Nagi to treat her coldly too. Nagi would never do such a thing, and he tells Cecil not to worry. He already has a plan. Approaching the second carriage, he asks the priests walking beside it outright if he and Cecil can join their caravan en route to Medicall, and they reply just as directly. The church does not accept lowly dark elves or a human who has them for slaves. Nagi replies that Cecil is not his slave. Rather, she is his wife, a revelation which shocks not just the priests, but Cecil most of all. Turning her face bright red, it might just explode. The priests do not believe Nagi, bombarding him with questions and what sounds like an inquisition. But Nagi doesn't waver, having an explanation for everything and firmly maintaining that Cecil is his wife. Yes, she may be a dark elf, but she has given herself to him in spite of the difference in their races, and she is trying to be a better person, all in the name of love. Surely a compassionate goddess doesn't just expect him to toss her aside. At this point, Cecil, who has had enough of Nagi's shameless declarations of affection, nearly faints, and Nagi quickly attends to her. As he does, the carriage stops and the door opens, sending the priests into a flustered state. Moments later, a girl wearing elaborate clothes comes out, who a priest introduces as Rita Malpheus, the head priestess of the Church of Etolna. With an air of authority, she declares that she will grant Cecil permission to share a carriage with her, and of course her husband too, who she plans to reform spiritually. And so the three sit in the carriage as the journey continues, Nagi sitting on one end, and Rita with her flowing golden hair and her sakura-colored eyes, peeking beneath thick lashes, on the other, Cecil by her side. She's coddling Cecil, actually, hugging her and stroking her head and speaking to her like Cecil is her child whose happiness is her only concern. Not exactly the image Nagi had in mind. Is this really the head priestess of the church who looks down on dark elves and believes in human supremacy? If anything, she seems to be looking down on Nagi, eyeing him like a bug that needs to be squished while showering all her affection on Cecil, who she even gives permission to call her big sister Rita. Rita explains that she only pretends to share their view. In truth, she thinks it is stupid to look down on other races when there are more of them than there are humans. Of course, demons and dark elves are a different matter since they're supposed to be evil. Then again, Cecil is too cute to be evil. Too cute, in fact, to be taken advantage of by a human like Nagi. Cecil speaks up, trying to defend her master, but this only makes Rita think that Nagi has done things to put Cecil completely under his spell, though she won't name such things. She is a priestess after all. With tears in her eyes, she wishes she had enough money to buy Cecil, then she could save her from Nagi. Cecil, however, says she is far too expensive for Rita to afford. In fact, she is even more expensive now than when Nagi bought her, because Nagi turned her into someone better, introducing the new and improved Cecil 2.0. Rita is sure she can't buy Cecil now. All she can do is give her a healing orb to help soothe her suffering, and she gives Nagi a meditation orb too, so he can reflect on his actions, which Nagi reluctantly accepts. Back to serious matters. She tells them she is headed to Medicall to recruit some new church members. Humans, of course, that they can teach the healing arts to. The sacred skills reserved only for the race anointed by the goddess, or at least, that's what the church believes. Anyway, since she is new, Rita is hoping to do well. Nagi doesn't think she looks excited though, and wonders why she joined the church when she has no prejudices against other races. Rita explains that she had no choice. The church took her in. She was an orphan, and she happened to have a high aptitude for the sacred skills, so she was raised as a member of the church. If not, she would have had to live as a slave. At any rate, she has come a long way. She is now the third highest official of the church, and she intends to keep climbing to the top, so that when she is pope, she can get rid of the discrimination against the other races, which means she will finally be able to hug Cecil in public. Yup, our noble head priestess has grown attached to Cecil all right. She says it is not just for Cecil's sake though, but all other races, since all adorable young boys and girls should be pampered and treasured regardless of their race. In the meantime, she is counting on Nagi to keep Cecil safe. As for her, Nagi and Cecil need not worry about her, because the church isn't all that bad. There are fun things to do too, like the singing, which Rita enjoys. Normally, only members of the church get to hear it, but Rita is willing to make a special exception for Cecil and sing for her. She gets ready to sing, opening her mouth, but suddenly the carriage stops, and Nagi is thrown across the carriage right on Rita's lap, bringing them closer than ever before. Seeing Rita's blushing face, Nagi tries to apologize, but as he averts his gaze, he just ends up being distracted by the other parts of Rita's body. Embarrassed, he tries to pull away only to hit his head and nearly lose his balance, though thankfully he manages not to fall on top of Rita. Well, he manages that, but he realizes too late that it's because he put his hand on Rita's chest, which is why she is now fuming in anger. Nagi braces himself for a punch, but to his surprise, Rita just pushes him away, back in head priestess mode as she goes outside the carriage to check the commotion. Apparently, a dark elf woman suddenly jumped in front of the carriage, holding her child in her arms. Rita immediately sees that the child is ill, and in spite of the priest's protests, she expresses her intention to help, telling the priests that it is the goddess's commandment to help wherever their help is needed. Biting their lips and gritting their teeth, the priests go silent, having no choice but to step aside. Rita asks the woman to come forward with her child, then places her hands on him, healing him within minutes. The child's mother is thrilled and overcome with gratitude, and Nagi too is impressed. Maybe, just maybe, Rita can change the church like she said. Of course it won't be easy. Already the priests are grumbling, saying that Rita should learn to behave since she is just new, and that she was just chosen for her pretty face. Still, Nagi has hope, and he certainly will keep tabs on Rita in the future to see how she progresses towards her goal. Shortly before midnight, Rita drops Nagi and Cecil off at a village, where the two decide to get a meal to fill their empty stomachs and rest at an inn. They would have wanted to spend more time with Rita, having learned what a good person she really is, but they suppose she has her own business to attend to, which they mustn't get in the way of. At least they were able to meet her, and they still have her gifts, such as the healing orb that Cecil is holding in her hands. She gives it to Nagi, telling him everything that belongs to her belongs to him too, the two of them sharing one mind and one body. In spite of everything, she still thinks of herself as Nagi's slave. Well, she is still wearing her collar after all. Speaking of slaves, Nagi wonders why Cecil quoted a higher price to Rita when Rita was proposing buying her. Doesn't she know that it is also the price of her freedom, which means if she gives a higher number, she will have to work longer to pay it off. Cecil explains that she factored in everything that Nagi has given her, including his kindness towards her, the fact that he has never discriminated against her, the new skills he gave her, and even the fact that he called her his wife. Remembering that last one, Nagi's face grows red. Maybe he was so brave earlier, but he is really embarrassed now, so he would rather forget about it. Besides, he only said that because he thought there was no other way they would be allowed in the carriage. Cecil doesn't mind it at all. Taking her master's hand, she talks to him about resonance, which is an important part of being a demon. Demons were born as part of nature, and as such, they can resonate with nature and borrow magic and power from all around them. Because of this, though, they spent more time with nature and failed to connect with humans, which probably led to their extinction. Still, there are demons who have been able to resonate with humans, and to be honest, Cecil thinks she is one of them, having been able to resonate with Nagi ever since they were bound by a contract. For this reason, she doesn't mind being Nagi's wife, and even if she isn't, she plans to stay by his side forever. Pledging herself to him as she kisses his hand, Nagi is speechless. What is he supposed to say? He was planning on releasing Cecil once her contract has been fulfilled, but now she is saying she wants to stay with him forever. Honestly, he would rather not take advantage of her, but he is just a young man, and Cecil is adorable and unguarded. What if he loses his grip on himself? Sensing that her master is troubled, Cecil backs off a little, telling Nagi that if one day he decides he no longer needs her, she will understand. She doesn't want to be a nuisance and an obstacle to him after all, so she says, but her eyes are brimming with tears, letting Nagi know that she would get extremely hurt if that ever happened, and he doesn't want to put her through that. He tells her he could never throw her away. How can he when she is his dearest companion who is now like family to him? Besides, she has been so helpful that he doesn't know what he would do without her. Hearing these words, Cecil's tears stop flowing, and she wipes them away before throwing herself at Nagi, hugging him with a joyous expression. Nagi strokes her head. Oh well, he'll just have to keep Cecil and hope he doesn't lose his mind around her. Good luck with that. The next day, after getting some sleep, they go down to eat, hoping that they can finally get a taste of the delicious fish from the lake that they have heard so much about. There doesn't seem to be any fish though, which sets some of the customers in a bad mood. The waitress explaining that the villagers have not been able to go near the lake to catch fish, so Nagi and Cecil have to settle for some meat, bread, and soup. After the waitress leaves, Nagi expresses his curiosity about the lake. What did the waitress mean by not being able to get near the lake? Cecil hasn't heard anything, and before Nagi can come up with any ideas, his thoughts are interrupted by the loud conversation from the next table. Apparently, the dwarf and his elf companions, who seem to get along perfectly well, offered to guide the priests from the church of Atulna around the village, but they were insulted instead for being demi-humans. So now they are furious, and wish the master of the lake would eat the whole group from the church up. Nagi's eyebrows arch. What is this master of the lake that they are talking about? He doesn't get to ask, because the dwarf looks scary and drunk, losing his balance and crashing into Nagi, who ends up ripping his sleeve trying not to eat, and trying not to get crushed. The dwarf apologizes, At least he's not drunk enough to have lost all his manners. But Nagi doesn't want to draw any more attention, so he insists he is fine. Still, he has drawn someone else's attention. After the noisy group has left, a dark elf boy approaches Nagi, offering to fix his ripped sleeve. Nagi recognizes him as the boy who Rita healed, so he gladly accepts the offer. The boy then runs off to fetch his mother, who Nagi also remembers. And after taking one look at Nagi's sleeve, she says she can fix it, so she begins. To Nagi and Cecil's amazement, the woman whips up a needle and thread and is done stitching the tear up within seconds, making Nagi's coat look as good as new. Apparently, she has a sewing skill. Nagi thanks the woman and asks her if she's headed to Medical too, which she confirms, hoping to earn more in the city with her skills to provide for her son. Then she asks if Nagi and Cecil are siblings. Let's see. Same hair color? No. Same skin color? No. Same ears? Nope, not siblings. Nagi says there's something like siblings though. Well, he did say they are family, and now the woman feels awkward for asking, which she covers up by talking about her son. After all, who can resist a mother's love? The food arrives, and so the subject switches to food. The dark elf woman wondering why Nagi and Cecil didn't order fish, which brings Nagi back to the mystery he was trying to solve earlier. He asks the waitress what happened, promising not to tell anyone she told him, and she explains that the master of the lake has returned, a giant fish called the Leviathan. Because of it, the villagers can't go fishing, and they're also worried about the safety of the village, so they don't want to provoke it by lingering around the lake, or building fires nearby, or making any loud noises. Basically, they're leaving it alone, so they want it to leave them alone too. The explanation given, the waitress leaves to do her job, and the dark elf woman and her son leave as well. Nagi and Cecil eat in silence, but it is clear the wheels in our hero's head are turning. Finally, at the end of meal, he voices his concerns about Rita, thinking that the group probably headed close to the lake so as to stay away from the demi-humans in the village. They will probably build a fire too, and they may even start singing, which will surely awaken the Leviathan, and any monster roused from its nap is likely to be in a very bad mood. The question is, does Rita know this? Probably not. Probably it was the priests accompanying her who chose to camp by the lake, since Rita would have had no problem staying with demi-humans, which means she could be in trouble. Nagi has a proposal for Cecil. What if she practices her magic right now, preferably in a quiet place far from the village like the lake? Cecil can tell exactly what her master is planning, though he denies it. He's absolutely not trying to make sure Rita is all right, okay? If they run into her, it will just be a coincidence. Fine, but Cecil is still proud of him. How can anyone not want to serve such a kind master? By the time they get to the lake, though, they are too late. The monster has already awakened, trying to grip Rita with its slimy tentacles, which she is somehow managing to fight off with her magic, her fists, and even her feet, though she clearly has no chance of defeating the monster alone. So this is the Leviathan, an aquatic creature the size of a small whale with a very bad temper and a head full of regenerating tentacles, each one with a stinger on its head. It has a slimy tip that can inject a paralyzing venom, making its prey easier to catch and swallow whole. Cecil can't believe what she's seeing. Both the horrifying sight of the monster and Rita's brave efforts to keep it from sinking a stinger into her, both impressive in their own right, but now is not the time to be staring. After saying hi to Rita to let her know they are there, and she would have said hi back if she wasn't so busy trying to dodge 100 slime-covered tentacles, the very stuff of a young woman's nightmares, Nagi tells Cecil to begin practicing her magic, maybe a spell that can allow Rita to escape. Rita, however, hears this, and says she isn't going anywhere without her subordinates who are lying on the ground and in the carriage, stung while trying to get away. What kind of a head priestess would she be if she left the priest under her to be devoured by a monster? Saving a whole group of people sounds like too much work for our hero, but since Rita is asking, and relatively nicely, he can't exactly say no. He doesn't just want to go through with it, though. Our hero is cautious, remember? But not overly cautious and just slightly overpowered. So he asks Cecil to give him some time to talk to Rita by restraining the monster for a bit. Cecil understands and obeys. As she tries to hold the Leviathan back with a rain of fire arrows, Nagi leisurely walks to Rita, who immediately gives him a scolding for leaving her alone. But he reminds her that she is the one who left him and Cecil alone at the inn. Why didn't she just stay there? And why didn't she pay a courtesy call to the village chief? Then she would have known about the Leviathan. Rita says one of the priests told her he would talk to the chief, so she didn't have to. And she just assumed that he did. She didn't have to. She didn't want to cause any more trouble after all. Nagi sighs. It seems he has no choice but to help out, but he isn't going to do it for free. He tells Rita he will do it for 20,000 arsha, which is already a fairly low price. And Rita agrees, saying that if she fails to pay, he can just take her as his slave. Then she takes out her medallion to seal the contract. Done. Nagi turns to Cecil, telling her to release her next spell when he gives the signal. In the meantime, he has to come up with a new spell to defeat the Leviathan. As Cecil chants, he pulls up his screen and gets to work, thinking it should be fine since only Rita is around to see what he's doing. Quickly, he writes a new spell. Then he gets into action, drawing his sword and telling Rita to stand aside. Seeing the tentacle that she has just cut lying on the ground, he stabs it with his sword, which Rita finds strange. What exactly is Nagi doing? Nagi just tells Rita to watch, and as she does, her eyes grow wide. The tentacle that she just cut off has come back to life and is now growing more tentacles of its own? How is this going to help? As the tentacle with tiny tentacles reattaches itself to the main body, Nagi explains what he just did, which is to make the Leviathan's regeneration ability go out of control. Then he goes into a detailed explanation of how he applied what he learned from a game he made. Yes, made, not just played, to create 2 new skills, none of which Rita can understand. She has only one question. Will the tentacles that get cut keep growing new tentacles? Nagi answers yes, and that's all Rita needs to know, proceeding to break and crush more tentacles into pieces with her hands and feet. Then Nagi stabs the pieces, making them grow more tentacles, which basically makes them go into overload so they can't move. Rita wonders why Nagi just doesn't cut them all off himself to speed up the process. But Nagi confesses that he isn't good with the sword. He never said he was. Now Rita is confused. Is Nagi strong or weak? Then again, she can't deny that his plan is working. And she can see that Cecil is busy getting ready to do something. So she will just have to trust Nagi. Well, she doesn't have a choice really, since she already made a contract with him. She continues what she was doing, breaking down the tentacles so Nagi can stab them. One of the tentacles aims for Nagi though, creeping up on him from behind. Thankfully, Rita is able to cut it before it stings Nagi. But Nagi is still startled, falling off his feet and making Rita frown. Seriously? Is he some kind of newbie? Nagi is more worried about Rita. Didn't the monster stinger get her? But then, he notices that Rita is enveloped in a golden glow, which Rita says is the skill of divine protection she worked hard to level up. A skill that protects her from injury and even status effects like poison and paralysis. That's one amazing shield, all right. No wonder Rita managed to stay safe until now. And here, Nagi thought the church only had boring people. Like many girls in manga, Rita doesn't know how to take compliments. So she grabs the front of Nagi's shirt instead, glaring at him, only to have her annoyance dissipate as she gets a closer look at his face. So she lets him go and walks away, deciding to forget the whole thing. Besides, they still have work to do. After a while, the monster has spent too much energy regenerating its multiple tentacles that it stops moving, which means now is the chance to bring all the paralyzed priests to safety. But how? Rita says they have no choice but to carry them one by one. But of course, that's too much work for our hero, so he thinks of another option. Seeing the carriage, he gets an idea. Maybe they can just put all of the priests inside the carriage. Then he can move the carriage using his skill. After all, a carriage looks like a room, right? Well, it does have walls and a roof. After loading all the priests in, Nagi gives his architecture smash skill a try and fails, which is probably a good thing, or the carriage and the priests would be in tatters by now. The force from the smash attempt is enough to move the carriage a mile away though, which Nagi thinks should be far away enough. Now, he just has to lead Rita to safety. As soon as he has done that, he tells Cecil to cast her spell, and after chanting a few more lines, Cecil summons a large ball of fire, sending it into the lake to obliterate the Leviathan and create a huge splash literally and figuratively. As the drops of water from the lake fall like rain, soaking Nagi and Rita, Rita complains, but Nagi just stares at the lake in awe. Well, he is more amazed by Cecil really, thinking that her magic is truly incredible. No wonder demons are feared. As he looks at the ground, a shiny scale catches his eye, and he picks it up, wondering what he can use it for. Just as he puts it away, Cecil appears, walking, well, more like wobbling towards him like a zombie having used too much magic. As soon as she reaches Nagi, she collapses in fact, and Nagi carries her in his arms. It's okay, she can rest now. Their job here is done after all. At least he thinks so until he hears Rita's voice. Right, he still has her to take care of. Rita lets out a chunk of scolding, almost as long as Cecil's chanting, basically reprimanding Nagi for using her magic, for using weird skills, and for letting Cecil use a massive amount of magic to cast a dangerous spell. Who are they really? Nagi just says he is from a strange, distant country, which is actually true, then quickly changes the subject to Rita, suggesting that she leave the church. Yes, she made it out alive and unharmed this time, but what about next time when her subordinates still refuse to listen to her? Why not just use her excellent fighting skills to be an adventurer and live a more carefree life? Rita isn't really open to this idea though, having lived as a member of the church for so long and finally becoming head priest. Suddenly remembering her position, She thanks Nagi for saving her subordinates, promising to pay the promised reward so she doesn't end up as his slave. Though it seems being his slave isn't all that bad seeing how much he cares for Cecil. Why he looked so worried when she fainted just now. Nagi coyly denies this, saying Rita must just be imagining things. But by now, Rita has our hero figured out too. He can put himself down as much as he wants, but Rita knows he's a nice guy who cares a lot about others. He even saved her and her subordinates. Nagi brushes that off as just him fulfilling his end of the contract. And as for being here near the lake, it's just a coincidence. Nothing more. Yeah, right. Rita doesn't believe it either, but she lets the matter go. It's enough that she knows Nagi is a good person. Good enough to be her subordinate in case she becomes Pope, actually. She asks him if he would like to work for her then, and he agrees. Who knows, maybe together they can make this world just a little bit better. But he'll let Rita take all the credit, of course. They part ways, Nagi and Cecil returning to the inn, where no grand welcome or lively chatter awaits them. Apparently no one has heard of what happened at the lake just yet. Maybe the village is farther from the lake than we thought. Only the next day do the villagers find out that the Leviathan has disappeared, which is something for the adventurers to investigate, and which, more importantly, means fish can once again be caught from the lake. In fact, Nagi and Cecil are served fish at the inn, which they share with the dark elf woman and her child, all of them finally enjoying the special treat. Afterwards, Nagi and Cecil continue their journey to Medikal, leaving Rita and her priests behind to recover and repair their carriage. Soon they arrive at the city center, and they find themselves safely, and the first thing they do, book a room at an inn and sleep all day, of course. Then the next day, when they've regained their energy, they explore the city, shopping for their needs, and stopping by the church to leave a message for Rita to let her know where they are staying. They still need her to pay them after all. Nagi thinks the payment may take a while, maybe there's some red tape involved. So in the meantime, they should register at the Adventurers Guild and start looking into jobs. As he and Cecil are discussing their plans in their room at the inn, they suddenly hear a knock on the door. Are there intruders again? Well, intruders don't really knock, do they? Nope, this time it's a friendly face, though a troubled one. Rita, who tells them she just got expelled from the church. Our hero's eyes grow wide. A head priestess expelled from the church? He wants to know why, and so do we, but he gets distracted by the glimpse of leather around Rita's neck. A collar? He's pretty sure Rita did not have that before. Is she just copying Cecil? Or is this a new fashion trend? Suddenly, Rita kneels in front of Nagi and kisses his hand, pledging herself to him and swearing to serve him as his slave, in accordance with the contract she agreed to. Now Nagi is even more confused, but we all saw this coming, didn't we? Rita explains that the collar around her neck is proof of the slave contract she now has with Nagi, same as the ring Nagi now has on his finger, which he didn't even notice he was wearing. Remember that contract she made with Nagi, asking him to save her subordinates for the price of 20,000 arsha, which she promised to pay on pain of slavery? Well, the moment she got expelled from the church, the god of contracts deemed her unqualified to pay the promised reward, hence putting the slave contract in place. Nagi is aware of the terms of the contract, but he never thought it would end this way. Can't Rita just pay him the reward out of her own savings? She confesses she has none, though, breaking into tears as she feels the weight of her troubles. Does Nagi think she wants this? She never asked for any of this to happen. She told the church everything that happened and tried her best to convince them that if not for Nagi and Cecil, she and her subordinates would not be alive. So it is only right that they pay the reward, but they refused, blaming the whole incident on her, which they say is a punishment for her. She says she is a punishment from the goddess because she let a dark elf ride in the carriage with her. Nagi sighs. He was right in thinking the church was bad after all. How could they blame everything on Rita and even expel her? Rita says that isn't the only reason, but before she can tell Nagi the whole story, he interrupts, pointing out that Rita didn't actually tell the church everything. Because if she had told them about the slavery clause of the contract, wouldn't they have paid rather than see their head priestess become a slave? He also says he isn't rich enough to take care of 2 slaves, which maybe isn't the nicest thing to say, but she is stupid and leaves, the sound of her angry footsteps gradually diminishing out in the hall. Now that they are alone again, Nagi decides to continue making plans for tomorrow, acting as if nothing happened. But Cecil doesn't think it's right. Shouldn't he go after Rita? Doesn't he care about her? He knows how hard her situation was as the head priestess. In fact, didn't he ask her to quit himself? And Cecil knows Rita would never try to cause trouble or want to be a slave if she can help it. If she accepted her fate as Nagi's slave, there must be a reason. Prostrating herself on the ground, Cecil begs Nagi to talk to Rita and find out the whole story. And finally, our hero comes to his senses and decides to go after her. He's just a little slow at times, that's all. Rita has already gone far, running non-stop until she is out of breath. Sitting under a tree, she laments her circumstances. She had hoped Nagi would be able to help her, but maybe she shouldn't have hoped too much. This is all her fault, really, so she should just try to get by on her own. But how? She is too deep in her thoughts. She doesn't notice that someone is about to grab her. Will Nagi be able to save her before it is too late? Nagi and Cecil are still running in the streets, Cecil leading the way. As Nagi follows her, he reflects on his actions, realizing he was too harsh with Rita. He does care about her. He just honestly wasn't sure he could take care of 2 slaves. But if he did the right thing, why does he feel so guilty now? Finally, they catch up to Rita, but they realize that someone is with her, so they keep quiet and listen. That someone looks like a bishop, and right now, he has Rita's wrist in his hand, refusing to let go, even though she clearly wants him to, telling her he is still worried about her, even though she has been expelled from the church. Rita doesn't believe it, and when she hears this, and when he tries to touch her face, she slaps his hand away. How dare he act like he cares about her when he was the one who sealed her holy powers? And how dare he put his hands on a woman when he is a bishop? The man says he only did it to punish Rita for the poorly chosen words she heaped on the archbishop. And Rita argues that she only became forceful with her words because they wouldn't listen to her. Wouldn't the goddess want them to pay back their debts and show some gratitude to the people who saved the lives of the members of the church? This time, it is the bishop who slaps Rita, and as he does, he notices her collar, and he scoffs. If he had known she would end up as some adventurer's slave, he would have found a way to cough up the money on his own and made her his instead. Well, maybe there is still a way he can have her. He just has to buy her, right? Rita refuses. She doesn't want to be anyone's slave but Nagi's. After hearing this, Nagi has had enough. He steps forward, calling the bishop the scum that he is, and ordering him to let his precious slave go. He is the only one allowed to touch her, since he is her master after all. The bishop lets Rita go, but grins. He was actually hoping to talk to Rita's master. Inviting him to a nearby tavern, the bishop offers to buy Rita for 10 times the price she owes him. But before hearing him out first, Nagi wants to learn his name. Right. Why bring someone to a tavern if you're just going straight to business as soon as you sit down? The bishop introduces himself as Vice Bishop Algis, Rita's direct superior. Well, former direct superior, since Rita has already been expelled from the church. So why can't he let go of Rita exactly? Algis says he was the one who brought Rita into the church, taught her, and practically raised her, which makes him something like her father, right? And that he feels bad for Rita's expulsion, which the higher-ups decided on. For this reason, he asks them to allow him to buy Rita as his slave and let her stay in the church, and they have agreed. He didn't know then, though, that Rita was already promised to someone else, and now he can see that she is Nagi's slave, which brings them to the current predicament. Would Nagi be willing to sell Rita? Just out of curiosity, Nagi asks Algis what he intends to do with Rita as his slave, and he shamelessly answers that he would enjoy her and her beautiful body to his heart's content. A scum's answer indeed. There's no way Nagi would hand over Rita to such a despicable man, so he tells Algis to dream on, refusing to sell Rita unless it's for 20 billion arsha. Of course, this is too much for the bishop. He's not the founder of several tech companies after all. In fact, his small irises nearly disappear at the sound of the ridiculous amount, and he raises his voice. 20 billion? Surely Nagi is joking. There's no slave worth that much. Nagi tells him, however, that Rita is at least that valuable, and that he will make her even better and stronger, surpassing his imagination, so that next time he can't even lay a finger on her. Then he turns to Rita, placing his hand on her shoulder, and she kneels before him, a sign that she is trusting him to whatever he wants with her. The bishop tries to interrupt, but Cecil keeps him at bay. There is no way she, a slave who is worth much more than Rita, will let anyone disrupt a sacred ritual between her master and his new slave. In fact, Algis should not dare to take a step forward, for she is a dark elf who will punish everyone who dares go against her master. Now Cecil really looks at Rita, and looks and sounds like a demon. In front of everyone in the tavern, Nagi asks Rita if she acknowledges her worth of 20 billion arsha, and if she would gladly give herself to him until this amount has been paid, then says a bunch of things that sound like wedding vows, to which Rita answers, "I do much to the bishop's despair. The new contract is made, the deal done. There's nothing the church can do about it now, for what the god of contracts has bound together, no man, not even a bishop, can put asunder." The three head back to the inn, bearing gifts from the tavern owner who wishes Nagi and Rita well, and only after they get back to the room do Nagi and Rita realize what they have just done. Rita belongs to Nagi now and forever, and Nagi, well, he got carried away again and ended up biting off more than he can chew. How is he supposed to take care of one more slave? Lost in their thoughts, the two are silent for a while, but they finally realize they have to talk to each other and speak almost at the same time. They look at each other, blushing like newlyweds on their wedding night. then mumble their apologies. Watching them, Cecil can't help but feel jealous. They are not going to leave her out, are they? Looks like our hero won't be able to get much sleep tonight. Or not. It seems like he slept plenty, yawning and stretching his arms after he wakes up, while Rita and Cecil are still soundly asleep on the bed beside him, fully clothed. Yes, both of them, which surprises Nagi. Didn't Rita say she was going to sleep on the couch? Later, Rita explains that she just couldn't help but want to join Cecil and Nagi on the bed after seeing their sleeping faces, which makes Nagi think he'll have to sleep in a big bed from now on. He still can't believe that Rita is his slave, actually. It seemed like only yesterday that he met the high priestess of the temple, the Church of Atulna, and he still doesn't know if he can take care of 2 slaves, especially without a job and a house. But the important thing is that the 3 of them get along well, so they'll just have to do their best moving forward. In order to do this, Nagi wants to know something. Is Rita sure she has no regrets about leaving the church? She worked hard to be the head priestess after all, and she had dreams about changing it. Rita says she is sure. She was naive to think she could ever change it, which she probably would have realized was impossible after 5 or 10 years. Then she would have fallen into despair. In that sense, Nagi truly saved her, and she is grateful. She promises she will do her best to be useful to him. She can fight so she can be at the front of the party, and she can also earn money from singing. Also, she has holy power, or so she thinks until Nagi reminds her it was sealed by that bishop. So, Nagi and Cecil heard that conversation. Now Rita feels embarrassed, and she promises she will be more careful with her words in the future. It seems like she isn't the only one who can't control her temper, though, since they suddenly hear someone shouting down the street. It's the tavern owner from yesterday, who also happens to be a female centaur, and who at this moment is trying to crush a few men with her hooves, while yelling at them for trying to run away without paying the bill. If they don't have money, they shouldn't have drunk and dined in the first place. But since they already have, they should pay with their bodies. And by that, she means by working for her, of course. She tosses them some balls, after which they scurry back to the tavern, trembling in fear. Once they are out of sight, she finally notices Nagi, who she recognizes from yesterday, and she invites him and his companions to her tavern, where she offers them drinks, and Nagi apologizes once more for all the trouble he caused yesterday. The owner seriously doesn't mind it, though, having enjoyed the show. Besides, she understands why any man would want to express his commitment to such a beautiful girl in public. Referring to Rita, of course, Rita freezes suddenly, reminded of all the things Al just said yesterday, and Nagi remembers them too, repeating them and then saying his own version, which sounds more like poetry, painting Rita as some kind of warrior goddess, making her blush and her heart pound. She even starts screaming from the embarrassment, in fact. Cecil wants to hear Nagi praise her too, so he indulges her, spouting a few more flowery lines that portray Cecil as an enchanting witch with the irresistible charm of a little sister, which also turns Cecil's face red. Who knew our hero had such a way with words? While the 2 girls try to recover from Nagi's attacks, our hero has a chat with the tavern owner. In particular, he is curious about the balls that she gave the men she was chastising earlier. She explains that they are skill balls, just like the ones Rita gave him and Cecil, which she gave to the men so that they can do their chores well. After all, if they broke a dish they were washing or failed to sweep the place properly, they would just cause her more trouble. Nagi understands, and now he realizes just how important skills are in this world. No, not just important, necessary. That means Rita needs hers. Calling her name, he asks her a question. How would she feel about trying to get her holy power back? Rita wants to try, of course, so they go back to the inn. After getting into comfortable clothes, Nagi makes Rita sit on the bed, then pulls up her skills list. Sure enough, it says her holy power is locked, and Rita believes that only the bishop can unlock it. But Nagi doesn't think so. He tells Rita the truth about his special skill. No point hiding it now, which allows him to rewrite anyone's skills, meaning he can take her locked skill and make it into something new, something that she can use. In doing this, he can make her stronger, just as he made Cecil stronger. Rita still remembers how strong Cecil's magic spell was, and if it was Nagi's skill that made that possible, then she wants Nagi to use it on her too. She belongs to him after all, so if he wants to make her brand new, so be it. She trusts Nagi completely, so when he asks her to remove her outer garments, she complies. But it is Nagi who starts to feel embarrassed and reluctant. He's not taking advantage of Rita, right? Rita senses his hesitation and moves closer to him, telling him he can do whatever he wants. And drawing a deep breath, he begins, placing his hand on Rita's chest and activating his skill. Yup, here we go again. As soon as he does, Rita feels a jolt of warmth inside her, taking her by surprise, but she tells Nagi to keep going, and he does, pouring his magic into her as he tries to get a firm grasp on her skills. Once he does, he starts swapping the attributes around, remaking her sealed skill completely. And while he is doing this, Rita starts trembling and squirming, feeling Nagi's power flowing through her veins and heating up every part of her. It almost feels like she's going to explode. so she asks Nagi to slow down, but he doesn't, knowing that if he prolongs the process, Rita will suffer. He has to make this as quick as possible. And yes, we are still talking about modifying skills. He keeps going, knowing, rearranging the skill components, and Rita cries out, tears brimming in her eyes as her starts to lose control. She doesn't like this strange feeling that she can't even describe, something she has never felt before, or even imagined she could feel. So she resists, getting mad at Nagi, and telling him she won't forgive him for doing whatever he is doing to her. But as he keeps going, she loses the will to resist as well, giving herself up to the process and letting Nagi deep inside her. She is still embarrassed, of course, now that she feels he can see all of her, but that embarrassment just blends in with all the other emotions swirling inside her, all of which are getting more and more intense by the second. How much longer before Nagi finishes? Finally, he does after one final push of one of the skill components, and Rita is so overwhelmed by the release of all her emotions that she bites down on Nagi's thumb, sucking on it until the storm inside her passes. Afterwards, she passes out, and Nagi examines the new skills he's made as if nothing just happened. Maybe he's used to it by now since it's his second time. He takes a look at his own skills too, and notices that his special skill has leveled up. Well, he has acquired more XP after all. Does this mean he can do more things with skills now? His thoughts are disrupted by the sound of Rita groaning in pain as she sits on the bed, which alarms him and Cecil. What is going on? Rita doesn't know either. All she knows is that something is changing inside her, moving inside her, and soon it comes out, which leaves Cecil and Nagi dumbfounded. Rita has fox ears and a fox tail now? That's a brand new Rita, all right. Well, actually, it's Rita's true form that she was hoping Nagi and Cecil wouldn't have to see. They don't seem to mind, though. Surprised, definitely, but not at all disappointed. Cecil is even curious to find out how a fox girl's ears feel like, seemingly softer than her own pointed ones. Still, Rita is embarrassed and hides under a blanket, somehow convinced that she looks like some kind of anomaly. Otherwise, why would her parents abandon her? It sounds like Rita has a story to tell. So, Nagi sends Cecil to fetch 3 cups of tea. By the time Cecil returns, Rita has calmed down a bit, and he offers her some tea, the 3 of them sipping from their cups in silence, until Rita is ready to drink. The 2 of them are about to share her tale. Rita says that she grew up with her family and her tribe of beast folk in the mountains, but one day she woke up and her whole family was gone. She looked everywhere for them, but they were nowhere to be found, which led her to only one conclusion. They must have left her, probably because of her holy powers, which made her different from all the other beast folk. Normally, only humans possess holy powers, but Rita had them so she could shift between a human form and the form of a beast girl with fox ears and a tail. Unfortunately, among beast folk, hierarchy is usually determined by the size and shape of one's ears and tail, so since Rita could make hers disappear, she was not only deemed odd, but an omen of misfortune shunned by everyone in the tribe, and her family must have eventually grown tired of trying to protect her too. Now, Nagi understands why Rita seems to detest her fox form, but he actually thinks it's amazing that Rita is a hybrid, someone who can be both human and a beast girl, which must be some kind of cheat. Rita has never heard the term hybrid, and she has never had anyone call her amazing before. In fact, she had never met a human who doesn't discriminate against other races until she met Nagi. Rita doesn't know either. Seeing the bond between him and Cecil, her heart was filled with hope for the first time. Maybe she can be happy after all. This is why she didn't tell Algis about her slave contract. Well, apart from the fact that he was a creep, just as she told Nagi, her dream was to become the Pope and end racial discrimination. But she realized after being scolded and punished that it would never come true. So if she can't have that, then all she wants is to be with someone who doesn't discriminate against her, to have that one person she can call friend, and to live with that person so that she will never have to be alone again. This is why she wanted to become Nagi's slave. Seeing the tears in Rita's eyes, Nagi knows he can never abandon her. Besides, who can resist those soft ears and that furry tail? Apparently our hero likes his girls fluffy. And no, the size of Rita's chest, which is more apparent now than ever, has nothing to do with his preference. Anyway, he has a secret to tell Rita too. Cecil is actually a demon. Yup, one of those powerful creatures humanity fears so much. And he's an outsider, someone who was summoned from another world, which makes them all essentially in the same boat of people who don't fit into society. Rita is so glad she has found others like her that she can't help but cry tears of joy. But she still thinks Nagi should punish her for hiding her true identity from him, so she wants him to do whatever he wants with her. Anything. Nagi doesn't really feel a need to punish Rita, but since she is insisting, there is something he wants to do, something he can't hold back any longer. He wants to touch Rita's ears and tail. Yup, our hero has a weakness for fluff, all right. And now that Nagi has revealed his true nature, Cecil and Rita don't know what to do. Is their master a rascal after all? The next day, Nagi sends his girl shopping, staying in the room to rest and enjoy some quiet time. It gets noisy outside, though, and when he looks out the window, he sees that there are stalls on the street. And he even sees something like a bull in chains. Is there something going on? After a short while, Rita and Cecil return, their arms loaded with all kinds of goods, and their faces glowing with smiles. Nagi smiles as well, almost feeling like a husband welcoming his family home. As they put down their shopping bags, Cecil excitedly tells Nagi about all the good shops they discovered, all thanks to them getting lost. Rita quickly scolds Cecil for spilling the secret they agreed to keep, but it is too late. Nagi has already heard that they got lost, and he blames Rita for it. After all, aren't beast folk supposed to have a good sense of direction? Blushing in embarrassment, Rita says it isn't her fault. How is she supposed to use her sense of smell when there are too many scents in the air? Or use her keen ears when the city is so noisy? Even if she's been to this city before, she doesn't remember where everything is. Nagi lets it go, asking instead what's going on outside. Is there some kind of festival? Rita replies that she heard there's going to be a parade. Apparently, the king's alchemist successfully tamed a monster who then sold it to a noble to help him clear dungeons. And that noble is showing off his latest pet. It's a Minotauros, a creature with the body of a human, and the hooves, head, and horns of a bull. Well, this one only has one horn, the other probably having gotten lost in a fight. Nagi is more concerned about the taming process than the monster. Can a monster really be tamed? Is there some kind of skill involved? Neither Rita nor Cecil know. But Cecil is sure of one thing. Right now, she's getting a bad feeling. Indeed, she's sensing some dark magic coming from the Minotauro's collar, and it can't be good. As Nagi looks out the window, the monster suddenly goes into a rage, roaring as he takes off his collar. As the people run away, the soldiers do their best to subdue the monster, but to no avail. This raging bull is on a rampage. At least Nagi, Cecil, and Rita are inside a building, so Nagi thinks they should be safe. That is, until he hears footsteps outside, getting louder and louder. And when he looks out the window again, he sees the monster headed straight for the inn. Is this monster targeting them somehow? Cecil says it must be her fault, thinking that whoever put a collar on the Minotauros must have strong magic. And since she has strong magic too, it must have mistaken her for its worst enemy. So now it's after her. She offers to draw the monster away so that Nagi and Rita can escape, but the two are already making a plan of their own. They'll try to stop the monster, and in the meantime, Cecil should run away and hide somewhere where it won't find her. After all, she is precious to them, and they don't want some Minotauros getting its hands on her. Besides, how can they forgive this monster for daring to ruin their precious time together, just when they thought they could finally relax? Of course, there's no way Cecil will leave her master and Rita behind, so the three decide to work together. First, they get out of the inn, and as soon as they get the monster's attention, they draw it into an alley, then into another. This way they can lead it away from the crowd, and also buy time until the guards and the adventurers arrive. After a few minutes, they run into a problem though, into a cart blocking their way to be precise. Worried that the monster will catch up to them while they are jumping over the cart, Nagi asks Rita if she can stall the monster. Just stall, not kill, and he doesn't have to ask twice. Ready to protect her master at all costs, Rita activates the new skill Nagi made for her, landing a powerful punch right in the Minotauros' stomach. In the meantime, Nagi uses his skill to not just jump over the cart, but to propel himself and Cecil up the sides of the two buildings. Noticing this, the monster who has now recovered from Rita's punch looks up, but Rita doesn't even let it have any thoughts about getting its hands on Cecil, quickly unleashing a series of kicks and punches that leave it lying on the ground. Is it even still alive? Who would have thought Rita would get this much stronger from just a few skill tweaks? Nagi and Cecil rejoin Rita, Cecil giving Rita a big hug. Nagi is glad that she is fine as well, but they can celebrate later. For now, they should get away before anyone sees them and realizes what they really are. A trio of insanely broken characters. For the next few days, the three lie low at the inn, taking the time to rest as they wait for things to calm down. They've been so busy after all, fighting the Leviathan, dealing with the Vice Bishop, and then having to fight another monster. That last battle still fresh in Nagi's mind. He really didn't expect Rita to be that strong. If he had tweaked her skills before, maybe she would have even managed to kill the Leviathan on her own. Anyway, now the storm has passed, and they have finally applied to the Adventurers Guild like they planned. Maybe now they can get their first job. They need it. They need the funds after all. Actually, it's a surprise they can still afford a staycation after everything, considering our hero hasn't earned a single cent. After doing his usual stretches and yawns after waking up, he finds a note on the table in a language he has never seen before. He doesn't understand it at first, of course, but surprise, he happens to have a skill just for this task. So after activating it, he can finally read the note, which is from Rita, saying that she and Cecil left to buy breakfast, so that's why they're not around. He was sleeping so soundly he didn't even notice when they left. Thinking of Cecil and Rita, our hero smiles, even more motivated now to earn a living as an adventurer. Before that, he recalls his trip to the Adventurers Guild yesterday though, when he, Cecil, and Rita registered as new members. As is usually the case, a beautiful woman, and a real one at that, who serves as the receptionist/secretary of the Adventurers Guild, warmly gave them her welcome spiel, and proceeded to tell them all about being an adventurer. First, accomplishing a registration form to become an adventurer is more of an acknowledgement of the Adventurer Guild's rules, and a pledge to comply, not a contract. So there are no severe penalties. This way, adventurers can be free to complete their jobs in the best way they can. Even so, violation of the guild rules can still lead to prosecution, and in the worst case, expulsion. Second, the Adventurer Guild respects data privacy, which means they do not ask for or record any personal information, or even an adventurer's skills. Thanks to this, Nagi is able to register Cecil as a dark elf, and Rita as a human, both individually and not as his slaves. Third, registering as an adventurer means you can now get good deals from business establishments connected to the guild. Finally, there are actually 2 adventurers' guilds in Metacall, which our pretty receptionist should probably have led with. The Nobles Guild and the Commoners Guild. Pretty self-explanatory, really. Jobs that the nobles cannot handle are usually passed down to the commoners. After all, the guild's main goal is to make sure every job is completed by the right adventurer, without dying, of course. This, she said with a smile on her face and Nagi's hand in hers, her face so close to his that he had to say, to step back. What's this? Did our guild receptionist fall in love with our hero at first sight? Nagi finds himself thinking of her, wondering if she's okay, but his thoughts are interrupted by Cecil and Rita's return, carrying bags of food as usual. Nagi welcomes them home and suggests that they review their skills after they eat before going back to the guild to find their first job. Nagi goes first, Rita's ears popping off and perking up as she pays close attention. It seems he is now level 2, though his skills are still level 1. His special skill is now level 2 as well, as mentioned previously, which means he can exchange skill attributes with his slaves to create even stronger and rarer skills. He doesn't really feel much of a difference though, and he even tested out some things on Rita apparently, but didn't discover anything. Well, our hero is ordinary but overpowered in his own way, which sounds like a potential title for another isekai. Next, it's Cecil's turn. She is also level 2, and apparently has been downgraded from wife to a little sister after Rita's appearance. Most of her skills are still level 1 as well, but one of them, animal empathy, is at level 3. Maybe that explains her closeness to Rita. Her special skill, magical aptitude, is also now level 3, which means she can cast stronger spells, something that Cecil is very happy to hear. Rita has a question. Where exactly does Cecil's magic come from? Is it part of her skill, or does she gather it from somewhere else? Cecil is the one who answers, believing both to be true. Using her skill, she can draw out her own magic, and also the magic around her to cast her spell. But if there's not enough, she can faint, which can make her vulnerable in battle. It's a good thing Nagi and Rita are there to protect her then. Finally, we come to Rita. Not surprisingly, she is level 3 with most of her skills at level 4, including her special skill, which is martial arts aptitude. No wonder she was able to defeat that Minotauros with just a few blows. Rita gives all the credit back to Nagi though. It was he who gave her the skill to concentrate her holy power in certain parts of her body, so all she did was concentrate it in her hands and in her legs, which made her faster and stronger. Nagi's eyes grow wide. It's all because of him? Well, we already know our hero is slow to get a grasp on some things. Anyway, it seems that he has created not just 1 but 2 overpowered characters, so this party of 3 is ready to go on their first adventure. They head to the guild, but to their surprise, there's only 1 job on the board, all the rest having been taken down. A quest for a magic sword. It seems a famed magic sword has appeared in a dungeon, and the adventurers, the commoners that is, are being asked to clear it, probably so that the nobles can go in and take the sword for themselves. But who knows? Nagi, Cecil, and Rita might be able to get it before them, if they accept the quest. That is, should they? Before we find out the answer, we're taking a break from the story to enjoy the White Knot Festival, which is held every 5 years, and, incidentally, was being held the day after Nagi and Cecil arrived at Metacall, which is where we travel back to. Supposedly, the festival celebrates the bond between a master and a slave, so naturally, Nagi and Cecil become interested. Nagi asks the innkeeper, a robust woman with goat ears and horns, for more details, and she tells him that the festival is related to the god of contracts and is designed to show appreciation for one's slaves. Since he is interested, she gives him the instructions for the ritual he must follow, which should strengthen his bond with his slave. First, He must promise not to use his ring the entire day, which means he cannot force Cecil to do anything against her will. Done. In fact, he has already made up his mind not to use his ring. Second, the master must wipe his slave's back, which is why the innkeeper gave Nagi a basin of water and a towel, and he thought he could do it. But the most important thing, the moment he sees Nagi's bare back, he starts having second thoughts. Surely it isn't right for a young man to be washing a young woman's back. He proposes to Cecil that they skip the step for the sake of her own comfort, but she insists on him doing it. After all, he always says how he finds her dark skin beautiful, which has somehow convinced her that it is, even though she has hated it for a long time, because of how people discriminated against her. Hearing this, Nagi summons his courage and begins to wipe Cecil's back, trying not to have any wayward thoughts as he stares at her bare, wet skin. Well, he survived their skill rewriting session, so this should be a piece of cake, right? Still, he must be nervous because his hand slips and the towel slides all the way down, sending a shiver down Cecil's spine. Well, at least he's done wiping her back now. The next part of the ritual is for Nagi to feed Cecil some of his own food, and since they don't have any, they go outside to buy something to eat. They buy what they usually do, kirpana, the city's premier delicacy, which looks something like shawarma. Nagi sits and eats half of the kirpanya, while Cecil sits in front of him on the ground, waiting patiently like a dog. Then he proceeds to put the remaining half in her mouth, telling himself that there is nothing wrong with feeding a girl with his fingers. At least he tries to feed her. But a passerby, one of the priests who was with Rita, rudely interrupts, wondering why he hasn't ditched his dark elf slave yet. They can't be trusted after all. Nagi frowns, not really in the mood to listen to any preaching. Why can't the church just mind its own business? He ignores the rambling priest, going on to feed Cecil, who is still patiently waiting for her treat. She opens her small mouth and starts to eat off Nagi's fingers, slowly, as if savoring every bite. Then when she has finished the food, she licks his fingers clean, gathering every drop of the sauce with the tip of her tongue, and looking like she's thoroughly enjoying doing it too. The priest is shocked and rambles some more, though it seems his tone has changed. Having had enough, Nagi asks him to just say what he means outright, and after struggling to put words together, the priest runs off, blushing and screaming that he isn't envious of Nagi's slave wife. He clearly is, though. With the priest gone, Nagi makes sure Cecil is all right, and she seems to be, apart from the fact that her face is red as a beet now that she realizes what she has just done. She was just trying to make the priest leave, and she did. So all's well that ends well, right? For their next task, Nagi and Cecil visit the temple of the god of contracts, who is actually a goddess. There, Cecil prays earnestly to be with Nagi forever, while Nagi prays just as earnestly to be able to survive without having to work. Oh, if only everyone can. An old man who seems to be a priest at the temple is surprised when he learns that Nagi and Cecil are taking part in the festival. In all his years, he has never heard of anyone following the ritual to the very end, but Cecil is determined, and Nagi decides to see it through with her. They might as well finish what they started. As they leave the temple, Nagi notices some glowing orbs of light floating around him and Cecil. Is it just his imagination, or are these orbs following them? Finally, they get to the last step, which seems simple enough. Nagi just has to kneel in front of Cecil so she can kiss his forehead. Before she does this, she gives a speech though, thanking Nagi for the most fun day she has ever had, and for everything he has given her. As she does, the orbs of light around them glow more brightly, soon having voices of their own, asking Nagi if he is prepared to accept Cecil as his slave for all eternity. So this is what the ritual is all about, sealing the bond between Nagi and Cecil as master and slave, so that even when they are reborn, they will still be master and slave. Nagi doesn't think this is right, so when Cecil tries to kiss his forehead to finalize the ritual and the contract, he stands up, Cecil's lips landing on his forehead, and his chin instead, just a little lower, and they would have kissed. Then maybe Cecil wouldn't feel so dejected. She feels as if Nagi has just rejected her, since he doesn't want to be her master for all eternity. But Nagi kindly explains that they can be together even if they're not master and slave, and that there are other ways to deepen their bond. Cecil doesn't know how they can do this, though. Since Nagi doesn't even seem to want her body, how can she repay him for all his kindness? Offering her his hand, Nagi assures her that just having her by his side is enough, and Cecil takes it, cheering up a little. Well, she'll just have to stay by her master's side forever and ever. And now we go back to the Adventurers Guild, where we finally learn the receptionist's name, Aina, who also happens to be the guildmaster in training, trying to follow in the footsteps of her late grandfather. For a long time, she was happy with her work, but lately she's been getting the feeling that the guild is going nowhere in spite of all her best efforts, making her question if she's fit to be guildmaster. Her friend Letitia tells her she should just accept the offer of the Merchants Guild to co-manage the Adventurers Guild. Then she wouldn't have to work too hard. After all, no matter how hard she works, she cannot bring her grandpa or her little brother back. In spite of all her troubles, Ina doesn't want to hand over the Adventurers Guild to anyone else, though. Besides, who knows? Maybe an adventurer will come along and bring the guild back to life. As she says this, she looks at Nagi, the adventurer she briefed yesterday who has just arrived. Maybe, just maybe, he is the kind of hero she has been waiting for. Nagi reads the job post about the magic sword over and over, and the more that he reads it, the more he gets reluctant to accept the job. How is doing the dirty work for the nobles different from how he used to slave away for his employers? Besides, isn't this job too dangerous? Still, since he and his party are new adventurers, he decides to get more information about the job first before making a decision. He learns that the magic sword is called Reginabilis, and that it appears in a dungeon every few decades. It has a will of its own, capable of choosing its own master, and many of those it has chosen have ended up as heroes and kings. Though if the chosen owner does not have the heart of a hero, he could also easily follow the path to ruin. With this information, Nagi asks Cecil and Rita for their opinions. Cecil replies that the quest sounds too dangerous for their first job, and Rita agrees. It is better to go to another city and look for jobs at another guild. Nagi understands and agrees as well. But what if they just provide support for another party? Would Cecil and Rita agree to that? They need the money after all. They both say it's okay, but there's a problem. Even if they are only supposed to provide support, if their lives are endangered, they will have to fight to the fullest of their abilities, which means other adventurers will see just how strong they are, and they'll end up standing out. Is that okay with Nagi? Of course not. Somehow he still wants to be a part of the quest, though. So he tells Cecil and Rita he will get more information that will allow them to make a better decision. In the meantime, they can go to the next city and see what jobs are available there. Cecil and Rita seem happy to take the trip, leaving their master behind, not sure if that's the best decision. Nagi stays at the guild, waiting for a chance to talk to the receptionist again. A dwarf, who also happens to be a more experienced adventurer, notices him and starts chatting, which is good because now Nagi can get more information. The dwarf tells him all about the relationship between the Nobles Guild and the Commoners Guild, which has turned sour and exploitative in the past 4 years. Before, the two guilds got along just fine, but after the previous guild master, Ain's grandfather died, and Ina took over. The Nobles Guild started taking advantage of the Commoners Guild. They knew Ina wouldn't be able to do anything. This is why the Commoners Guild has to do something instead. If they can get the magic sword and prove that they are strong, then Ina would be in a better position to negotiate with the Nobles Guild. Then maybe the two would get along and be able to work together again. Now, Nagi has a clearer picture of what's going on, and he understands why the magic sword quest is a big deal. But does he really want to get involved? The receptionist is finally free, so Nagi approaches her, asking her if she has any more details about the magic sword quest. Ina recognizes Ina. Nagi, of course, she does, and invites him to her office. There, she properly introduces herself with a smile and tells him he can ask her anything. But after learning about who she really is, Nagi has an urge to leave. Surely he shouldn't waste the time of someone so important. To his surprise, Ina pulls him into her arms, which is precisely why Rita and Cecil shouldn't have left him. Then she pats him on the head, telling him not to worry about his first quest since she, his big sister, is here to help. In fact, he should just rest easy. Nagi can't, though, tensing up now that his face has been buried in a woman's chest, which Ina eventually realizes. She lets him go, apologizing profusely. Then they decide to set the whole incident aside and have a serious chat. Nagi expresses his concerns about the quest being too dangerous, wondering if there are any other quests he can take on. And Ina tells him there are, taking out the list from the drawer of her desk. It's just that everyone seems to be interested in the magic sword, that's all. In fact, most of the adventurers are already in the dungeon, which means the guild doesn't have enough people for the other jobs. If Nagi and his party could handle them, Ina would greatly appreciate it. Nagi goes over the list, mumbling in amazement. He really can pick which jobs he wants to do, and he even gets paid in advance, plus all the expenses are covered? Surely there must be some kind of catch. Ina assures him there isn't, considering it her duty to provide accurate information to all the adventurers so that they can safely do their jobs. And somehow, Nagi believes her. He is impressed by her, actually, thinking she is the reason why adventurers like the dwarf he spoke to are willing to do their best for the guild. He still can't think of her as an older sister, though. He is ready to leave, but Ina is still too worried about him to let him go, making Nagi wonder if he looks so unreliable. Well, he can't say he isn't, since he can't do anything by himself, having to rely on his slaves. Maybe he really is no good. Sensing his troubled mind, Aina offers Nagi her lap for him to put his head on, thinking maybe a nap will help put him at ease. She can clean his ears too. Much to her disappointment, though, Nagi refuses. The only thing he is willing to accept from her is the map she offers him, as well as records of the local monsters and certain folklore, which he can make copies of. Oh, and one more thing, a skill orb for cleaning the gutter around the building, which apparently guild members do weekly. Now, Nagi is all set for his life as an adventurer, and Aina has to go do her other tasks too. Being a guild master, even if it is only in training, is hard work after all. For their first quest, Nagi, Rita, and Cecil choose to exterminate giant bats living in an abandoned mansion. There is estimated to be a dozen of them, their appearance similar to the bats Nagi has seen before, but each one the size of a dog. As soon as they arrive at the mansion, they put their plan into action, Nagi using his skill first to break the window, then Cecil casting a spell of light to wake the bats up and flush them out. Afterwards, Rita can just take them out one by one, which she can do even with her eyes closed. Only one bat comes out though, so the three of them go inside, only to find the dead bats on the floor. It seems Cecil's magic was strong enough to take them all out. Nagi feels sorry for the bats, and in line with his old habits, says a prayer for them. He's glad the job is done though. Instead of just leaving, they decide to search the mansion, remembering that they are allowed to keep anything they want, but everything is just covered in dust. And after an hour of searching, they still don't find anything of value. Rita is starting to feel tired too, but Cecil doesn't want to give up just yet. She can sense some magic in this house, so there must be something. Using her magic detection skill, Cecil scans the mansion, then leads the way to the spot where she feels the magic is coming from, the wall under the staircase. Nagi gives it a push, but it doesn't budge like it does in games or movies, so maybe they should try another way. Remembering that the mansion is very old, Nagi wonders if the wall or door may be voice-activated, but in the ancient language. He asks Cecil if she knows how to speak the language outside of chanting a spell, and she says she's learned a few words. She goes on to say them, describing how wonderful Nagi's hands are, which he doesn't understand, of course, then stops when suddenly a magical circle appears on the wall. Just as Nagi thought, there is a seal on the wall, one made with magic in the ancient language that only demons speak, which means the previous owner of this mansion was a demon just like Cecil. Rita asked how he knew it was sealed, and he explained that they hadn't found this until now, which means that the seal itself should react to something other than magic power. When they went inside, it was a whole demon secret room. Rita then asked why did he think of ancient language. He thought it had to be something that other parties didn't have, and they did. First, there was the possibility that it was because he was a visitor from another world, the possibility that Rita was a beast girl who could use holy power, and the possibility that Cecil was a demon who could use magic through ancient language and chanting. If they exclude him and Rita because they were too unique, the theory about Cecil remained the most likely. The girls thought he was a strange person while he was thinking about how amazing the demonkind's skill was. He asked if she could read the writing on the wall, but she could only understand a few words. Suddenly, Cecil wanted to leave there. Nagi stated that they had finally found some clues about demonkind, and if there was anything she should receive it. Cecil explained that she was scared because she didn't know any demons other than her parents and Astarte, and the mage that lived there scared her to find out about what a demon was thinking. Her parents believed in the demonkind teachings passed down from the times of old, for example. Demonkind does not bear a grudge toward the race of men that have driven it to extinction. However, there were those among the demonkind who did not believe in that. She was scared that the place they were in was created for that purpose, and didn't know what she should do. Nagi called Rita and told her that they were going home, which surprised Cecil because they hadn't found anything interesting. Nagi assumed that they didn't see anything and didn't even find the room. He reminded her of their motto and told her to not feel bad about anything. Cecil hugged her tightly and explained that because of his kindness, she always ended up wanting to do anything at all for him. Before they left, Rita showed the ancient language translation skill, and they decided to install it in Cecil and have her read the inscription on the wall. After they installed it, Cecil's read the writing and apologized for what she was about to do. Nagi and Rita were confused by her words. She then started to use her fireballs, and Nagi requested Rita to stop her even if she had to hit her. Rita didn't accept to do that, but Nagi informed her that Cecil was using her fireballs, and if they didn't stop her, this whole place would be blown away just like Leviathan was. In the next scene, they were outside, and Cecil explained that the demon who lived there wrote that he had summoned the magic sword to the dungeon. She then asked him to command her. As a demon, her transmitted memory was very strong. Once she knew that other demons think in this way, it wouldn't be strange for her to one day unconsciously bare her fangs as a demon. A command under the master-slave contract was absolute. she wouldn't be able to hide anything. Nagi hesitated to do what she wanted because it was something that he never wanted to use. Rita interrupted and told him to give his command even though she hates commands or whatnot. If she awakens to Demonkind's mission and wants to seize the magic sword and rule the world, he can do something about it. And that was how much Cecil trusted him. Nagi eventually accepted and gave his command to Cecil and told her to speak about her true desires. Unlike something dangerous, all she wanted was Nagi's babies. She wanted 2 boy babies from him. Nagi and Rita agreed to act like they didn't hear any of this. When Cecil woke up, she asked what she said, and Nagi told her that she wanted to have a family, and there wasn't anything about humans. They then entered the sealed room in order to verify the demon's inheritance. They had to fight a defense statue called Guardian, but because Cecil's magic and Rita's strikes had no effect, it was too bothersome, so they decided to leave it alone. Thus, their first quest was completed. They went against 13 giant bats and came away without a scratch, and it took less than an hour. Rita was quiet and felt embarrassed since it was her first time. Thanks for your work. After doing a job together with the people she loves, and once she realized that from now on the 3 of them would keep doing this, she somehow got embarrassed. Rita and Cecil waited outside while Nagi went to turn the giant bat horns into money. When he went inside, he realized that the place wasn't as lively as usual, and Ina didn't look great. Letitia asked if he was a member of the Commoners Guild, and he approved her. He then mentioned that since he finished his quest, he would like to turn in giant bat horns for money. He asked what was wrong with Ina, and she explained that Ina was completely exhausted and was resting. Until now, no one was worried about her. So she asked his name. When she heard that his name was Nagi, she immediately recognized him and started to explain how Ina kept gushing about him. Apparently, she mentioned that Nagi was a boy who could do anything if he tried, so she wanted to keep a close watch on him and let him develop his talents. Nagi stated that she was a pretty rude person and asked who she was. She introduced herself as Ina's childhood friend, Letitia Millefew, and mentioned that she was pleased to make his acquaintance. She then asked if he came to get the reward for a quest, and since he wanted to report directly to Ina, he would like to come back another time. Letitia gave him 2 common skills in place of his reward. Nagi didn't understand why he would get paid by her because the quest was from the guild. She then explained that the guild doesn't have the ability to pay his reward anymore, because the Commoners Guild has been shut down as of today, and it will never open again. Nagi couldn't process what she just said and asked about what happened. Letitia didn't see any reason to explain any of that to a newbie and a beginner adventurer, so she wanted him to leave. He didn't insist on anything, and looked at his common skills. At that moment, a man appeared behind Letitia and started to yell some nonsense about the people of the Commoners Guild. Letitia explained that that man was Tanaka Kuga, which was a hireling of the nobles. He practically wiped out the whole Commoners Guild single-handedly. She then asked what he wanted more, as if he hadn't done enough there. Letitia looked so mad. He said that he wiped them out, but there might still be silly adventurers who would lend a hand to the former guildmaster, and his job wasn't done until he had destroyed everything. Nagi interrupted him and asked a few questions about him, and learned that he made lots of contracts for the king. Letitia wondered what was this all about, and asked if he knew something about Tanaka Kuga, but Nagi was just concerned about the number of people the king called from the other world. While they were talking, a dark-skinned demon girl showed up and told Tanaka to finish this already. Letitia got angry at the fact that they even hired someone from the mercenary Kijin tribe. At that moment, Tanaka swung his sword to kill them, but suddenly, Ina appeared with a rainbow barrier skill. They were all in shock, but Letitia told her to not do it since it was too dangerous. Ina was determined to punish Tanaka for bullying Nagi. Tanaka mentioned that even if her all-element defense magic is amazing, it wouldn't work on him since he got magic resistance. Letitia asked him to quit it, but he interrupted her and told her to stop giving him orders. Suddenly, Rita appeared and kicked him on his back. She got worried and came looking when Nagi didn't return. While Tanaka was trying to understand who she was, they were talking about Rita's ponytail. Nagi activated his transcendent perception skill, and it was pitch black. There wasn't any light, sound, smell, taste, or touch, and it was like he was floating in weightlessness. While he bent his neck side to side and raised up his arms, the body swayed and swung the arms. He was about to reach his limits. Rita was also dealing with the demon girl. They managed to finish them right before the magic disappeared. Rita ran to him and asked if he was okay while Letitia was trying to process what he just did. She heard from Ina that he was starting out as an adventurer, so there was no way he could dodge Tanaka's successful attacks by a hair, caught his arms, and then sent him flying. Apparently, transcendent perception was a way to surpass all of own 5 senses at one, while in sensory deprivation, the 6th sense sharpens once the body moves on its own in reaction to danger. Even if he has the skill, in the end, people can't surpass their physical limits. They can't move faster than humanly possible, can't lift heavy weights and break them. He asked Letitia if she had any special skills, and she said that she doesn't, and people with special skills are very rare. The skill orbs he has seen in this world were all mostly daily life skills, and he didn't realize that because Rita, Cecil, and he have all special skills. Tanaka didn't seem to learn his lesson, but then Cecil appeared and used her activated her ancient language enchanting. Tanaka underestimated her, and didn't think there would be a way an ordinary character from that world could win against him. She made flame arrows to destroy him, but he mentioned that low-level flame magic wouldn't work on him since his armor has a magic reduction effect. Nagi noticed that Cecil's hair was also different, and Rita explained that they had nothing to do while waiting for him, so they just did each other's hair. Meanwhile, Tanaka realized that he was wrong for thinking the flame arrows wouldn't work on him because he was in pain. On the other hand, the dark-skinned demon girl woke up, and she saw the place was a mess. Nagi tried to hold Cecil to stop her from running out of her magic power, but she was so angry at Tanaka. Demon Girl explained that her job was to watch and guard Tanaka Kuga, and she was not willing to fight against weird people like him on her own, and offered to pay an appropriate amount of money to just return Tanaka himself. Nagi was interested in this offer, but Letitia told him to not trust her. She swears by her name as a Cajun, which means demon, and she states that she won't go back on her word while swinging up Tanaka. They went on their ways, and Nagi asked Letitia if she knew about the quest for the magic sword. She approved him, and then he wanted to make sure that originally the Nobles Guild dispatched the Commoners Guild to go and get the magic sword in order to present it to the king. She said that after all, everyone in the Commoners Guild went into a rage, and they proposed to the Nobles Guild that they would be the ones to present the magic sword, and that they would gain with their own efforts directly to the king. But in return, they were told commoners will never be allowed to compete with nobles equally. Then the nobles secretly hired various rogues and attacked the Commoners Guild as they were attempting to conquer the dungeon. Most of the guild's adventurers were taken down, while others fled, and it was Tanaka Kuga who attacked them. She also explained that when Ina heard about what happened, she went to protest the one in charge of the Nobles Guild, Count Rigida, but didn't return with anything worthy. Nagi interrupted her and asked if she could tell Ina to leave him alone since she was hugging tightly on his neck. Letitia explained that the reason why she was acting so close to him was because he was giving the same vibe as her brother Naiz, who died when they were little. Apparently Ina lost a few years' worth of memory, and she doesn't even understand the current situation. To hand over the rights to the Commoners Guild to the Count, Ina forfeited her assets and took all responsibility for the current state of the Commoners Guild. And then the memory loss was punishment for Ina. Nagi stated that what was done, and there was no going back. Letitia knew that, but she still asked him to help her to bring Ina's memory back. He said he would give the answer later, and went back to the inn. Cecil and Rita went to the bathhouse, and he laid down to rest. The door knocked, and he thought the girls had returned, but it wasn't the girls, it was the demon girl. She brought the money she promised, and while being on top of him, she mentioned that she had grown very interested in him. Nagi was in shock while she was telling him that she would take him to the apex of pleasure. While she was trying to take his pants off, she mentioned that they needed to hurry to get Ina's memory, because it would be gone completely after 2 days. At that moment, Rita and Cecil were back from their bath and asked what she was doing to Nagi. The demon girl went out from the window and said that she would come to get it another time. When the demon girl left, Nagi told Letitia what she said about Ina's memory loss. He then gave her what he circulated from the town. Letitia was furious and told him that if she could, she would have made a move a long time ago. But unfortunately, she doesn't have any idea of the strength of the guard anywhere but at the tower. Nagi told him to calm down first and asked how was Ina doing. Letitia used connections to shelter her with trustworthy people. While she was talking, someone interrupted her saying she should calm down, and it was the demon girl again. Letitia asked what she came there for, and she said that she happened to have accurate information on that tower. Depending on her sincerity, she agreed to share with her. But there was no way Letitia could trust enemy information. Nagi convinced her by saying they needed any kind of information, and they needed to hurry and return Ina to her normal state. It may be a trap, but in that case, they just need to plan under that assumption. The demon girl explained that the tower was deep in the forest and pointed at the map. Apparently, they were using steel gargoyle, which was a monster whose body was all covered in steel and moves with magic. Nagi wanted to approve if they were the ones that had wings on their backs and carried a sword and a shield. Letitia approved him and mentioned that they were the high-level angel guardians. All they needed to do was get their crystal, and there was no need to kill them. But if they were going against steel gargoyles, they would want at least level 10. Nagi promised to think of something that would work out somehow, or come up with something. Letitia couldn't believe that he would work with her, and thought he totally turned her down. Right now in that town, defying the Nobles Guild was a real danger, and many adventurers left the Commoners Guild while saying that no one would blame a beginner adventurer for refusing to help. But Letitia was helping Ina because she was her childhood friend. She continued to explain it, and they made a plan. In order for them to prepare to go return Ina's memory crystal, Nagi, Cecil, and Rita went back to the secret room in the mansion. Nagi didn't want to decide this on his own, but he expressed that he couldn't leave it alone. The girls were fine with anything that came from him and told him to just go about it boldly. Nagi apologized again. Then Rita also apologized for making him apologize. Cecil asked them to calm down. Besides, the original cause was because a demon the same as her summoned the magic sword. If they can save someone who met with misfortune due to that, she was the one who must feel grateful. Nagi thanked Cecil for her words. Cecil then explained that in order for them to defeat steel gargoyles, they needed to create skills to match the job, which was why they were there. That place was abundant in magic power, so even if Nagi used his skill structure, there wouldn't be much expenditure of magic. They can also test the skills they created. When Rita asked who would start first, Nagi mentioned that previously he messed around with Rita using his skill structure. Rita was definitely traumatized by that incident. Nagi explained that when he used the level 2 skill structure on Rita, after both skills were displayed, there was still an empty space to display one more skill. He offered to try it with the 3 of them, and if it doesn't work out, he would just do each of them separately. Cecil knew more than any of them about the magic power, so he left it to her to decide how the 3 of them would be connected, and she decided to get into the stream. While the room was filled with magic power, it was most concentrated in that stream, so since they will be doing it there, they can completely eliminate magic power consumption. Nagi asked about what the blindfold was for, and she explained that in order to transmit more magic power, they should give as much bare skin touching as possible, so the girls were completely. They hugged him tightly, and then he started the skill structure. First, his skill, second Cecil's, and last one was Rita's. Nagi told Rita to not move, but it was hard for her to do that since she got tingly when they reconnected. Rita informed Nagi that this was different from before. Nagi managed to rewrite their skills and took off the blindfold. Rita and Cecil fell and fainted in his arms. They would find out the effect after the girls woke up. Meanwhile, the demon girl was talking with Lord Count, and she mentioned that Lord Count should put the destroyed guild out of his mind. He asked if the information she gave to him was all accurate, and she approved. Letitia Malafeu and the party would certainly come. Lord Count stated that they had to teach Letitia that even if she was of noble blood, she would face punishment. The only thing Lord Count wanted was to make all of them his slaves and get entertainment from them. The demon girl knew that the enemy wasn't just gargoyles and wondered how Lord Count would cut through that. In the meantime, Nagi was waiting for the girls to wake up. Nagi and the girls slept there until morning and then hurried back in order to meet up with Letitia. They gave their belongings to her, and she noticed that Nagi's sword was broken, so she lent him her spare one. When she asked if he would be okay, he said that he had got a really good anti-gargoyle plan, so they would be fine. The demon girl appeared and told them to hurry up. She made a contract with Nagi to show the way to the tower. From Nagi's point of view, it was to keep an eye on someone she has to be cautious of, but from her point of view, it might be super naive, but she doesn't dislike it. Her main problem was Letitia. She didn't seem to think she could be able to fight while struggling with so many issues. They once again confirmed the map, checked their equipment and skills, and set out. They were able to reach their destination a little before sunset. Rita listened to the guardians through the bushes. She mentioned that the Commoners Guild fellows were fine either way. If they got the magic sword, they would be the saviors of the Commoners Guild. If they failed, they would tag along with the Nobles Guild and, in the worst case, run away. In the end, it was the Commoners Guild trainee guildmaster who instigated them. She was pretty eloquent, and she used guild's funds to get all brand new equipment. Letitia recalled a memory of Ina telling her how she wanted to do the best job she could as the guildmaster in order to protect their memories with Grandpa, Nias, and everyone. They got ready to attack. The demon girl was the one who would guard them, and she reminded Nagi to don't forget about the other contract. Rita asked what was it, but he avoided her. Rita and Letitia took the lead, and Cecil and Nagi brought up the rear. The rest of the plan was the same as they did when they defeated the Angel Guardian. The moment Letitia heard the Angel Guardian, she stopped them and asked if they really defeated the highest class of guardians. But Nagi ignored her question. The entrance was closed, and he needed to prioritize breaking through that place. He called Rita when he saw one of the gargoyles. Rita started singing to increase reaction speed with a song. The singing voice penetrated deep within her, and her body kept getting hot. She had gotten so fast that the gargoyle's movement seemed so slow. While Rita was fighting, Cecil backed her up with her arrow of inertia and defeated the monster. They moved to the next floor. The plan was to use Rita's unequaled singing to accelerate their movements to ensure their safety from being attacked. while Cecil prepared for her ancient language enchantment. And then Cecil would drain magic power with the arrow of inertia and render them motionless. It was quicker and safer to just rob them of their fuel, which was magic power, rather than reduce their endurance to 0. With this plan, they could reach their goal quicker and safer. On the next floor, they followed the same plan. Rita fought with the gargoyle while Cecil was preparing, but then the monster made an unexpected attack. So Nagi used the release delay art skill and saved Cecil. Then Cecil used her arrow of inertia and took down the monster. Letitia was speechless about the extraordinary miracle she was witnessing. While Nagi was explaining why the sword Letitia gave him broke, she couldn't stand straight and collapsed to the ground. Nagi got confused. She realized that she was the same as the nobles from the Nobles Guild, because seeing their power with her own eyes, she could only think of her own advantage. Using someone else's strength while staying back and protecting oneself was the same as all the other nobles. She was sure she was doing something because she couldn't accept how her father was currying favor with Count Regilta. Apparently, Ina's grandfather and her brother accepted her and convinced everyone to let her join the Commoners Guild. She wanted to protect them, but she didn't have that strength. Nagi explained that being powerless is not a bad thing, and even he gets saved by Cecil and Rita all the time. He thinks it is okay to seek out strength you can use and assistance you can get. He mentioned that Ina wanted to place this burden on her too. After comforting Letitia, they moved to the top floor to retrieve Aina's memory crystal. But suddenly, Tanaka appeared. Nagi didn't remember him and asked who he was, which made him even angrier than he was. Tanaka was holding the memory crystal and threatened to crush it. Cecil stepped aside and gave him a determined look. Tanaka stated that he wasn't scared of her while also trying to hide from her. Nagi tried to talk nicely to him and complimented his armor. Tanaka seemed to buy his compliment and showed him what his armor could do. He informed that the armor has been coated in magic power by a top mage, and it can take any number of flame arrows from Cecil. Nagi asked Tanaka if there was anything that bothered him here. However, since he came to this world, he finally felt appreciated for the first time, and there was nothing he felt bothered. And for him to remain as he was, they all had to die. Nagi interrupted him and told him that he was bothered by how there were no hairdryers in that world. He started to nag about how it was difficult for the girls to dry their hair. Tanaka asked if he was coming from the same world as he was, and he ignored his question and continued to talk about the charm of washing a girl's hair. Tanaka didn't seem to understand why he was talking about the girls, but all he was doing was to buy some time for Letitia to steal the memory crystal. Rita and Cecil were fighting with Tanaka while Nagi asked Letitia if she was okay. She was okay, and the crystal was also safe. Letitia offered to create the strongest party ever. He rendered steel gargoyles powerless, and he defeated Tanaka Kuga twice so no one would complain. They would be a real threat to the Nobles Guild. That seemed dangerous to Nagi. He didn't expect this offer from her, as she was the one saying she didn't want to depend on others' strength. Letitia then reminded him of his own words, and explained that she was just putting that into practice. While they were talking, Rita and Cecil thought that they looked like they were best friends from way back. Nagi complained that he didn't want any difficult thing like that, as his goal was to just earn money and live a lazy, slow life. Letitia asked the girls to say something too, but Cecil's race has abandoned that path long ago, and Rita prefers to lead a carefree life with Nagi and Cecil. Meanwhile, the demon girl recalled a memory of Nagi telling her in case they failed to retrieve the crystal. He wanted to commission her to steal it back, name her price, as long as it is something in his power. She then realized that Tanaka was lying on the floor unconsciously. Her contract with the Count was over, and she had no use for Tanaka anymore. She noticed the note on his head and read it. It was from Nagi saying that he left Tanaka in her care. The news of the memory crystal reached the Lord Count. He thought the forces he deployed were more than enough because there was no way Letitia could deal with all of them. But the most important thing that mattered was how he could report this news to the Count. While he was panicking, a guardian came and told him that the church was mistaken in investing him with power. He was incompetent, and when he failed, he always blamed others. Before power, he even bent the church doctrine. These words made him furious, and he tried to attack the guardian but got knocked down. Lord Count didn't understand how he got the audacity to do this to him. The guardian approached him and whispered that they were witnessing all of his heinous actions. The guardian removed the armor, and it was Rita who stated that they are the mystery portion of the 9 apocalypses. After finishing her business, she came back to meet Letitia. Rita asked if she also finished her business, and she explained that she thought she would get summoned by the Count, so she managed to feign innocence about everything. Rita mentioned that since she discovered a relic from the Church of Etulna that was used to steal Ina's memory, She came there to destroy it. She suspected something when she heard about the crystallization of memory. It was a shame that she used to belong to that church. Letitia heard rumors about the Church of Atulna that an outstanding head priestess who was supposed to come to Medicall was dismissed several days ago, and that she was a beautiful maiden with splendid golden hair and eyes like cherry blossoms. Rita smiled at her, and she realized that it was Rita who was dismissed from the church. She explained that she did this on her own and asked her to not tell Ina about it. Meanwhile, Ina woke up from her long sleep. When Rita and Letitia came back, they saw Nagi half-dressed trying to escape from Ina. Letitia scolded them, especially Nagi, because when she said Ina needed watching and left her in his care, that wasn't what she meant. Ina explained that it wasn't Nagi's fault and she was the one who wanted it. She heard from Nagi and Cecil that they helped Letitia to get back her memory, so even if it was a little, she wanted to repay their kindness with anything she could do. Letitia asked Nagi what happened, and he explained that she made him strip, took him to the bathroom to wash him, and threatened him that if he resisted, she would tie him up with a rope, so he ran away. Ina said that Nagi was so bashful, which made him surprised. The girls took Ina to help them to make some dinner while Letitia and Nagi were talking. Letitia asked what were he going to do from now on, and he responded by saying that they didn't have anything left in Medicall, so they would move on to Ilgafa next and look for work. Nagi mentioned that rather than looking for work, he would like to have a house that they can move into permanently, and he would love for it to have an actual bathroom for the girls to wash the sweat off easily. Letitia thought it was just idle talk to distract Tanaka, but it was actually a serious conversation. Nagi then asked what Letitia would do about next, since she got in the Count's way. She told him to not worry about that. The Count didn't have the provincial governor's permission to start with. He wouldn't want to raise a fuss and blow things up because it would only make their embarrassment public. The real problem was Ina's future. Nagi wondered what she would do after being robbed of the guildmaster's rights. The door knocked and a man came. Apparently it was the item shop owner who lent them that house. He wanted to thank Ina for taking care of the shop. Letitia arranged a job for her, and she was taking care of paperwork and reviewing accounts, also working the reception. Ina was so happy because normally she doesn't get thanked for her work. She mentioned that it was her first time sleeping so well after she started her job at the guild because her head was so clear and the work went smoothly. Nagi asked about her daily schedule at the guild. When she showed him her schedule, Nagi was frustrated. He couldn't believe she could do this much work and asked if she had any other staff, but they didn't have the money for it because they had to pay kickbacks to the Nobles Guild. Nagi told her that if she kept that up, she would have passed out soon. He asked Letitia why she didn't stop her, and she explained that she did try to stop her, but Ina kept insisting she wanted to continue the Commoners Guild no matter what, so she wanted to make her dream come true. All this time, Nagi thought it was all the Nobles Guild fault, but there was a problem in the Commoners Guild too. After eating dinner, Nagi thanked Ina for her work. Ina expressed that she was feeling strange because the Commoners Guild was gone, and she should feel bad, but instead she felt relieved. Nagi explained that he experienced something like that too when he quit his part-time job. Ever since Ina's little brother died, she was protecting the place that held memories of him, and she was thinking only of inheriting the management of the guild. She felt that if she did, then she would always be with her grandfather and brother. Nagi said that she was at her limit, and he thought that it was long past time she was released from the Commoners Guild. Nagi held her hand and told her that she had done everything possible. Everyone from the Commoners Guild will keep going on their own somehow, and from now on, she should live for herself. Ina wasn't sure if it was okay, but he comforted her and told her that if anyone complains, he would kick their ass. Ina couldn't hold her tears and started crying. She knew that Commoners Guild had changed, but she couldn't end it on her own. Nagi told her that even if the Commoners Guild was finished, she should search for what she wanted to do from now on, and he was sure Letitia could help her too. Letitia appeared in the room and approved him. She went back home, but she had some business there, so she returned. Letitia told Ina that she had done everything possible for the guild's sake and used up everything she had. Now it was time to listen to her advice. Letitia wanted to talk to Nagi. She thanked him for returning Ina's memory, and as a token of her gratitude, she transferred all rights to a house located in Ilgafa to Nagi. Nagi couldn't believe what he just heard, but it was real. She said that what he had done was worth at least that much, and she wanted to give him what he wished for as a reward for that. Before they made a contract, Letitia asked Ina what she would do after Nagi and the girls leave there, and she probably won't ever see them again. She was giving her house to someone else, but that person doesn't strike her as a good housekeeper, so she was worried if he would even clean it. The house was from Letitia's mother, so she wanted it to be kept clean, and Ina was good at housework, so she wondered if she could take care of her mother's keepsake. Nagi interrupted them and asked if she was nonchalantly talking about something that relates to him. He refused to make a contract because it was like Ina would become his slave. Letitia didn't see any problem with that, since it was only one more slave for him. Letitia asked if he understood that right now it was dangerous to take your eyes off Ina, and even if she wanted to be her guardian, she would be too soft on her, so she would rather Nagi take her on. Nagi tried to object to her again, but Ina interrupted and told him that she had the will. The last few days were filled with fun, and after being with Nagi and the girls, she wanted to become one of them. Nagi held her hand and accepted to have her as his slave, and they made a contract. The morning after he signed the contract with Ina and Letitia, he explained the details of the situation to Cecil and Rita. Letitia would be the one who guided them to the house in Ilgafa, so she told them to get ready by the time she got back. Nagi then told Ina and Cecil to take care of packing, and Cecil asked what they should do with the scroll they had found at the mage's mansion. While Nagi was thinking about what to do with the scroll, Rita informed him that they were selling something delicious at the stall and asked him to come with her. While they were on their way to shopping, Nagi asked why she said, "I knew it," when she heard Ina becoming his slave. Rita explained that Nagi was a dense person who wouldn't abandon someone who lost her place. Nagi thought she was giving him too much credit, but she reminded him that he chased after her and rescued her from the vice bishop. And then she explained that in this world you can't draw up a contract document so easily. And yet after signing the contract with him, Letitia then signed the contract with Ina. She pointed out the sentence that says once they exit the building, all property rights pass from Letitia to Nagi, which means that she planned to leave Ina to Nagi's care from the start. Nagi was a smart person, but also kind. He probably didn't feel any doubt toward Letitia, who had faith in him. Nagi realized that he was no match for the girls and stated that he would do his best to rise to the expectations. They arrived at a tailor shop, and Nagi told Rita that he brought her there as compensation since her hood got dirty during the fighting in the tower. A demon woman welcomed them and told Nagi that she had been waiting for him. The woman bowed and thanked Rita for helping her son on the way to Medicall. It was the woman who she saved. Rita explained that she got expelled from the church, so she shouldn't call her high priestess. Rita was glad that Nagi brought her there. While Rita was being measured, Nagi asked why the town was livelier than usual. Apparently, the Count's parade would take place soon, so everyone was in a festive mood. Supposedly, the Nobles Guild had taken over the search for the magic sword quest. Under the Lord Count's leadership, it will be carried out by the Nobles Guild, the Church of Atulna, and the former Commoners Guild. There was just one problem. He was forcing all of them to donate to organize the parade. Nagi and Rita seemed annoyed by this information. Suddenly, a guardian came into the store and asked the woman to prepare a room for the vice bishop. The boy tried to hide Nagi and Rita until they left, and Nagi fell on top of Rita while being under a desk. Nagi asked Rita to bear with it even though she might not enjoy it. Lord Count came into the shop yelling about the fact that there were people who could get into even the Count's palace. Then Nagi heard him mention the 9 apocalypses. After they all left, the boy told Nagi and Rita about it, and they came out. When Rita and Nagi came back from shopping, Nagi told everyone that they should go snatch the magic sword. They were all surprised, and Letitia asked why he was saying this all of a sudden. He wanted to tell that Count to pay for his parade out of his own pocket. He was furious, and told them that he wanted to prepare a nice surprise for that noble guild and the Count, and asked for the girls' help. After hearing that the Count has taken over the scramble for the magic sword quest that had been carried out by the Commoners Guild, and having taken charge of the remnants of the former Commoners Guild, adding support from the Nobles Guild and the Church of Atulna to them, headed to the bottom floor of dungeon in order to capture the magic sword. They came to that dungeon entrance on the side of a mountain with the purpose of beating the Count to the acquisition of the magic sword. They all looked around, and Nagi noticed that they didn't post any lookouts. They were probably thinking no one would come there. Letitia wanted to ask Nagi just in case if he failed to get the magic sword. What did he plan to do? Nagi told her they could do nothing but go back. After checking their weapons and bags, Nagi asked everyone if they were ready and told them he'd like to leave the Count and his cronies foaming at the mouth. While Nagi agreed that they should send a message to the Count, they were planning to go to the bottom floor to get the magic sword. Cecil asked Nagi if he was going to use the magic sword summon scroll, and he indeed was planning to use it. They found something they found at the mage's mansion during their giant bat extermination quest, which was a magic sword summon scroll for calling the magic sword. The mage that lived there conducted research on the magic sword, and that was the result of that research. That was what the angel guardian was defending in the secret room. Letitia wanted Cecil to explain the plan. First, the place of summoning must be as close as possible to the magic sword. Cecil told them the magic sword scroll opens a gate and calls the magic sword nearby, but the conditions for it were pretty strict. Second, the place of summoning must be overflowing with plenty of magic power. Third, the scroll reader's magic power capacity must be sufficient. Nagi thought that was why it was unlikely there'd be anyone who could misuse that scroll since such enormous magic power is required. Only demon kind would be able to use that. Besides, he thought at that time, the only survivor of the demon race was Cecil. They should have left that alone, but given this occasion, they might as well acquire that. Ina found it surprising to think there was still something so valuable at that mansion, because Nagi, after his quest, reported that there was nothing left. After Ina, Letitia asked her if that scroll was genuine and what was his basis for saying nothing left. Nagi said that since it was written in a peculiar language, maybe it got overlooked. After him, Cecil told them it was something that they wouldn't understand unless they were a specialized mage. Letitia told them she just happened to have that specialty, so she was able to discover it. However, Cecil had confirmed the spell that was written in the scroll, and it was genuine. Then they all stared at each other. Nagi told the mage was actually a demon, the same race as Cecil, so she could read it, and they couldn't tell them that magic sword was summoned for demon kind. Now it was time to talk about conquering the dungeon. Letitia said that it was a place abundant in magic power that was near the coordinates of the magic sword. There was a spring with magic power welling up in several places on the dungeon's 3rd floor. During a prior investigation, Letitia learned through magic detection that one of them was nearly right above the location of the magic sword. Ania said that the magic sword response came from the bottom floor, around the southeast. Nagi said that the 3rd floor spring was found in 3 places. In that case, the one that was closest to the sword's coordinates was the inside-most one. Letitia learned it back when she looked through the reference materials at the Commoners Guild. Nagi said that if it was only the 3rd floor, they could get there before the company made their move, and told Letitia the most important thing for him was for everyone to get to the next town safely. He was thinking if it got dangerous, they were retreating, and if it got to be a pain in the ass, they were leaving. Letitia understood and told him that he was one of those rather than a crusader for justice. He was just a simple soul who liked to help people. Rita said that just today's trip was due to her own whim, so she had an idea to leave Letitia out. However, Letitia thought she owed her a lot, so she had to help at least that much. Letitia thought of them as comrades in arms who fought beside her as friends. As a friend, it was only natural for her to try to help a friend. Nagi agreed, and they shook hands and got to work. Ina was in the vanguard, Rita and Letitia in support, and Cecil and Nagi would bring up the rear. They would proceed through the 1st and 2nd floors in that formation. After everybody understood everything, Nagi said that the monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors were relatively weak. He thought they should have broken through there quickly to converse their fighting strength for the 3rd floor. He sent Ina and told them that they would support them in taking care of any enemies that slipped through them. They encountered lots of giant toad, but Ina took a broom and sent the monsters flying with one sweep of the broom. Ina said that because Nagi let her see a task over from the Commoners Guild through to the end, she was the one who asked him to let her do the work. Cecil said that Nagi gave her a chance to resolve a doubt left behind by someone of Cecil's race, so Cecil would do her best. Letitia said that she came there just because she was pissed at the Count, and the Church of Atulna, and the nobles. She said that it wasn't for Aina or Cecil. Nagi told her it was too late for her to be acting unconcerned. For Nagi, that wasn't true. Letitia knew the danger, and yet she helped to get Aina's memory back. She was concerned for Aina and supported her, and she basically enjoyed that. Letitia had never seen Aina like this before. She cleaned up all the monsters with that broom. This ability was installed in Aina. For Letitia, Nagi was using strange skills as usual. In order to speed up the advance through the dungeon, he made a skill to drive the enemies off rather than attack them. Rita said that even monsters didn't want to fight anyone with such a bizarre skill. Letitia thought the whole concept of conquering a dungeon was getting thrown out the window. Ina told Nagi she was fulfilled now, and told him that up till then, she had only accepted as a backup for the adventurers. It made her feel so good to use herself for the sake of someone important to her. She told Nagi to use her body and soul, and let her serve him, and she said all of her belonged to Nagi. She whispered in his ear whatever he did to her. Without exception, she would think of it as a reward. It was as if some kind of a dangerous switch got flipped in her. It felt as if Ina's eyes were glowing mysteriously. Later on, they made it to the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins. The monsters that dwell on that floor are goblins. They weren't strong, but there were many of them. Rita tried to take care of them, but apparently it doesn't work on goblins. That was a patrol, and once they realized their comrades had been defeated, they formed a swarm and came to attack. Nagi told Cecil to get ready and picked her up. Nagi activated his skill structure to not make a new skill in order to join his and Cecil's magic power together. Monster Sweep didn't work on goblins, and in that case, Cecil's magic was very much suited for clearing out an area infested with numerous goblins. However, ancient magic consumes a ridiculous amount of mana, and it is pointless to consume it all now, so that none will be left for the magic sword summon. In order for that not to happen, he will serve as Cecil's external battery and raise Cecil's mana supply. It was the ultimate technique connected with his unique skill structure skill that was only possible between him and his slaves. Nagi then informed the others that in time with Cecil's spell, they were going to rush out at once. Rita told him to leave the defense to them and concentrate on magic. They started attacking, and Nagi informed Rita and Letitia that they were released once they entered that large hall. Cecil used her flame arrows, and they started running to the hall. Once they passed the hall, there would be a passage to the magic power spring that they were ahead of, and once they entered it, the high concentration of magic power in it would not let the goblins come near. Before they entered it, he noticed that he was getting weaker. Cecil threw her one last flame arrow, and they closed the door. Nagi got super tired in just an instant. He asked Cecil if she was okay. She was fine and happy that she accepted mana from Nagi. He then asked Rita, and she told him that all she did was run, so she was fine with an attitude. Letitia told Nagi to wrap up the lovers' quarrel for now and get that magic sword. Letitia and Anna continued to keep watch while Cecil scanned her surroundings. There was even a pool of mana that Cecil found it amazing. She got a feeling that was just like the magic power she felt at the mage's mansion. They knew what they needed to do, which was using the magic sword summon scroll to summon the magic sword, Reginablus. If they can summon it, they'll just put it in a bag and seal it under the mage's mansion, and if they can't, they will leave it alone and leave. Cecil started her ancient language chanting, and the magic sword slowly came up. Just in case, she cast an arrow of inertia. He put it in a bag, and while telling Cecil to put the sword away and head out, the sword magically appeared in his hand. Suddenly feeling out of control of his body, he fell on Cecil. Against his will, he began to touch her private parts. Cecil didn't know what to do and told him that he should give herself some time, but Nagi couldn't stop himself. Rita entered the room and saw their position. Nagi told Rita to grab him and push him away. Letitia and Anna also came, and he shouted at them to stay away from him since he couldn't control his movements. Suddenly, they heard a voice telling him they were the ones Master Nagi had chosen. A girl with ponytails appeared and introduced herself as the magic sword, Reginablus, and acknowledged Nagi as her master. The girl told him that he had the ideal capacity to become a king, but he denied it and told her that he wasn't like that. She explained that all her masters up till now said the same words, all the ones that she guided to becoming kings. Even if he had no such intentions, it was said that heroes were lustful. There were many of those lustful fellows who were not heroes, but most of those who had outstanding talents also lusted. If he were a supreme hero, nothing bad would befall him from laying his hands on women, but those who aren't heroes end up branded as criminals. Nagi managed to ignore his shame and tried to explain that all he did was rip their clothes off and push them down, but that was merely the result of using the magic sword's power. She was a magic sword that came from another world, and she had been called in order to create a hero, and she chose Nagi. Nagi told him that it wasn't like she needed him specifically, and offered to choose some lecher from the Count and his posse. She told him that she had already chosen him, and it didn't matter what he wanted. Besides, there was one thing he misunderstood. She doesn't act indiscriminately without any need to who she chooses. As she said before, heroes were lustful, and on the flip side, those heroes were forgiven for their lustful ways. And indeed, no one judged them even if they impregnated numerous women. On the contrary, they were urged to become kings. She mentioned that he has more potential than even the heroes, and he already built up a quiet harem even without her power. Once he makes a contract with her and wields that magic sword, her power to control people's minds will be liberated completely. Nagi was thinking the controlling people's minds part. She told him that in her current state, all she could do was sneak into a crack in the mind and take control of the body. She mentioned that the daily lives of people would be entirely at his whim, and all the previous conventions and promises were nothing but scrap paper to him, which made him recall a memory of his mother promising to come get him. He told her that he won't rule over anyone, and he decided to live a free, easy life. She didn't stop trying to convince him, but Ina stopped her by saying Nagi would not become that kind of a person. The girl asked Ina if she really thought that stripping in advance would stop her from ending up like those people. That has nothing to do with it because Ina was Nagi's big sister. She hugged Nagi and said that she would protect him just like he protected her. After Nagi was back to his usual self, he asked Reginoblus to become his slave. Reginoblus thought Nagi was a fool to think that because she had had plenty of masters who thought the same thing, and she simply used her mind control and made them forget that they had the ring of contract. However, when Nagi activated his skill structure and used Ina's skill, he didn't hold anything back and injected the magic power into Reginoblus's body. He told her that he remembered something unpleasant because of her, and he was angry. She apologized and asked for his forgiveness while trembling. Aina warned Nagi that she shouldn't be mean to girls, and as his older sister, she can't approve. Aina then embraced Reginopolis and told her that if she felt bad, she should come to hug her. Reginopolis told her that she was a magic sword and shouldn't be on the same level as humans, but Aina didn't listen to her and told her that with a collar she received from Nagi, she was one of them. Nagi executed the skill structure while Aina and Reginopolis were trembling and sweating, and the process was done. He can now mix and match his skills and those of his slaves to create new skills. He noticed Letitia's face was so red and asked the reason, and she scolded him. Nagi wondered what the connection was between Reginopolis's mind domination skill and causing all those nasty things. Reginopolis explained that she loves to cherish those who love each other and live in harmony, especially heroes. If someone isn't fit to be her master, she leads them into destruction, but only the ones who don't treat women well. Nagi thought he should seal her in the mage's mansion. He then noticed that Cecil had been looking like she was in a good mood, and she approved him. Apparently, she had figured out some things about that mage who had the scroll. At least she knew that he loved humans, and in the end, Macon didn't hurt her or Rita. Nagi thought it was worth coming there since Cecil finally accepted herself. When they were about to go home, Rita informed Nagi that she could smell people other than them. Nagi also noticed the lookouts, and Rita threw a rock at them and asked who they were. The demon girl who helped them to get Ina's memory crystal was there, and she greeted Nagi. Nagi asked if she needed something from them. Since it probably wasn't anything good, Cecil started using her flame arrows and attacked them. Rita also prepared to punch them, but one of them held her leg and threw her. Reginopolis told Nagi to use her, but he couldn't trust her. The enemies seemed very strong, and Nagi did not want his minions to be harmed. He swung the sword without taking it out of its sheath and tried to attack, but it was insufficient because the demon girl's squad consisted of 5 humans and 24 creatures. At that moment, slime surrounded them. Reginopolis insisted on using her, stating that slimes were creatures to be taken seriously. Nagi left them to her, and after the only one who left was the demon girl. He offered to let her go if she returned to the Count and said she hadn't seen anything there. She refused his offer because the Count had nothing to do with them. To begin with, they didn't have a contract anymore. Nagi asked why she came here, and those soldiers who were with her were the Count's flunkies. She said that they were indeed on the lookout there, but it was for Letitia. Apparently they had been following her ever since she left the town, and she incapacitated them for Letitia, so she would like some gratitude in return. For Nagi, that didn't prove that she wasn't with them, and she was still dangerous to them. She took out the note Nagi left her, and said that as was written there, Tanaka Kuga was in her custody, and she also broke all contracts. She wanted him to make a contract with her. She won't tell the Count what he did in that town for the sake of woman, including the matter with Kuga. In exchange, she asked him to let them pass from here and swear it in the name of the god of contract. It was only natural if he opposed the nobles in that town. Nagi still didn't seem to understand what she wanted, so she licked his face to say that she hadn't given up on him, and they would continue at the next opportunity. From what the Kijin girl said, it appeared that they didn't need to worry about any pursuit from the Count. In order to head to the next town, they decided to proceed slowly while resting. Nagi wanted to check their skills while they had the chance. Nagi, Cecil, Rita, Aina, and even just in case, Reginopolis got their skills checked. Nagi asked Regina if would she be detected by search magic. She replied by saying that since she lost her previous skills, even the surges of her magic power have changed, so she will most likely not be detected. Nagi once again stated that he was pleased to meet her and thanked her for her help. She asked if he would take her along too, and he explained that she was his slave, so he can't just leave her behind. Besides, he actually wanted a pretty sturdy sword. Letitia and Aina were watching them, and Letitia stated that Nagi was not honest with his feelings. Aina teased her by saying she was no better than him. For now, Nagi asked her to tell them about what was on the way to the harbor town of Ilgafa. Meanwhile, the demon girl's commoners asked if she was sane making a contract with Nagi, because she could find a boy like that anywhere. Kijin girl explained that he might seem like someone commonplace, but he may turn out to be a hero or something like that. In the next scene, they were on their way to the Ilgafa, and Nagi found a skill crystal. Rita told him that he should wash it off with clean water, and that once it was purified, it would be his. Nagi then asked Reggie if she was okay. Reggie didn't seem pleasant, and he explained that it was because she was making sexually harassing remarks to Rita over and over on that journey. She explained that she liked cute girls, so she couldn't help it. Nagi had her change her former shape to a simple katana since she would stand out too much looking like a real magic sword. Nagi then apologized to Rita for not being able to stop her, and she stuttered some things about being ready to receive affection and what they could play. Reggie defended herself by saying that it was because she also wanted to be intimate with Nagi. There was a reason why Rita, Reggie, and Nagi were walking along a road. After they checked everyone's skills, it was night already. Letitia and Nagi talked about what would happen from now on. The harbor town of Ilgafa that they were headed to was a really special town. The harbor town of Ilgafa was ruled by the noble Hafumea family. It was a port for most of sea transportation and trade, and played a role as an essential location. The town was under the protection of Sea Dragon Kirkadil, which was the only difference from other cities that conducted trade. The Sea Dragon Kirkadil was one type of dragon that lived in the sea, and it made a contract with the people of Ilgafa. While shrine maidens held a proper festival, the Sea Dragon would protect their ships, and because of that, there were few attacks on Ilgafa's boats by monsters. Nagi asked why did the Sea Dragon made a contract with the people of Ilgafa, and before Letitia explained the reason, Aina called for Nagi to say that Cecil had a terrible fever. Letitia and Aina took Cecil to Ricerda, and the rest would follow them later. They found a graveyard, and Nagi asked if it was possible that corpses could become undead. Rita didn't think it was possible for those who were properly buried. Even those that weren't don't become undead easily. She was sure they were protected by the statue of the goddess of Saul's repose and monster warding. But if the statue is broken, then it is a problem. Although it does look broken, she said it was okay as long as there isn't a necromancer about. Nagi pointed at something and asked if it was something like that. Numerous ghosts appeared, and Rita told Nagi that if he got touched by them, his life energy would get drained. They noticed that the necromancer kidnapped a girl, and the girl's bodyguards were being attacked by the ghost. Nagi thought about what he should do, but Rita was already ready to attack. She wanted Nagi to allow her to rescue that girl, and he did. They underestimated Rita's power, but Rita expelled ghosts with one fist. A holy power punch from a former head priestess of the Church of Atolna was perfect against ghosts. Rita was pretty mad because for her, cute little girls were to be exalted just for existing. Reggie mentioned that Rita and she has matching taste. Necromancer explained that the creator had given him a mission to carry out, and he would make the delivery date. He asked who she was, and Rita said that they were just some cheat characters and their master passing by, while also attacking him. Nagi told Rita to work on exorcising the ghosts, and he would take care of that guy somehow. Nagi attacked with his sword, and noticed that the thing he wanted to try was working. He met sword with sword, but Reggie felt no shock. The plan was to combine the skill he recently picked up from a goblin and a skill he got from Ain. Reggie knew that he wouldn't bring an enemy down just by washing away, but that is why he converted the energy that he washed away into his attack power. With that, he could attack immediately after defending. Before he made his last attack, Nagi told him that he said he would erase witnesses, so he wouldn't complain if the same was done to him. The girl barely saw Nagi, who saved him, and thought about the last thing she remembered, which was the legend of the sea dragon. Nagi and Rita finally made it to the Ricerda, and they ran into Letitia, who was worried because they took longer than she expected. Rita asked how was Cecil doing, and she explained that Ain was with her and she was resting. They did their best to find a quiet inn and took 2 adjoining corner rooms, so coming and going should be easy too. Letitia, Cecil, and Ain were staying in one room, and Nagi and Rita took the other room. Ain was waiting for Nagi. He asked how Cecil was doing, and she informed him that she still had a fever, even though Cecil said this often happens with her tribe. Nagi was sorry for not taking good care of Cecil, and felt a failure as her master. Meanwhile, Rita was in their room trying to stay calm about the fact that she was staying in the room with Nagi. She contemplated what to do if Nagi wanted to do something to her, knowing she couldn't refuse. Nagi walked in and asked what she couldn't refuse, but she didn't seem to notice that he was in the room. When she realized that Nagi was there, her face turned red and asked why he was there, and he mentioned that he was also staying in that room. Apparently that wasn't what Rita meant, but he ignored her and asked if she could go shopping with him. He explained that his people loved hot springs, and apparently this town they were staying in was famous for its hot springs, so he wanted to go do some shopping. Rita mentioned that he was so kind, but he said it was just a custom from his homeland, and besides, he can brag CCs who can't get into a bath. They went outside, and Nagi thought they could map out all the hot springs while they were shopping. Not so much later, a girl with a maid costume stopped them. The girl's name was Matilda, and she served the Hadumaya family that rules over Ilgafa, and she wanted to borrow some of Nagi's time. Apparently, the girl they happened to rescue was from the house of Hafumaya, and the maid came there to pick Nagi up. Before he left, Letitia gave him a letter, and he gave it to the Iris Hafumaya. She mentioned that there was a distant relation between their house and the house of the Viscount of Malafiu. Iris stated that she was deeply grateful for the rescue when she was in peril. Nagi explained that they just happened to be passing by, and they just helped her and her bodyguards. They heard they had been attacked by the undead, but all they saw was the wreckage of some armor lying on the road. Actually, they didn't know what it was because after it was defeated, everything other than the armor melted into slush, and Rita said it wasn't a ghost or a monster. Iris asked who defeated that thing if they weren't, and he said it must have been a Good Samaritan passing by. Iris thought an intrepid person like Nagi might have heard of the Good Samaritan hero, who held a sword that could expand and contract. But Nagi said he wouldn't know about anyone he hadn't met before, while thinking nobles fishing for answers were scary even if they were children. Iris wanted to meet that person to reward him quite handsomely. Nagi mentioned that if they save someone and then don't come forward about it, they must have a good reason. She was smart, so Nagi was told to be careful. Iris came closer to Rita and asked if she happened to see anything other than what Nagi said. Rita said that she saw nothing, but she insisted on her question. She told Rita that she just wanted that hero who protected her from the spirits and the dead to squeeze her cheeks and to hug her tight. Rita's face turned red, but she managed to repeat that she didn't see anything. Iris gave up and wanted to reward them since they helped her. Nagi had 2 requests. First, if she happens to have housework-type common skills, she could grant them some. When it comes to a lord's household, he was sure there were always spare skills held in reserve, and he happened to need some skills for his slaves. The other one was to lend him any books about Ilgafa's history and folklore. She asked him if he was okay with just that, and he explained that he came from an island country orient, so his knowledge of things here was lacking. That is why he wanted to learn about Ilgafa as much as possible. She wondered why he was interested in Ilgafa, and Nagi said the young lady Malafiu, who wrote that introduction letter, had granted him her house in Ilgafa, and he was headed there in order to take up residence in it. Iris is surprised that the daughter of Viscount Malafiu gave him a house and relied upon him. Nagi repeated that they just stumbled into rescuing Iris while on their way, and even being invited in here was a reward for him. Iris told Matilda that while they are staying in Richarda, she is lending to Nagi's party a spare mansion her family has there. Matilda was shocked by her decision, but since some of their companions weren't feeling well, they could recover well in one of those mansions that they keep for rest. She looked at Nagi and stated that he was really interesting, and her curiosity about him ran deep. When they returned, Nagi told Letitia that they were supposed to move from that inn to a house owned by Hafumeya. Letitia didn't understand what he was saying, and he mentioned that she just lent it to them out of the blue. Rita was giggling and blushing while saying how cute Iris was. They both backed safely, which means they didn't do anything rude, but for some reason, there was unease piercing in her heart. Meanwhile, at Iris's place, Matilda was expressing how wrong her decision was. She reminded Iris that she has her own duties. She had work entrusted to her by the Lord Ruler, and her work as the Sea Dragon's maiden. Matilda slams the door after telling her she will report that matter to the Lord Ruler. Iris was overwhelmed and frustrated by the fact that she wasn't even allowed to visit her mother's grave. It wasn't like she became the Sea Dragon's maiden because she wanted to either. On the following day, Nagi and his party were taken to the new house by carriage. The house came with a water well, a kitchen, and a bath. Also, it has as many rooms as they have. Anna promised to take care of Cecil until she had enough of her. Nagi gave Anna a dirty water-increased skill and explained that he created this skill accidentally, but he thought it might be useful in cleaning. It still isn't quite clear how to use it, but he thought Anna should give it. Nagi sat next to the bed Cecil was resting and started resting about the Sea Dragon. Apparently, the Sea Dragon has made a contract with the people of Ilgafa after the Sea Dragon's daughter and a human boy fell in love. According to Letitia, Ilgafa's ships were indeed said to be protected by the Sea Dragon. While he was reading about spirit betrothal and spirit link, Cecil woke up and called his name. Nagi immediately asked how she was feeling and if she needed any water. Cece stated that she was okay now and she would start moving tomorrow. She mentioned that she can't calmly lie about her illness. Once they reached their house and asked Cecil about what was going on, they found out that the fever was a sign of a demon becoming an adult, which is why they couldn't call a doctor since she didn't want to be found out as a demon. They had to wait for healing to take its course. Letitia and Anna entered the room with some sweet pears she boiled, and Letitia offered to get a healer dispatched from a free clinic. Cecil started crying and couldn't hide it anymore, and they told Anna and Letitia that Cecil was actually the last survivor of the extinct demon race and the main reason for her fever. Anna heard from her grandpa that even though demons had red eyes and brown skin, they secretly lived, hiding among humans. Letitia also thought that Cecil's magic was so strong because of Nagi, but it was actually her own capacity. Additionally, they both seemed relieved since Cecil's fever wasn't an illness. Cecil asked, how are they okay with her being a survivor of the abhorrent demon kind? She always hid her identity and thought they would get angry with her and feel disgusted. Letitia and Anna looked at each other, and Letitia explained that she was disappointed because she trusted them that little. Rather than some legend of demon kind left begin by parties unknown, she trusted a kind-hearted girl who saved those precious for her. Cecil couldn't stop crying and thanked them for being so understanding. Nagi wanted to confess his secret too, and told them that he was a visitor who came from another world. Anna found that amazing, while Letitia said they shouldn't be surprised by anything from Nagi. Their current priority was Cecil's recovery, and once they were past that, Letitia took her time and was surprised. Nagi got a sudden flash of inspiration and told Cecil that there was a way to make her recover at once. Later on, Iris was in her library thinking about what Letitia said. Matilda came into the room and asked her to do today's duty, which was looking over the documents and settling the accounts. Iris asked about the matter that she was going to visit their injured soldiers, and Matilda said that there was no time for that, since that was a crucial period of time before the festival, and she should concentrate on preparing for it. She insisted on seeing the soldiers since they fought for her, but her words made Matilda angry. She reminded Iris that her employer was the Lord Ruler and not her, and Lord's command was her priority. Even those adventurers she was about to call because of her publicly saying that she wanted to thank those who saved her on her honor as one of Ilgafa's ruling family. She had no choice but to permit it. Iris tried to defend herself, but it was pointless since Matilda thought her matters were petty. Iris told her to leave and that she would do the work she mentioned. After Matilda left, another maid came and brought the research materials she asked for. When she was getting some tea from another maid, she dropped the tray and told her that she would bring something to wipe that with at once. Iris rolled up her sleeves and her arm was scaly like a fish. She had to study for the festival, so she started looking up the books but couldn't focus on anything, and fell asleep on the couch while thinking if the ritual could have ended at just one, it wouldn't have turned into that giant mess. Meanwhile, a man was unsatisfied trying to create something stronger in an old lodge. The man intended to be known by a certain person and make his comeback as a hero, and apparently the sea dragon maiden Iris was the cornerstone of that. While at the Iris's mansion, Nagi asked Cecil to get married, which made everyone shocked. Cecil didn't understand the reason for his proposal. Nagi explained that even being engaged would be fine. Letitia and Anna seemed so confused and told him that he should wait for her to get better, and he shouldn't ignore the TPO, which means type, place, and occasion. Nagi wanted to clear things up. According to the book he borrowed from Iris, the Sea Dragon's maiden and the hero had performed a ritual to tie their souls together, so that their mutual destiny would continue even if they were reincarnated. He explained that they might be able to get the huge recovery effects from the Spirit Link betrothal ritual they used to do. From what Letitia said, Sea Dragon's divine protection of Ilgafa actually exists, and that is why they can probably do something like that legendary ritual. Letitia mentioned that it became a legend exactly because the exact method and process haven't been passed down. At that point, there was no one who could pass on the ritual to him. It seemed pretty unlikely that he and Cecil would be able to pull it off. Cecil asked Nagi why he thought they would be able to do it together. Nagi told her that it was just a feeling since they had been doing things like that the whole time. They might even awaken new skills by doing the ritual. Cecil understood his purpose and felt reassured now. Nagi wouldn't force her to do anything she doesn't want to do either. Cecil expressed that she wants to be by Nagi's side for eternity, no matter what it looks like. Letitia and Anna took off and left them with some privacy. Cecil lay down and Nagi put his hand on her chest to start the process. Before he started, Cecil wanted to change the position since she wasn't feeling comfortable. She decided to sit very close to his lap. Nagi mentioned that they won't be using skill structure since that was just health treatment so she could relax. He explained that his plan was to try to move their joined magical power and make it into one. He pulled out the power, and just as he thought, their souls were coming together like a circle. Cecil informed him that she was feeling weirdly comfortable, and it felt like he was soaking into her body rather than entering into her. She felt like she had gotten in the bath together with Nagi and was relaxing. She felt like the place Nagi was touching got electricity running through, and Nagi felt the exact same thing. Nagi knew that it was possible for their souls to resonate. Nagi said some words similar to marriage vows and finished the engaging process. Cecil's fever was coming down and her breathing was calming down too, so he took that as a success. However, he noticed that the side effects would be serious, and he asked Cecil if she was feeling okay. Cecil explained that the pain and the fatigue were gone. The conditions for engagement were that the partners were connected deeply. In order to be connected deeply, their souls must resonate with one another. If their souls don't know everything about the other, resonance isn't possible. It must be a difficult thing. Cecil felt a little bit embarrassed since they stopped the ritual in the middle last time. It was the festival when, by the power of the god of contracts, a slave could willingly make an eternal master-slave contract with her master. Nagi said that if they were reincarnated into our world without master-slave contract, he might not be able to meet Cecil again. Cecil was happy to see that Nagi had been thinking so far ahead for her sake. Suddenly, Letitia came into the room with Reggie in her hand, while Reggie was complaining about him not letting her see the nasty things they had been doing with Cecil. Letitia apologized for not being able to stop Reggie. Nagi fudged her question and promised to buy some candy later. Rita and Ina also came into the room and congratulated them on their engagement. Cecil suggested they engage with Nagi, which made them shocked. Because of Cecil's offer, Rita shut herself up in her room on the second floor. Ina declined by saying it was still a little early. Because of that, the still recovering Cecil took the day off while Aina was taking care of her. Nagi, Letitia, and Reggie came to the Adventurers Guild and noticed that there were requests even in a small town like that. Rather than requests, it was more like a do-anything shop. Nagi asked the shop owner about the black armor and the owner approved him. Apparently, it comes out of nowhere in the middle of the night and wanders around. The man mentioned that they don't do anything much, but they were creepy, and since their numbers are going up, everyone was scared. There are even some who are coming out and saying that it might be the Demon Lord's work. The maid girl who was also with them asked Letitia if the information the man gave them was true, and mentioned that she heard Medical's Commoners Guild was broken up and absorbed into the Nobles Guild, and that even all the guild's belongings got taken too. Reggie mentioned the maid-owning lady was pretty popular. Letitia apologized for not getting in contact with her. She wanted to give her recommendations for dating spots. Nagi thought the talk between the two girls seemed fun. Now that they had finished Letitia's errands, she wanted to show them around town since she had been there many times before. Nagi was looking to see the town by someone who knew the place well, because they will leave this town as soon as Cecil fully recovered. Letitia wondered why he was in such a rush to leave the town. Nagi told her that there was some issue with Iris, and told Letitia about how when he was called to Miss Iris' mansion, he told them that he was just passing by and helped Iris when he found them collapsed. But Iris had actually known that Rita and Nagi had beaten the black armor and the ghosts. Nagi realized it was obvious that he was covering up the truth. Letitia stated that it was normal for adventurers to ask for a reasonable reward, and she knew that Nagi was that kind of a person. But others weren't like that. However, Nagi wanted to leave that town before they drew any more attention. Letitia tried to comfort him by saying there was nothing they could do about what had already happened. She suggested he get the backing of some influential people since he was going to live in Ilgafa from now on. But that was exactly what he didn't want to happen. Reggie thought their conversation was so boring. When Letitia insisted on her idea, Nagi raised his voice and told her that he wanted to work only jobs that he liked, save up money, and live a quiet life while lazing around. Letitia gave up, and they continued to wander around the town. The hot spring town's famous spot that Letitia was guiding them to was apparently a part of the city walls on a rocky hill in the northeast corner. There was a big crack in the walls from which the hot springs poured out. Springs like that were all over the town, but since that one was found by a legendary sage, it became an important feature of the could use freely. They made it to the starting place of the hot spring city. Letitia explained that the sage who founded that hot spring city wished I want to prevent anyone from getting sick. To the heavenly dragon, what he found after that was this hot spring, while the good fountains were bought up by the nobles and merchants. That place became a public facility according to the sage's wishes. People who live in the town can use that for free, but they have come as tourists, so they can pay a fee, pick up wooden tags, and use it too. While Letitia was talking, Reggie interrupted her and asked about the food bath. Reggie found the bath very hot, and Letitia told her to just use it. Nagi then wanted to know more about the hot springs while they used the foot bath, and Letitia questioned his interest in that topic. Nagi found it very exciting about the stories of the legendary sage and heavenly dragon. Letitia agreed to tell him more, but before that, she advised him to not get carried away. But he knew that. Reggie was sick of them talking about serious things in their day off, and they all started to enjoy the foot bath. Foot bath felt like all the tiredness of their feet was being sucked out, and they all seemed very relaxed. Nagi asked if Reggie could feel it with that body. Reggie explained that she could feel the body even though she was from another world. Since it felt that good, she should have begged the kings of old for this, she thought. Nagi asked if she didn't know about this, and she explained that most of her time was spent stuck in a treasure chest. There was a king who liked to gather princesses in his bathtub. It felt pretty sluggish, and didn't make her feel noble at all, so she thought that going to bath was something tiring. Letitia started to tell them about the legend of the reconciliation sage that the foot bath has spread far and wide.
Apparently, hundreds of years ago, the sage who founded that hot spring was tired of fighting as a hero in the long, unending war. However, the contract he made did not allow him to rest, so he thought that he would tell everyone that the hot spring is able to heal their fatigue, and in the end, he would be able to laze around. He wandered everywhere, and finally, by the time he finished digging this spring with magic, the sage was elderly and weak, and in no condition to soak his body in the baths. They made a foot bath to fulfill the sage's dreams, and apparently, while he was soaking his feet, he attained great peace. Sage's last words weren't figured by anyone even to this day. Apparently, his last words were about the thighs of women in uniform, which made Nagi realize that he was definitely from another world. Letitia told Nagi that right after that, she was going to have to catch a carriage back to Medicall. She wanted to tell him earlier, but time flew by and she kept delaying and delaying it. Nagi totally forgot the fact that Letitia was the lady of the Viscount's family, and she was a noble with responsibilities. He mentioned that if he had known that she was leaving, he would have tried to learn swordsmanship from her, even though he was an adventurer. He had no skill with the sword. Nagi then wanted to give her a good luck charm, which was a cheat skill. However, Letitia thinks that he is about to make her his slave, but he explains that not everyone who receives his cheat skills has to become a slave. Even though it was a cheat skill, they wouldn't have to restructure her, so he was thinking about giving her something he made specially, but he still wanted to give her a skill she could use as a good luck charm. It probably won't be as super rare as if he did restrict with a slave. Letitia didn't mind that. After all, to her, there was no good luck charm more powerful than the ones given to her by the friends she loved, so she would like to receive it with pleasure. She immediately thought the skills would not be useful when Nagi brought up an egg cooking skill. He also gave her a shield scramble skill and a counter-reg skill. Suddenly, a woman was being robbed and asked for help. Letitia couldn't ignore a noble who was in trouble, so she grabbed something to use it as a shield and activated her shield scramble skill. She defeated the thief with one move and headed to the road. Nagi and Reggie went back home and gave the news. Cecil was upset and Rita felt annoyed. She wondered why didn't she tell them and acted so distant lately. Anna was sure that they would definitely see each other again soon. Nagi informed them that she would come once she settled her errands. Since Cecil has recovered well, the only thing left is to go to their home in Ilgafa. They were all excited to go to their home, and Nagi wondered if that was what family felt like. He had been by himself ever since he was abandoned. They all lost their usual life and were alone, and the fact that people like them could be gathered together would make him think all over again that there was some destiny at work. They were only one more day's travel from Ilgafa, but Nagi told them to keep their guard up because monsters could still come out after all. Suddenly, Rita took out her sword and felt that there were many people in armor outside. Nagi didn't think the people were coming there for any good reason, but he stayed calm and told the girls that if they came, he would greet them. He told Rita to pick up Reggie from her room and the door knocked. It was the soldiers serving in Iris's personal command. Nagi smiled and asked them what would they want at this time of the night, and requested them to be quiet since one of his companions wasn't feeling well. The soldier told him that they had an urgent matter. Meanwhile, in Anna's room, Anna asked Cecil if she could prepare to use her magic just in case something happened. The soldiers told Nagi to leave the town immediately before dawn. Nagi asked if they could at least wait one day, but the soldier told him that that was an absolutely reasonable caution to take so that Arid would not be attacked again. He wondered if that was something Iris asked for, but apparently it wasn't. The Lord Ruler has left all things regarding Iris in the hands of Matilda, and Matilda decided that. Nagi wanted to get more information about them, so he stated that he found it strange that a maid made a decision instead of the daughter of the Lord Ruler's family. The soldier explained to him that before Iris was the daughter of the Lord Ruler's house, she was the protector of Ilgafa, the Sea Dragon's maiden, and she existed to complete her duties as the maiden. If she just stayed in her room like the previous generations of maidens, none of this would have happened. Nagi asked if she has any friends, and the soldier said it would only be an obstacle to her duties, so she doesn't. He then asked if she wished to take on these conditions herself. They explained that she gets to bear the Sea Dragon's maiden. She also has the trust of the Lord Ruler, and she doesn't need any more honor than that. Nagi now understands what Letitia is talking about. He was frustrated by the fact that she had no one by her side except those rude soldiers. Nagi thought it was just the fickle whims of a lady from a chosen family, but her inviting them was so that she might at least find some comfort. The soldier didn't like Nagi's attitude and accused him of being the master of the black armor. He thought Nagi's plan was to enter the mansion proudly by posing as the savior. Nagi noticed that they came to make them out to be the culprits. The soldiers wanted to take credit for discovering his true identity as the culprit and capturing him when he began to attack them. Nagi, with a straight face, refused everything the soldier just said. He asked him what is he even going to do if he captured them, because there were many contradictions in his plan. When Miss Iris was rescued, the black armor said that its goal was to kidnap Miss Iris. The security here in Richarda was thinner than it was in Ilgafa. Even if they hadn't made their motive clear, it was unthinkable that they wouldn't have made a second attack. The soldier told him that it was because they were trying to get Iris's trust. But Nagi then asked, why would they do something so troublesome? He explained that every move they made was to prove that they didn't have anything to do with the black armor. Nagi explained that the soldiers wanting to capture them means that even with the great number of Ilgafan guards watching them, they have been unable to catch them for any wrongdoing. He asked if they just wanted to prove their own incompetence, which made them lose their last straw and attack Nagi. The moment they tried to attack Nagi, Cecil used her flame arrow. Rita also came and saved him. Ina poured a big bucket of dirty water over the head of one of the soldiers. She used her certain kill skill, and the water at Ina's feet was swirling, and when the soldiers tried to reach her, the water increased. As everyone's older sister, Ina stated that she won't forgive anyone who brings danger close to them. Due to that reason, she had decided to use everything that could be used. After all, that was the promise she gave to Letitia. It wasn't that the rag increased the water it touched by 20%, but everything the water touched increased by forcefully absorbing that percent 20. Soldiers begged her to stop, but she wasn't doing anything other than increasing dirty water. Nagi told her to stop since they were suffering so much that they didn't have any power to fight. He also mentioned that if they leave corpses there, the cleanup will be troublesome. Ina stopped and apologized to Nagi for using the skill, even though he told her to hold on to it. She saved Nagi, so in the end, the result was good. Nagi told soldiers that they didn't have any intention of making enemies out of them, and they would leave there in the morning. He stated that they also won't meet with Miss Iris anymore. Bad for them, he told them to not do these foolish things anymore. They were still nagging about how big the deal was having temporary hire adventurers there, so Nagi asked if he let Ina use her skill one more time. Rita told Nagi to be quiet for a moment since she felt something strange. It was people's confusion and fear, and it wasn't coming from the soldiers. It was coming from the town. That was the same presence as when they rescued Iris. Suddenly, Matilda appeared, and Nagi thought that was perfect timing since he had some questions. Matilda didn't care about his questions since there was an emergency. Apparently, they got a report from the soldiers in the town that a group of black armor and ghosts had attacked the town center. Cecil asked what she meant, and Matilda explained that there was more to report. The one who put the attack together was described as having 2 twisted horns and wings like a bat's, and referred to itself as demon kind. Nagi couldn't believe that a demon could look like that creature, and said demons were small, brave, and cute. He stated that he has a great interest in that field of study, so he could make no mistake. Matilda told him that the problem wasn't just that the town was being attacked, or even the demon kind. According to the reports, the problem was that those things were heading towards the mansion, which means that their objective really was Miss Iris. If that was the case, Nagi wondered why she did. She ran away and abandoned the mansion. Matilda said that she was there because she had to bring a report to her lord. Nagi didn't want to listen to her anymore and told her to take her guys and leave. After she left, Rita asked if he thought the Ilgafan army and adventurers would be able to do something about it. Since they don't have a priest to fight against black armor and ghosts, it could be hard to defeat them. While Rita was planning to save Iris, Nagi had a different plan of filing a complaint. They all looked at Nagi in disbelief. Nagi defended himself by saying that the one aiming for Miss Iris was demon kind was defamation, and he wanted to make them take it back. That was true, but they thought the main goal was supposed to be saving Iris. Nagi wanted to file a complaint that there were people who were tricked by that demon kind. After all, he can't forgive anyone for hurting his family like that. When Iris met them, she wasn't repulsed and didn't look down on them. She repaid them when they saved her, and he will ask for one thing by way of apology, which was to get rid of those who tried to get in the way of them going back to Iris. They were going to file a complaint to Miss Iris, and while they were at it, tell her about these guys who messed with them. As those responsible, they will have to go through criminal re-education and give them a full apology. Nagi didn't care whether they were tricked by a demon or even if it was black armor. Rita thought the situation was so annoying, and in the end, they were still going to save Iris. Reggie wanted Nagi to confess that he just wanted to save the cute girl, but those stuff doesn't fit his personality. If that was what Nagi wanted, Cecil was ready to follow him anywhere he went. In the next scene, A girl named Laphelia was on her first quest as an adventurer, and even though the quest was only security for the vicinity of the manor where the Oju of Ilgafa was staying, they didn't have more than a few allies who could move. The regular soldiers of the Lord have locked themselves up in the mansion under the pretense of guarding her, and she was there alone with a few people. While she was praying for help, Rita came to save her. Laphelia was amazed by her while Rita was telling them to go carry the wounded and leave the guys to her. Laphelia took care of the attacks from the air. Rita told her that her friends would be there soon. While they were fighting, Cecil used her ancient language enchanting and created a flame wall. Laphelia couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then Anna's special skill appeared. It seemed like the more water she handled, the more magic power was taken away from her. Nagi appeared and was satisfied with the results. Laphelia's eyes were irritated because of that magic, and she couldn't see their faces clearly. Nagi thanked Laphelia for her support and left the rest to her. Letitia thought, if that is what it means to be a hero, then she can't be that creature. It was best for her to forget about everything she had seen and go back to her hometown, she thought. Meanwhile, at Iris's mansion, Black Armor and Demonkind came for Iris, and the soldiers told Iris to leave immediately. Iris was aware that they were coming for her and ordered her soldiers to retreat. The Demonkind was saying that she was his chosen sacrifice, and she has defeated the strongest soldier he had ever created, which is why, in honor of her strength and nobility, he came for her himself. Iris had no idea what was he talking about. She asked him what he wanted from her. He told her that he wanted the flesh and blood of the sea dragons Miko. It was the flesh and blood that carried the blood of old gods that was valuable to him, and therefore, he would take her body. There was no way she could negotiate with someone like that. Now that the demon was closer to his goal, he would take her flesh and blood to create a creature far more powerful than the Black Armor. She couldn't believe that this was the reason the blood of many soldiers had been spilled. It was worse than death for Iris, and she fell down in despair. That moment before the demon was about to take her, he encountered Rita's strong attack. Rita told Iris to stay back since it was dangerous there. Cecil appeared with her flame arrows and left the demon in flames, leaving him in pain. She comforted Iris that she was safe now and could be at ease because their master Nag was there. Nagi cut off the demon's arms using Reggie. When Iris tried to thank him for coming to save her, he cut her off by saying he came here to complain about her. He started nagging about how her soldiers came and woke them up. Moreover, they also falsely accused them of being the masterminds behind the attack on Iris and caused a big trauma. Even the maid libeled him, so he requested to receive a small gift from her boss as an apology. He also was certain about how that thing wasn't a demon since he was an expert in that field. Iris swept up her tears and apologized to Nagi on behalf of her rude soldiers, and as a thank him for saving her, she would provide him with the best small gift she could. She then asked if that thing wasn't a demon, what they should call him. Nagi stated that he was an imposter pretending to be a demon, a fake demon. When Nagi told her that he would prove it, Iris warned him. Even with his injuries, he still got his strange barrier up, and when he get too close, it will slow him down. It dodged all their attacks like that. Nagi opened the status box and quickly analyzed everything. He then asked the fake demon to reveal himself. The demons were indeed revered in that world as beings of great magical power, but his appearance was so different from the widely known demon race. It seemed like he wasn't going to answer his questions. Rita asked why he was talking casually, but he signaled her to be quiet. He continued to talk about the demons and how he was researching them and knew more about demons than most people. Demons were not so different from humans. At least there weren't any demons that looked ugly with embarrassing outfits. He asked if he was agreeing with him and called him a chunabu, which means 8th grade syndrome. The fake demon told him to not lump him together with those things and made an attack, but Reggie protected her before he got hurt. Reggie was mad and told him to kill the fake demon instead of waiting, but according to Cecil, that was probably impossible. There was a lot of mana around him and he was gathering it in the weird barrier that Iris mentioned. Earlier, she was able to get through and land a hit with a surprise attack from behind, but she wasn't sure that would work twice. Nagi, on the other hand, has already thought up a plan for that. But more importantly, he wanted to confirm something about him. Rita wanted to become his shield, but Nagi didn't let her. If he uses gentle water sword skills, he should be fine. Reggie thought she alone was more than enough, and if he got too close, Nagi would become the target of the winged blade. If only she could protect him herself. As his beloved sword leggy, she would be of his use. He should do what he has to do. Nagi glossed over her words and wanted to hurry up and get ready. Iris thought Nagi probably had some sort of plan in mind. For someone like her who has no relationship with them, they were doing too much. The soldier told Iris that this was her chance to leave that place and ran away while they were dealing with him. Iris asked what they would do, and the soldiers told her that as long as there were still those who wished to harm her, they would not leave that place. Iris thought soldiers were protecting her only because of their job, but realized that there was someone there who would come running for her, and there were people from the town who cared about her, which was exactly why she didn't want to leave the mansion. She has a duty to see that through as the Miko of the Sea Dragon, and as the daughter of the Ilgafas Lord. Nagi started his plan. While Reggie was protecting him, he asked again why he was pretending to be a demon, and who was he in a contract with someone. When Nagi called the fake demon Chunabu again, the devil got angry and told him not to call him such cheap nicknames. When Nagi asked him how he knew the meaning of that word, he got confused. Nagi explained that there wasn't actually such a word in this world, and the only way he could know the meaning of this word was if he too came from another world. Demon didn't want him to lump him in together with him, and stated that he was summoned there as a hero by someone great, but he was cast away for not being competent, not being cooperative. Nagi asked how this was all related to Iris, and the fake demon explained that if he could create the strongest being while using the blood of the sea dragon's Miko as material, there was no mistake that the organization would provide him with a high position. Until then, he won't reveal his identity to anyone, but he must show the world that he was the one who achieved it. That is why he was borrowing the name of a demon. Nagi found his excuse very stupid and told him that he hates people who make a bunch of excuses to abduct a little girl. Nagi found it ridiculous that he called himself a devil and then a hero, and questioned why a hero would try to kidnap a little girl. The fake demon got angry and admitted that he wasn't a demon at all. Nagi already asked everything he needed to know, so it was Rita's turn. Rita used barrier destruction skills and didn't let him hurt Nagi. With a few more fists and kicks, the demon was taken care of. After that, the self-proclaimed demon would be interrogated by the Ilgafa soldiers guarding Iris and the city guards. He didn't know whether that was an act by a single person or a group or someone who requested it. They came back home and Aina asked about the thread that connects Nagi and Rita. He explained that he was trying to create a skill to defeat the fake demon. In exchange for using the skill, it seemed that the magical thread would disappear. There was something Nagi didn't tell anyone. That fake demon was a visitor from the same world as his, and he also possessed the unique skill of the visitor, and he had the same knowledge from the earth. Like him, he thought only kings could summon the visitor, but he said he was summoned by an organization. It may be Needle's fear, but he was wondering if there was someone else out there who was deliberately summoning visitors. At night, while he was sleeping, Rita woke him up trembling in fever. The skill inside Rita was rumbling and causing her to suffer. She begged Nagi to do something. Nagi put her down and checked her skills, but it seemed fine the first time. Aina and Cecil were also in the room and were wondering what was happening to Rita. The concept itself had been shaken, and he noticed that the reason for that could be due to a skill structure he did with Rita in Iris's mansion. Back in the mansion, he wanted to do reconstruction right there in that moment. Apparently, he saw at the quick analysis that he could slow down the movement within a certain range with a slow field skill. Therefore, he could read their movement, and none of their hit would land. That was the reason why he wanted to create a skill that would destroy the field created by his skill. Rita had accepted his request, and he made a quick structure. Nagi thought there was a side effect to the quick structure, so he thought it was the magical thread that made it hard to move, but the only part he created in a hurry was unstable. Cecil, Aina, and Reggie left the room and left her to Nagi. Rita tried to stand and asked what was happening to her, and he explained that she was having side effect of quick structure, and he couldn't touch her to stabilize it. It was a skill he created, but Rita had to get her area breaker skill out of her body, and maybe that would fix it. Rita asked him if he was going to fix this, and he told her to give up because the skill would probably break apart if they got it out of her body. If it gets more unstable than that, the shock release would probably tear her apart. Rita insisted on stabilizing the skill, but he was unable to pull off the ludicrous. Channeling any magic power from her would be a bad idea given how hot and sweaty she felt and how difficult it was for her to breathe, because that was the precious thing Nagi and Rita made together. She couldn't let it go. She reminded him that he had agreed to listen to her request at that time, so she wanted him to stabilize the skill as it is. Nagi remembered that Rita kept a bracelet she made out of her sister's fur, and for Rita, that bracelet was like an important connection to her family, and he was sure that she thought the skill with me was also an important connection, even though for him, the skills were just the measure. He changed his mind and accepted her request. He said that the skill they made together was like their child, which made her get shy. He warned her that if he thinks that it is getting dangerous, he will stop immediately. Rita was fine with it, and he started to explain his plan. Firstly, he will blend his mana with her sacred power. Then he will use his skills and skill structure to circulate. He thinks they would be able to make adjustments just fine. He will take her sacred power from her and will return his mana to her, and repeat that to blend them little by little. Then he could become one with her. He asked her to sit in front of him and to trust him. This position was convenient when he did mana circulation with Cecil. Whatever happens, he could support her body. Nagi started to take sacred power from her, and while blending, he returned his mana to her. He then increased the proportion little by little and cycled it. Rita was enduring the pain and wanted to hold hands with Nagi. The letters were shaken less and less now. He then needed to take that concept out and put it back in its original position. As Rita started shaking and groaning more and more, she asked him if he was okay. Rita said she could hold on a little longer, and Nagi realized that this was the first time she had seen Rita like this. While Rita was mumbling about some things, she wanted to get engaged to Nagi, and Nagi promised that they would get engaged after she got better. Nagi made his last move, and the skill creation was complete. But there was a problem. The ritual was incomplete, but her skill was stabilized, and Rita fell asleep. Nagi also felt sleepy, and fell asleep right next to Rita.
When the sun rose, they woke up and greeted each other with smiles. Rita, realizing their positions, panicked and quickly announced that she was going to exercise. Before leaving the room, Rita admitted that everything she had said last night was true. Nagi, in an attempt to further embarrass her, reminded her of the things she had said yesterday, and Rita blushed in response. After breakfast, one of Iris's soldiers delivered a letter and a message to Nagi. Nagi thanked the soldier and made a guess about the content of the message. The soldier conveyed the news of the fake devil's death and mentioned that the details were in the letter before leaving Nagi in astonishment and departing. A little while after the soldier left, Nagi stood there in disbelief for a moment. Once he had recovered from the shock, he opened the envelope and began to read. It appeared that the false devil was being held captive in a prison cell, chained and under control. The jailer who was assaulted and rendered unconscious by them claimed that he overheard them saying that if they killed the demon, they had a chance to be pardoned, proving that they were most likely the group who disregarded Nagi based on the description. The jailer had a talisman to get inside the wards, and they used that to get inside the prison and stabbed him to death. Nagi wondered why that soldier was so flustered if they knew the culprit. The letter said when they rushed in, all they found in the cell was a strange object of flesh and bone, and when Iris got to see it, she found him dead, mingling with soldiers and creatures with horns and wings. The fake demon had slow field and synthesis skills, so he probably mustered all his strength to use synthesis after slowing them down with slow shield skill. Nagi didn't think it was Iris's fault. She had no way of knowing this could happen after all. Iris believes that in order to execute a scheme like that, they must have been hiding in the town as part of a premeditated plan. As evidence, there have been reports of individuals in black armor loitering in the town just a few days ago. Their intention was likely to pose as demons, and then shift the blame onto the actual demons. Reflecting on it now, that's likely what the appeal was all about. Within the letter, Iris has asked for assistance in investigating the imposter demon, and she is willing to offer a reward in return. She acknowledges that it might seem impolite to seek help from individuals unrelated to the situation, but their hired adventurers were injured, and the regular soldiers were occupied with tasks such as guarding, post-battle cleanup, and managing the townsfolk. Given the gravity of the situation, Iris prefers to collaborate with someone she can trust, someone who possesses a clear understanding of the situation at hand. As Nagi finished reading the letter, he felt a bit dizzy. Cecil, who had come into the room to suggest a break and breakfast, gently helped him lie down on the bed. Although Nagi said he was okay and they were overreacting, Rita and the others were worried he had been working too hard. They believed that if anything happened to him, it would affect them all. Reluctantly, Nagi agreed to take a break for the day, realizing they had to listen to Iris's request. He asked everyone to rest. Rita insisted that Nagi shouldn't go outside today and ordered him to res. She also mentioned that even if Iris was a cute girl, he didn't need to work so hard, even though Nagi didn't comment on that. Nagi told them that they had proven that the fake demon wasn't a demon, but they can't be sure, so they needed to locate his hideout before anyone did. He wanted to get facts straight so that they could feel at ease. Cecil offered to do that job for him. She explained that they would do as Nagi's instruction, look into it and let him know. Nagi thought about it for a second and decided that the leader would be Ain. Nagi fell asleep after being convinced. Rita was glad that Cecil stood up and convinced him to allow them. He was supposed to be tired after doing reconstruction on her, and he was trying to get them to rest by saying all that stuff. Ain was thinking of asking the healer from the healer temple to help Nagi, and asked Rita if that was the right application form. Rita stared at the form and approved that it looked like the same paperwork she had seen from the order when they sent out healers. Ain left the paperwork to Rita because it was complicated depending on the order, so it was a hassle for her. Rita asked her if she knew she was from the Atulna order. Ain informed her that she used to be an apprentice guild master, so she indeed knew that fact about her. There was a time when she saw a record of someone who had entered Metacall, and it wasn't common to find a girl with Rita's level of sacred power, so she thought that must be her. Ain stated that they should do what they could, and since Rita has seen a lot of paperwork because of her job, she was sure there would be many things that only she could do in the future, like that paperwork. That is why she didn't want her to feel upset about Nagi. But still, if Nagi tries to push himself again, Ain would use her big sister privilege to punish him. Ain's plan was to ask the guilds she had been in contact with and see if they knew anyone who might want to hide their identities. Cecil would be chasing after the remnant of the fake demon's magic, and Rita would be tracking with her sense of smell. Cecil and Rita headed to the neighborhoods, and according to the information from Ain, were devoid of people on the outskirts of a desolate town. Rita asked if that was really the right place, and Cecil approved her. Of the several locations that Ain has specified, that was where she could feel the lingering magic of that fake demon the most. There was no presence of humans, no smell, no sign of breathing or anything, since they found the place Rita wanted to go and report to Nagi, but Cecil offered to confirm themselves before reporting. Nagi was pretty tired, and if they went and reported back to him, she was worried that he would push himself again and come there. She had a point, but Rita was worried that he might scold them if they investigated without telling him. That moment when they were trying to decide, Nagi appeared in the middle of them and said to check there if there is any trap or not. Cecil and Rita were surprised and asked how did he know they were there. Nagi explained that Ain told him where it was, and he used quick analysis to find out where they were. They were worried about his condition and stated that he wasn't supposed to get out of bed, but Nagi told them he was fine. Nagi knew that he can't do his job if he doesn't sleep enough, but he was still too far away from his goal. He decided to see what they could discover since there was no one around and it was getting dark. Rita informed him that there was no one or anything that breathed and moves. He then asked about magic detection, and apparently there was also the magic that was moving in addition to the magic remnant. Before they enter, he realized that there was a reaction to the area breaker skill. He destroyed it, and now no area skill trap would trigger. Only the physical traps were left. Ain told them that the physical traps were usually poisoned needles or monsters to ward off intruders. Rita opened the door with her sacred power and found the poisoned needles inside the door. They went in and saw the thing that was inside the black armor. It looked like something he saw when he saw Iris, but they weren't moving at all. Now that the fake demon was dead, he guessed that the synthetic was dead too. Rita thought the fake demon made the black armor so that they would start moving when the time was right. He was a sorcerer, so he most likely hid them all over the place. It was a common pattern in games, so Nagi asked Cecil to use magic detection again to see if she could find out what was left of his magic. Cecil informed him that there was something under there. Rita's area breaker was not reacting, so there was no trap. As a precaution for the physical traps, she suggested opening it herself. She focused the sacred power on both her hands. When she opened it, a clear sphere appeared and told them to enter the password or security would be activated. Rita and Cecil couldn't understand what language it was, but Nagi did. The countdown started and Nagi said he knew the password and entered the password called White Guide. Password accepted and the system shut down. The girls seemed relieved and Nagi told them to not worry because Rita destroyed the area skill trap earlier, and maybe that was just a security measure for that to trigger. The trap itself was already destroyed, so it won't trigger. Cecil asked why did he stopped it, and he explained. It was noisy and it was a nuisance to the neighbors. She then asked how he knew the password and he showed the paper that was on the table there. The language was from the previous world where Nagi came from, and he explained that the fake demon was a visitor from the same world as him. He didn't have any proof before, so he didn't say anything and didn't want them to worry. Cecil wondered if he was going to tell Iris about this. There was a possibility that it might jeopardize Nagi's position. Nagi explained that there were a lot of visitors in the past and showed them the paper. It was the parchment that was under the orb, but it seemed like he was doing that kind of thing because he wanted to get back into this guild. In short, he acted alone. More importantly, the name of that organization was White Guild. The sense to call it white, even though they were doing black business, got on Nagi's nerves. After that, he unironically went to report it after he calmed down. A couple of days after they arrived at the hot spring city, Richarda, Nagi gave himself some peace of mind after the busy days and went to the hot spring. It was his first time experiencing a hot spring, and it was all reserved for him in a huge bathroom. Meanwhile, at home, the girls were talking about Nagi. Reggie also wanted to go to a hot spring and wondered why didn't everyone come with him, but Aina explained that it was just an excuse they made up. Nagi was doing everything while also thinking about them, so they wanted him to enjoy himself without worrying about them. Reggie didn't think it was the best to let him go alone, since he was the man who had turned them into his slaves in the blink of an eye, and it was like he attracted all troubled females he saw, and there was a possibility that he could bring a new slave to home. After a few seconds of silence, they told Reggie to stop scaring them, but Reggie had high expectations for him as the next harem king. Just as she said, Nagi found himself with a girl in that hot bath. The girl screamed and asked why there was a man in there. Nagi tried to explain, but she wasn't listening. The girl panicked so much that she slipped on the floor and Nagi realized her impactful breast. He asked if she was okay, but she didn't respond to him and started crying. And then she just started talking about her life. Apparently, the relationship with her foster parents was getting bad, which is why she did her best and left her village. And just when she thought she could join an adventurer party, they pushed her around and gave her next to nothing. She tried to make a living on her own, and her first ever request ended with the entire party wiped out. And finally, she couldn't even get a rest in a hot spring. Nagi asked if she was one of the adventurers who were tasked with protecting Iris's mansion. The girls approved him, and he was surprised that the girl didn't end up dead. She explained that she was saved by someone. She told him how her dark hero saved her with his young slaves and was dominating them with fear and pleasure. Nagi then stated that he was invited there by a certain someone, and she said it was fully reserved for Nagi. While he was explaining, one of the workers came and told the girl that there had been a mistake, and the adventurers should relocate to the large public bath. Rafila bowed and apologized to Nagi for showing him her ugly side and left the bath. After she left, Nagi was alone with his thoughts, and he wondered what that fake demon tried to obtain. Even though the guild had abandoned him, he was still held on to that pink slip. He wondered if he really wanted to become a hero, or it was the opposite. He was summoned there to be a hero. Losing his identity as a her might be what he was afraid of, and he had a feeling he wasn't needed around there. Not even a black company wanted him. Nagi considered himself lucky since that wasn't what he got when he came to that world, thanks to the companions that he met. He then lay in the bath while thinking about how should he live his life from now on. He needs to think about what the skills he can craft were able to do in order to reduce the amount of work and the working time as much as possible. Suddenly, he heard a clack and some step sounds. A girl's voice asked him where he was, and it was no one other than Iris. Nagi startled and asked her why was she there, and Iris explained that she wanted to have a conversation, just the two of them. She explained that can be at ease since she has made a reservation for this facility, and also ordered her Ilgafa troops to station around that facility. Nagi was relieved and asked her if she wasn't busy with her maiden work. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't, but her schedule got slightly more flexible. When he asked what she wanted to talk to him about, Iris explained that Nagi's devoted acts to save Iris in the dangerous situation made her really happy, and she would like to have him as her friend. Nagi was surprised since it was Iris who didn't look down on them, even though the different social standing compared to her. Iris felt uneasy when Nagi remained in silence and asked if she said something strange. Nagi didn't want to overthink that, and told her that she was right, and that they would be friends from now on. Iris was delighted to hear that, and thought it was her friends would not mind her joining them in their bath and sharing everything together. Nagi turned away, and Iris got into the bath while saying how she always yearned for someone she could call her friend. She explained the level of friendship like it was a skill that she could improve. As their friendship was at level 9, she didn't want to hide anything from him. She wanted him to know everything about her. She took the towel off of her back and showed him what it meant to be the descendant of the sea dragon. Nagi asked if those were the sea dragon's scales, and she explained that these scales appear whenever she come in contact with water and only her relatives and servants know about it. Nagi looked at that from a different perspective and wondered if her scale gave her a higher defense. She had never thought of that, and didn't understand the meaning of the question. Nagi smiled and told her that not only did it look beautiful, but it was awesome as well. That was Iris's first time hearing someone call her scales beautiful and awesome, which made him surprised. People weren't bald enough to say anything bad about her scale since she was the Fatal Lord's daughter, but she could roughly tell how they felt. It was only people like Matilda that were not bothered by her scale. Nagi then informed her that his slaves and he were planning to settle in Ilgafa. An acquaintance of his was kind enough to give him a house big enough to fit everyone, so she could come over and play with them whenever she needed a break from her duties. However, she would be treated like everyone else, and she would have to change and bathe in the same places as his slaves. She was fine with everything he said, and thanked him with gratitude. When Iris excused herself and left the bath, she thought about the one thing she hadn't told him yet. It was about the story of the maiden who inherited the blood of the sea dragon and the boy who became the sea dragon's hero. If Iris and the boy, who was deemed worthy by the sea dragon, were to come in contact, the maiden's scales would shine a bright pearl gray color, which was exactly what happened to her. Nagi and the girls left Richarda the next day. They also received permission to follow the troops that were tasked with Iris's protection. Nagi was excited to start that short trip to their first home in the harbor town of Ilgafa. Meanwhile, a masked knight approached a nobleman named Noel. Noel asked him if the preparations had gone smoothly, and he was glad to hear that there were no delays. However, as they needed to strengthen their golems, they were currently planning to procure some slave elves. Everything needed to be perfectly in order if they wanted to prevent the sea dragon's ceremony. In the worst-case scenario, they could simply capture Iris, so he wanted him to make sure they had enough personnel to do that. Knight kneeled and expressed that they, the divine chivalry, can achieve anything their master asks by any means necessary. Noel wanted the sea dragon to be used to its full effect. Only brutes would worship a demon kind, and to be a civilized being is to use everything effectively. A woman named Etelina interrupted them and stated that he was putting their man to good use. Noel was happy to see her. He explained that they were performing their missions well and following the orders. Etelina shared her thoughts about how his potentials were wasted as a harbor town's feudal lord, and how he deserved much more recognition and fame as the next head of the Hafumea. In the interim, Nagi and the girls were finally reached their destination of Ilgafa. While walking around the town, Nagi was impressed by how lively the town was. It looked like Cecil and Rita's first time visiting a seaside town, and they were both amazed by it. Cecil pointed to somewhere and told him that they were preparing for the festival. When Nagi saw what the sea dragon Carecoddle looked like, he was too stunned to speak. The economy there seemed to be fine, so he thought they would probably work efficiently here. Cecil promised to work hard for his goal of living without working, which sounded like putting the cart before the horse. The reward they got from Iris was enough to last for a while, but they should come up with something in the meantime. He thought it would be great if there were safe, easy, and non-exploitative jobs for them. They made it to the villa that they received from Letitia, and when they went inside the garden, Cecil found out that they could see the sea from there. Ina has heard that in the past, Letitia's ancestors had used money to buy the title of Viscount. Sometime after that, her family had used up all of their assets. There was a time when that mansion was all they had left. They then had their daughter marry a rich man and adopted him into the family, so they got back in power. Letitia's family seemed to be a matriarchal one. She was the one managing the family's housing after all. Nagi wondered if it was fine for him to be entrusted with such a valuable house. And Ina reminded him of the contract he had already made, so Letitia would be troubled if he didn't take care of it. Nagi then gathered everyone and told them to not go out alone until they were all used to living there. Ina wanted to have a look at the rooms first, and see how much cleaning needs to be done before Nagi goes in. While she was at it, Nagi and the girls decided to go do some errands. They were summoned by Iris, so the three of them would be heading there. Ina wished them to have a good visit, and they left. At the Iris's mansion, she was pleased to have them there and offered them to take a seat. Rita thought it was a quiet scene they were having. They thought they were there to talk about work. Iris explained that it was her first time treating her friend to a feast, since he must have been tired from his journey. She offered some black tea she made. They were sitting awkwardly and indulged in her hospitality. Apparently, she ordered those precious tea leaves every year directly from its source, and they were her favorite. She insisted on the tea, and when they tasted it, all three of them were stunned. Even though Nagi had no knowledge of tea, he noticed that this tea was of very high quality. Since it was Iris's favorite tea, he was almost certain it was probably a very expensive tea, and he couldn't help but ask how much it cost. Iris said a cup of tea is worth a gold coin. Before Nagi could be taken aback by this information, Matilda entered the room, left some documents for Iris, and excused herself. Nagi couldn't ask anything, but Iris understood what he was wondering and said that Matilda was here to guide her about her work. Nagi thought Matilda ran away and left her, but it looked like Iris hired her back. Currently, there weren't a lot of available personnel that she could use, and how the public may view that was the least of her concern. If that was how she felt, there was nothing Nagi could say about it. Nagi was impressed because for a girl younger than Cecil, to have to think about the things even most adults don't think about must be hard for her. Iris decided that it was time for them to talk about why she was having them here. Iris stated that she would like to formally request that he investigate the Sea Dragon's sanctum and asked if he was aware of the Sea Dragon's festival that will happen in a few days, and he said an acquaintance had told him about it before. Nagi remembered the purpose of the festival was to show that the Sea Dragon daughter's lineage was being inherited. Iris explained that the Sea Dragon's sanctum was where the maiden, with the Sea Dragon, performed the ceremony during the Sea Dragon festival. It was also where the Sea Dragon would manifest. Though it was rare, it seemed like the barrier around the sanctum had weakened. Their reason for that was that the sanctum where the ritual place was inside a cave at the end of a small dungeon. They have been reporting sightings of devils loitering around the entrance of that cave. The situation was just as he saw it. Normally, they would be sending soldiers for this, but it was almost time for the festival. In this case, Iris wanted to ask the one adventurer she could trust. On top of the investigation, she wanted him to drive away any devils he found on site. Nagi understood that they were the perfect people to ask. Iris mentioned that she has authority over everything that was concerned with the festival, but she asked him to treat this as a direct request from the Ilgafaz Lord. Therefore, they would be prepared with suitable rewards for their work. The amount was 4,000 arsha. It would given upon the request's completion, and the time limit would be 5 days. But if they can, 3 days would be more efficient. Once they have cleaned out the sanctum of any danger, Iris will go to the center of the dungeon and re-establish the barrier, so they need to hurry. Nagi knew that it was an important festival, and the quest needed to be completed as soon as possible. That was also a part of the reasoning. Once 3 days have passed, the Adventurers Guild will start putting up quests for the cave's clearance. Iris gave him the relevant documents as well as the map, and offered to accompany him on his trip to the cave. But they were going to clear out of the cave for the safety of the maiden, so there was no point if she came with them, and so they left the mansion. Nagi asked if Iris gave something to Rita, and apparently she gave the list that contained the goods that she wished for when she came to save her from the fake demon. However, on the list, there weren't any items written down. There was enough space at the bottom for him to sign the thing. Nagi thought she forgot to write an actual item, and remembered to ask her the next time they met. They set out to get everything they needed because they had a lot of work to accomplish. Nagi heard a girl's voice before they departed, and as he turned to look, he found the girl back in the bathtub with him, sobbing over something. Meanwhile, in Iris's mansion, Iris's big brother Noel Halfiumea asked her if her guests left. He wanted to consult something with her. It was rare for him to consult her for something, so Iris wondered how she could help him. It was something regarding the Sea Dragon. All of the authority was entrusted to the Sea Dragon's maiden, and he couldn't do anything. Iris thought he had no interest in the Sea Dragon, and he approved her. That was about the investigation of the sanctum. He asked her why didn't she put in a request with the Adventurers Guild. She let the Iris state that she had received permission from their father. Noel asked her if those visitors were reliable adventurers, since he didn't know where they were coming from. Iris explained that those people saved her twice in Richerita. The sanctum was a holy place to meet the Sea Dragon. To leave it to people Iris's trust was only natural for her as the Sea Dragon's maiden. But Noelle found the deal very expensive since she could make a deal with other adventurers with only 3,000 arsha. Iris smiled and informed her brother that the amount of money she presented was worth what was requested, and that there was no problem. She wanted to put in a request with the Adventurers Guild, but she heard some very unpleasant rumors. which is why she had to do this way. Apparently, the Adventurers Guild was under the thumb of a strong party now. They seemed to monopolize difficult quests for themselves. Noelle also heard that a high-ranking adventurers party was appearing, but if they were excellent, there would be no problem. However, their methods were a problem for Iris. For example, in order to kill monsters that are attacking a small hut, they continuously fired flame magic and reduced it to ashes along with the monsters. The way they do their job was absurd, and she could see them devastating the sanctum. As the Sea Dragon's maiden, she cannot overlook this. Iris was glad her brother was worried about her, but these were the circumstances. According to the report, they had a noble's introduction letter with them, and it was one from the Ilgafall Lord's family. Iris didn't think her father would be involved in something so petty. That means that the one who wrote the introduction letter was her brother. Iris thanked Noelle, but he was still insisting on using them. He thought they could have a huge effect with just a little effort. He also mentioned that they were truly efficient in making use of those things called people. Iris was surprised by the fact that this was the way he was seeing their subjects. For him, he was only thinking about the future of Ilgafa. The Ilgafa domain has been content with just being a small port town for a long time. Noelle also mentioned that he was also thinking about Iris's future. Being the Sea Dragon's maiden was nothing but a burden, and her authority was until the festival was over. When she asked what he actually meant by those words, he just wanted her to remember that he was thinking about her happiness, even if she was a being with dragon scales, a non-human. Iris held her anger until he left the room. She wondered if Nagi realized the true meaning of that. Meanwhile, the masked knight who was working for Noelle was trying to convince the girl Nagi saw at the bath to join them and do their quests. While he was trying to convince her, Nagi, Cecil, and Reggie came with a mask on their face. The man asked who they were, and he introduced himself as the people who revere the Sea Dragon's maiden. He then mentioned that he would like to request that the elven girl do some work for them, and he would let her decide if she accepted or not. A few seconds of silence followed his question. They whispered that Nagi and his allies were kind of freaking them out, but it can't be helped since the group of mask wearers had increased. Reggie energetically told them that the hero that saved the heroine always hid his true form, and meeting someone like him was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Nagi pulled his mask away from his face to let the girl recognize him, and the girl immediately saw him and accepted the quest. The man tried to stop her by saying they were negotiating with her before Nagi, and how could she trust a guy who wears a mask in public? Nagi looked at him with disbelief, and he realized that he was also wearing a mask. He tried to defend himself by saying they were the party that could boast of the highest success rate in quests there in Ilgafa, and that Silver Mask proves that they were the members of the Knight's Order. He then turned to Raphilia and told her that she was irresponsible for refusing them after making them explain all of that. Nagi offered to not bring shame to the strongest Knight's Order, and to decide on a fair and peaceful solution. They both have their own circumstances, so they both write and reveal their hiring conditions, and have the person in question decide whose terms were better. The Knight didn't understand the point of that, so he explained that even if they fight with words, it was just unsightly. Whoever looks at that won't interfere with the conditions above. The Knight accepted his offer. They both wrote down their conditions, and it seemed that the Dungeon Exploration Assistant quest looked more tempting. Nagi offered to make a contract. Since they were supposed to be honest with the conditions, there wouldn't be a problem with making a contract. The Knight said the irregularities were part of an adventure, and binding them by contract was dangerous. But Nagi didn't mind that. He just wanted to give Raphilia a guarantee that she would reliably be paid. The Knight's Order's differences in reward and working conditions were plugged by certainly. He then asked if the Knight could at least guarantee the reward, but he said it could go up or down depending on how good the exploration goes. Nagi tried to guarantee at least something about his conditions, but he couldn't. He then raised his voice and asked by the honor of that town which received the protection of the Sea Dragon could really say it would be detrimental to her career. He couldn't say anything, and it seemed like everything was settled. Nagi offered to get out of there, and before they left, the Knight tried to stop them, but he fell when Rita tripped him. After they left, Raphilia thanked him for saving her. Nagi advised her to take a look at who she was dealing with before applying anything. Rapihila was thinking about how to earn money to go back home. Nagi asked if she didn't even have a penny, but apparently when that demon attacked Ricerta, she lost all her belongings, including her wallet. Nagi offered her to stay at their place today, and they would also introduce her to some work. When they went back home, they saw Ina sitting in front of the yard, and before he said anything, Ina told him that they had a problem. Nagi wondered what she meant by the problem, and she told him to take a look himself. He went inside and told everyone to wait for him outside. Rita didn't understand why he went there all by himself, but Cecil didn't seem surprised. Suddenly, Raphelia bowed and thanked them for saving her from a predicament. Rita said it was something that Nagi went ahead and did, and she just let that gut trip over her leg. Rita told her to raise her head, and since she would be their master's guest, it was better to introduce themselves. When Raphelia heard that Cecil and Rita were Nagi's slaves, she thought Nagi was a brute person to have the two of them, but they explained that he saved their lives by making a contract with them. Rescuing people in trouble was kind of Nagi's hobby, and it was nothing she needed to worry about that much. Raphelia was relieved. She told them that what happened really proved to her that she wasn't meant to be an adventurer, but Rita thought her assistance with the bow was amazing. They then sat, and Rita wanted to hear stories about Raphelia's adventurers. Apparently, ever since she set out on her adventure, only bad things kept happening to her, and before they reached the onsen town, only strong monsters came at them. Just when she thought they were about to beat them, they were unable to gather materials. The clinic they went to get their wounds treated burned down, and when they went to a restaurant to eat, everybody but her got food poisoning. Rita and Cecil tried to smile at her story. She then continued to talk about the inn where she had stayed and how she lost all her money. Cecil realized that those weren't adventure stories, and she was just so unlucky. Raphelia smiled and told them that when she came to that town before, everything at the guild worked out fine, and that was why she was feeling safe. Rather than saying she got bad fortunes, it's going from bad to worse. Cecil wanted her to go back home before anything happened. Raphelia was also thinking about going back home and just living off of some safe work. Cecil stated that that would definitely be better, and if it's in the direction of Medical, they know they have somebody they could ask. But Raphelia explained that it was a small village on a peninsula, and it would take 3 months by boat from here, which was the opposite direction. Raphelia then revealed more about herself, and explained that she lost her memories of everything more than 5 years ago. And it was when she had no memories and was just wandering around. Her parents took her in and raised her, which was why she left home to become an adventurer. The more Raphelia talks, the more the story gets heavy. Suddenly the door opened and Nagi was trying to restrain Reggie while she was telling him to let go. Cecil asked what he was doing and it was hard to explain, so he wanted them to take a quick look at the kitchen. When they opened the door, there was a slime spreading over every surface of the room, and that was the problem Anna was talking about. Nagi thought there was maybe something that needed repairs. Anna explained that Letitia felt the administration of that place to humans, and it seemed they regularly patrolled the area. If there was anything out of the ordinary, they would have noticed, which means this thing came in there recently. Rita wondered if Reggie's slime control would work out, and Nagi explained that he had Reggie use that skill, but it resisted. Reggie explained that it impudently resisted her control. Nagi checked its details, and it seemed an opponent with high intelligence could resist it somehow, which means that unlike the slimes he had seen so far, it had high intelligence. He asked what Reggie was thinking about him, and she said she had been thinking about it since before. But if it was on a level where it can resist skills, it must be an elder slime. Its body and intelligence were improved by elves and others skilled at magic. If they had an elf skilled in magic, they could exterminate it. Nagi came up with a plan. If it has high intellect, then perhaps they could talk to it and can be removed without damage. But in the first place, they can't talk to slimes, which is why he would use the food negotiation skill. It was a skill to negotiate with food instead of currency. The target can be anything, animal or demon, that is alive. He started to talk to the slime and told him that they were people that came to move into that mansion, and they didn't want to harm him, but he needed to leave. The slime started to scold him for trying to negotiate with him with one piece of dried meat and questioned his knowledge about negotiating. The slime explained that they were slime inside a slime and were made by the elves of the Forest of the Wandering Moon, who have been here in Ilgafas since ancient times. Their position was different than the other slimes, therefore they have the right to live anywhere they want. They didn't need any permission from some lower life form like a human. They were sure to talk a lot for an illegal occupant. While the slime was scolding Nagi, Cecil interrupted, and even if she didn't know what was it saying, she could somehow grasp exactly what was saying. She knew that the slime was verbally abusing Nagi and insulting him. So for his sin of abusing Nagi, she decided to sentence him to certain death with her ancient language enchanting skill. Nagi immediately stopped her, and Raphelia appeared asking how long she should wait. The slime called her its master, and Nagi was shocked that Raphilia was the master of that big old slime. While Anna was cleaning out the slime, Nagi questioned Raphilia, but she explained that she doesn't know about anything, and she wouldn't be that careless to create a slime. Nagi turned to Slime and told him that he needed to explain. Slime didn't seem like he was going to explain anything, so he scared her off with Anna. He commented on how scary Anna was, and that she would show no mercy to anyone who tried to hurt them. The slime gave up, and explained that Raphilia looked very similar to the person who made them. Apparently, their master was also a person of her beauty. Nagi explained to Raphilia what the slime was saying, and she was very surprised. Many decades ago, his master strengthened him and turned him into an elder slime. However, before he could reach his complete form, his master passed away. Unluckily, the elf that took over her research was incapable, and he was thrown out before he was complete. For a long time, he was lurking in the sewers, but over the past few weeks, something in his body changed. Because of his master's magic dormant in his body, he barely retained his shape. The magic power was about to run out, and his body started to run wild, and he began to smell. He arrived there in Letitia's mansion, looking for a place to avoid human eyes. But at that rate, his body was going to continuously smell, and it would probably blow up together with the house. He actually didn't want to cause trouble for them, but he couldn't even move his body, so he thought he would rather be killed. Nagi told them that if there was something that could be done, they would help him. Since the older slime was created by an elf, he wondered if there was an elf that fulfilled his criteria and could do something about it. The slime said he would need a part of that elf like a strain of hair, a nail of some body fluid. Nagi then asked what would he do if he said he could introduce him to such an elf. The slime said that would make all his wishes come true, because if only he could get some elven magic, he could achieve his complete form and leave the house. Nagi agreed to ask Raphilia and told the slime that if she refused, he had to give up. He told her all about the circumstances of the slime, and also asked her to give the slime a part of her body like hair, nails, or body fluid. Raphilia immediately fell for it and started to sob, feeling sorry for the slime. Reggie implied that Raphilia was gifted, and Nagi asked if she meant gifted as a slave, which was inappropriate. She thought this kind of thing was about timing, but Nagi told her that Raphilia was a guest he invited to their house, and he didn't want to get involved in anything unnecessary. He simply wanted her to feel at home while she was there. But there was one thing that was true about what Reggie had said, which was the timing. Before at the Adventurers Guild, he tried to ask Raphilia for a quest, and it was related to a slime, and the reward was 120 Arsha. Raphilia can fulfill the slime's request, and she can also earn her travel fees, so it was a win-win for both of them. But money alone doesn't help a person. Nagi wanted Raphilia to help them, and she was happy to do it. When she accepted his offer, Nagi started to translate what the slime said. The slime greeted her and expressed how it felt to be able to meet such a wonderful elf. Then he wanted to take her at her word and asked for her underwear. Raphilia accepted his request, but Nagi was too stunned to speak. When Raphilia started to take off her pants, Cecil and Rita immediately interrupted and stopped her. Aina took her chance and made an attack on the slime. Nagi asked why he wanted her underwear when he said he needed a strain of hair, or a nail, or some bodily fluids. The slime explained that when he saw an elf just like his master, he remembered the way his master would supply him with magic in the past. Apparently, to make the magic absorption easy on him, his master would give him her sweat-soaked underwear, and he absorbed it bit by bit. And that was how he was able to come this far. Nagi's thoughts about elves were changing a lot of the things he had heard. He then translated everything to Raphilia, and she was fine with giving him her underwear. Nagi then decided to translate from behind the door, but she stopped him and wanted him to be there with her because she didn't want to be alone with the slime. While she was taking off her clothes, Reggie asked Nagi what he thought about her, and Nagi said he understood that she could be very dangerous. Reggie thought she would serve him well since she looked beautiful, and her skills seemed strong, but Nagi again stated that he wouldn't make her his slave. While Raphilia was taking off her underwear, they heard her scream and went into the room, and they saw the slime holding her and trying to absorb her. Nagi told the slime to let her go, but the slime said he wouldn't harm her. Her clothes dissolved within the slime. A few seconds later, he dropped her and thanked her for the meal. Raphilia was feeling dizzy, and Nagi held her. The slime thanked them and left the home without a second. Raphilia was very satisfied that she completed the quest while being completely naked. In the end, the slime thoroughly cleaned the kitchen it had occupied, and they again held their arrival in Ilgafa and welcomed their guest party. Since Raphelia's clothes were washed and were drying, she was wearing Ina's clothes. Ina seemed happy that there was one more person to take care of. Raphelia presented a beautiful poem as thanks for the food and lodging. The poem was about the attack on Iris in the Anson town of Richarda. She told them that just when her party was wiped out, a dashing black armor appeared and mowed them down. She mentioned that she would never forget the flame wall that appeared in the middle of the night, like the sun and castle walls. She was sure that the hero's strange control brought out the magic of the little girl, but Nagi claimed that she must have mistaken it. However, Raphelia seemed very certain about it. The golden beast that butchered the Blackhawk armor with one hit, and the mysterious maid were all true, and the reason regular soldiers beat them must be disinformation to conceal their true identity. Nagi gave up and lay down while thinking about what she just said. Rita held Raphelia's hand and asked her to tell her more about that story in detail. She was surprised that Rita was interested in them. Raphelia asked if she liked the dark hero, and Rita could even say she loved him since he was a hero employing slaves and fighting evil. Nagi couldn't listen to them any longer and went to bed, and Rita stated that there was one mistake. The hero wasn't controlling his slaves with fear and pleasure, but with love. Raphelia explained that it didn't get the character of the dark hero. It was rejected. With that, their first night in Ilgafa ended late. Late at night, Raphelia was in front of Nagi's room. Nagi wondered what was wrong, and she explained that she had a request for him. She stated without a doubt that she wanted Nagi to become her master. Nagi wondered what was gotten into her so suddenly, but she said there was no other way for her anymore. Reggie appeared and said some stuff about how she was right, and how Nagi was the perfect master for her. But Nagi told her to shut it for a second and asked about Raphelia's whole story. Apparently, it began when the business of the old couple's bakery took her in, suddenly started to decline, and just when she thought it was enough to live on, the money she earned from a side job when the bakery was on break was stolen. And that is when she realized that unfortunate things started to always happen around her. There were a lot of other omens as well, but she didn't want to admit that, and always said to herself that it was just not her day. She wanted to make a living, so when she went to study under a sorcerer to become an adventurer, for some reason, that sorcerer's familiar went on a rampage and completely destroyed his house. And after she became an adventurer, terrible things continued to happen to her. During the time she was at the bakery, she worked hard and trained her bread-making skills, and even raised the practical levels of her magic and archery skills by studying by herself. But at that time, she realized that some disastrous thing might happen that she couldn't do anything about with effort. Nagi asked if she meant the thing at the onsen town, and she approved him. There was a time when she thought she would die, but she has never felt such a danger in her life before. Nagi understood her circumstances, but explained to her that he couldn't do anything about it, because he didn't think there was any connection between becoming his slave and stopping her from having difficult situations in her life. Raphelia mentioned that he was really close to all of his slaves, and Cecil and Rita listened to her stories and even worried about her, so this made her happy. Nagi said he wasn't much of a slave master, and it was how things turned out to be. When you form a master-servant contract, the master can look into the skills and every nook and cranny of his slaves with the master's privileges. Raphelia thought the reason for her misfortune might be inside of her, which was why she needed to have someone form a master-slave contract with her and have a look through her. After Raphelia's explanations, Reggie asked Nagi if he was going to disregard a young girl who made up her mind. Nagi felt indebted to Raphelia, and if it was just a little search for her peace of mind, he would accept it. Raphelia thanked him, and they went outside to get some air and talk about the contract. Nagi asked why she thought the reason for her misfortune might be inside of her, and she pointed out the tiny slime on her head. Apparently, the slime said he could look into her a little bit at that time, and he said he could see an unknown skill that hadn't been seen. The slime left her a message in that fragment of his. Nagi asked what she was going to do with it, and she could use it as a familiar since it was absorbing ample magic from her. Nagi then wanted to confirm what she wanted to do. Assuming she had that unknown skill, she explained that if that skill had something to do with misfortune, she would go alone to a place where no one else was. That would be her way of protecting someone. Nagi wondered what would happen if it was the opposite, and the skill had nothing to do with her misfortune. Raphelia thought she was prepared for this. If she hadn't been saved by the dark hero in the first place, she might have died anyway. She thought she would serve that person and be together with him until she had repaid her debts to Nagi. She was planning to entrust her body to him and serve him in that way. Reggie interrupted and told him that if he'd just say he was the dark hero, that elven girl's heart and body would be his. but that was exactly why he wasn't doing it, and he told Reggie to stop digging it up again. He took a glance at Raphilia's body and told her that for now, they should decide on the contents of the contract. She didn't seem to understand, so he explained that a master-servant contract that remains until her debts were repaid was kind of vague, and he used a method he learned from Letitia. He requested Reggie to write the contract contents on parchment. He would like to make a certain contract which says Raphilia would request him to check her skills and would serve him as a slave until she pays the cost of that, as procedure would be for Raphilia to request him to check her skill for a sum she wished for. A reasonable amount would be something that could be paid by doing 1 or 2 quests. Once paid off, the contract could be terminated. That was the contract conditions, and Raphilia thought she was going to die tomorrow. There was nobody who would listen to her story and earnestly think about it, so she couldn't believe it. Nagi patted Raphilia's head, thinking about how she had been brainwashed by her bad luck. Reggie prepared the scroll and asked Raphilia to approve it. The only place to write the amount was still open, so she wanted her to put some reasonable amount. However, the amount she wrote had so many zeros that Nagi couldn't read it. Nagi then took out her medallion, made a contract, and made her his slave. After the process was done, as he promised, Nagi took a look at her skill, and there was indeed a mystery skill, but he couldn't see its name or its effect. Also, there were 2 of them which made her surprise. He was pretty sure she could see her own skills, but Raphilia explained that her skills should only be magic aptitude, archery, bread making, and evasion, or poet. Even though the slime told her about it, if it was a skill that even her master couldn't see, she didn't know what to do. Nagi had fulfilled Raphilia's request, but if that skill really brought misfortune to her, that girl could never be with anybody for the rest of her life, and it was a straight line to loneliness and a black environment. There was no way for Nagi to ignore that, so he stated that he could take a look into those skills, but for that, he needed her to bear with something. She wondered what would that be, and she would give her best to anything he wanted. Nagi then asked for permission to touch her breast, but she was confused. Since explaining it would take a while, he basically said he had a skill with which he could meddle with the skills of his slaves. Using that, he might be able to understand the details of that unknown skill. Raphilia now understood the situation, so she accepted to give him everything. Before he even touched her, Nagi realized that she was shaking already. It must have been hard for her to let a total stranger look inside her and play around with it. Reggie again interrupted him and told him to treat her gently. She shamelessly told him to touch her breasts and lift them up with both hands like they were fragile glass, and at the height of his pleasure, she could carry him to his bedroom. Nagi looked at her in disbelief and didn't say anything. When he looked towards Raphilia, he saw that she was waiting for him, kneeling and flushed, and he was shocked. They were both shaking and sweating. Nagi stretched out his hand to gently place it on one of Raphilia's big breasts, and at that moment, Raphilia whispered to him to get the truth out of her. After thinking he'd scold Reggie later, he put his hand on Raphilia's chest and started the skill structure. Nagi looked into her skills, but he couldn't see them with just the display, so he increased the magic a bit. Nagi didn't realize that his hand was in the middle of her breast, and he got distracted for a moment. He took a deep breath and started to focus. While he was continuing with the process, Raphilia was shaking and trembling. Nagi noticed something and she asked what was going on. He explained that he had good and bad news. The good news was that they now knew the unknown skill. The bad news was that skill was a skill that seemed to draw misfortune to her, just like she thought. On top, it was a locked skill, so he couldn't take it out. Raphilia thanked Nagi and made her decision. She would cut her ties with places where humans were and hold herself up on some isolated island. She stated that she was okay since despite all of that, she had always managed on her own, and it was now a little harder, but her eyes were tearing. Nagi patted her head and told her that she didn't need to hold it in, and she immediately started sobbing. For a long time, she was afflicted with misfortune and betrayal. There was no way that wasn't tough on her. Raphilia was kinder than Nagi thought, and instead of her own happiness, she would choose the rough road for the sake of everybody else. Raphilia fell at Nagi's feet and thanked him. She said with a smile that she felt strangely relieved after crying, and that one of her best qualities was her ability to recover quickly. It was still too soon to give up for Nagi. He explained that even though they couldn't take out the locked skill, remaking was possible. He activated the skill structure and poured in even stronger magic than before to change the skill. It might put more of a burden on her, but she said she could take it for everyone's sake. Nagi then decided to change it with a household skill he received from Iris. When he tried to do it, something went wrong and it was repelled. He asked if Raphilia was resisting her skill being changed, but she said she wasn't. Something was wrong with her, and Reggie asked what was it, but that was the first time that had happened. The skills had all turned black, and Raphilia was mumbling some things about the darkness and how she was scared. Reggie couldn't see the skill display since it couldn't be seen by other people. Reggie told Nagi to not let her go, and since he was the only one who could see her current situation, only he could do something about it. He must look closely and grasp the situation. Nagi thanked Reggie for helping him calm down, but her goal was something else, and she just wanted them to make love. He was connected with Raphilia, so there must be something he could sense. Nagi thought about it for a moment and asked Raphilia if she could hear him. He asked her to remember the feelings she had that time she recited a poem for them. Raphilia repeated the poem and expressed her feelings when Cecil praised her. Nagi heard something and wondered what was it. Reggie couldn't see a big change, but it seemed like he understood something. Nagi then ordered Raphilia to tell him about what she thought was scary earlier, which made her open her eyes and blush. She hesitated at first since the darkness would come again, but then noticed that she wasn't scared anymore. Nagi explained that he had a skill that could interfere with other skills, and she could leave that for him. As it seems, the fear that comes from the darkness was largely in response to her own emotions. Also, it seemed to flow into her from those black chains. He thought that if he used that skill-restructured skill and pumped those black chains full of his magic, he might be able to suppress it. And he was right. He asked Raphilia to tell him about the things she thought were scary so he could take care of the bad things. She started to list the things that were scary for her, but to an extent she was expressing happy and joyful emotions. To drown those out, a threatening black presence increased. Then he needed to fill her with happiness and make it, so even those black chains couldn't drown it out. She continued to list the things she was scared of, but also loved it. Her real nature was leaking out uncontained, and Nagi was satisfied. The chains started to shatter one by one, and Nagi changed the skill all at once and broke it into pieces. He activated level 3 of the skill restructure and called Reggie to cut out the skill. Raphilia was saved from that skill, but Nagi didn't really understand what was that thing that seemed like something was possessing the skill itself. Reggie was also clueless, since she was also from another world. All that was left was to cancel the contract, and everything was great. When he looked into the contract conditions again, he realized that it was written 1120 Arsha. Nagi asked Reggie if she was the one who did it, but she refused, saying that she wouldn't do something so underhanded. Reggie explained that even though they signed a contract with that document, for Raphilia to bring misfortune to her surroundings was misfortune, and for him, it was a misfortune to rule over her as his slave. To preserve that situation, the skill had splendidly shown its effect. Now that the skill was destroyed, it was her guessing, but most likely that what was happened. On the other hand, Raphilia was thrilled by the fact that she wasn't someone who attracted misfortune and thanked Nagi for saving her. Nagi was glad that she was thankful, but there was one thing he needed to apologize about. The next day, Nagi woke up and started to change clothes. It had been a day since he had made a contract with Raphilia. He had to explain the situation to her about how the contract became harder to complete, but she didn't really seem disappointed, so everything was fine for now. He left his room and greeted Aina. Nagi heard Cecil saying good morning to him, and when he turned to her, he saw her in new clothes. It wasn't only Cecil who got new clothes. Rita was also wearing different clothes, and Nagi asked what was with their outfits. Apparently, they got those from a shop they visited, and they wanted to celebrate their new home. Cecil asked about his opinions, and he found her amazing. Her previous outfit was simple, but emphasized her delicacy and made him want to protect her from all harm. That didn't mean that the current outfit was bad. With less exposed skin, her appearance was of a lovely elf. And as for Rita, he must say that he liked how her new outfit was highlighting her feminine charm. Aina didn't join them because there were a lot of expenses when it came to a new home. Raphilia appeared, and she immediately gave the news to the girls and hoped that they could get along well as fellow slaves. Nagi was planning on breaking the news himself, but he lost the chance to. Cecil asked what happened, and he explained the situation. Rita scolded him for collecting slaves every time he went out. Raphilia apologized to her for being arrogant, but that wasn't what Rita meant. Raphilia was cute with her pink hair and elf ears, but she didn't want to have any more competition. Nagi didn't understand what she was saying, and she gave up and said she would forgive him if he carefully groomed her hair. Meanwhile, at Letitia's mention, Letitia was at her desk working. After she returned to Medicall, all she had done was tedious work. and she was missing the days when she was with Nagi and the girls. The door knocked, and it was her father. She asked what brought him there and stated that she was quite busy at the moment. Her father said it had been a while since she had talked to her father. Letitia was annoyed, but didn't reveal her true thoughts. Her father handed over a gift to her and stated that he had gone all the way there to see her rejoice. Her father informed her that she had been chosen to become the academic friend of the third Princess Claudia. He asked her to serve Her Highness Claudia with wholehearted devotion. Letitia got mad and told him that he should be the one who understood the most about how much she detested this kind of thing. A noble protects their subjects. That was why she has chosen that line of work. Her father thinks she wasn't the only person who could do that. Apparently, he had tolerated how she had been acting on her own so far, but it was the time for her to perform her missions as a Viscount's daughter. That was an order from the head of Millefeuille. There was still some time left, so he gave that time for her to consider what it means to be a princess's escort during her education, and how important of a role it was. Her father then left the room, and she fell on the floor with frustration. The door knocked again, and it was the demon girl they met a long time ago. Letitia ignored her and got back to work, but she didn't seem to be leaving anytime soon, so she asked how long she was going to stay there. She was surprised that Letitia started talking to her, since all she did was work like it was normal. Letitia would like to ignore her if she could, but she wondered how she got inside and what was her purpose. The demon girl explained that someone was targeting Nagi and his gang. Letitia told her to watch her mouth, or she would cut her down to pieces if she saw her harming them. Demon girl wasn't interested in doing something that stupid, and she was there to talk about her job. Letitia agreed to talk, and she explained that recently, a certain group of adventurers in a certain area started to cause a lot of trouble. Letitia assumed that was their problem, but the demon girl wondered if it was still their problem even if it happened in Ilgafa. Nagi and his girls were no exceptions, though they handled it smoothly. Letitia was proud of them. The girl explained that quarrels and disputes between adventurers happen all the time, and she doesn't need to worry about that. The problem was that the people they became involved with were in some faction with powerful existence backing them. She wouldn't be surprised if they got tangled into a bigger problem because of that. She asked Letitia if she wanted to protect her precious comrades. Meanwhile, Nagi, Cecil, and Raphaelia were on their way to Iris's mansion to make a report on the request about the dungeon. Raphaelia called Nagi and asked if it was okay for a newbie slave like her to be with her master and everyone else on such an important occasion. Nagi explained that there was no problem with her coming with them, since Aina and Rita were busy with their own duties. Nagi was working his ass off for a future where he doesn't need to work, and he needed Raphaelia and everyone's help to achieve that. Cecil mentioned that Nagi had been shouldering the responsibility for turning her into his slave due to his carelessness. In fact, she was all alone before Nagi made her his slave, so she was happy that Raphaelia joined them, and it felt like she had a third sister now. Nagi was glad that they were getting along. They hit the road and arrived at Iris's mansion. When they arrived there, the soldiers let them enter while also staring at them. They got inside and Iris welcomed them in worry. She apologized to the guards. She told them Nagi was a very important person and to let him pass whenever you needed, but seemed like it didn't work. She asked if the guards scared him, but he understood that they had no choice since she was attacked at the hot spring back then, and the festival was around the corner too. When they were about to begin the meeting, Iris's brother Noel appeared and asked Nagi to introduce himself. Nagi was someone who made the Dragon Maiden's judgment come true, so he would wager he was someone important. Iris introduced him as the adventurer who saved her twice in the hot spring town. That was the reason she hired him during the search. Noel also introduced himself, and they shook hands while he was talking about how important the place he was about to investigate. Noel then left, and Iris apologized to Nagi on behalf of her brother. He might have said he would leave the investigation to him, but it seemed like he didn't quite like the idea. Nagi asked the reason because he thought she was the one in charge of that festival. While that was true, every single decision made for the festival was very important. By relying on the Adventurer Guild, it seemed like she crossed the line. Nagi mentioned that he was thankful to her for finding such good work so quickly after coming to Ilgafa. He then talked about the time when he was leaving for the city from that mansion. He dropped by the Adventurer Guild and ran into a bit of trouble with some other adventurers, but the guild staff didn't seem like they cared, so they had to resolve the matter themselves. He asked if their request had something to do with that. Iris explained that she also received a report about it, but she didn't want Nagi to know about that. If Nagi didn't accept the request, then she would have asked for the guild adventurers. They would have mobilized the Oracle's Knights Order. They may be the highest in rankings, but the way they do things caused way too many casualties. However, Since they cleared the difficult quests for the guild, they couldn't do much about them, so they had no choice but to let them be. For Iris, this kind of job should be left to the people of the Ilgafa themselves. But her brother was not on the same side as her. Nagi said no matter how powerful he was, having such a stressful interview was cruel, and he made him sick. Iris didn't know the meaning of the stress interview, and he explained that it means taking advantage no matter what. The person might even deny her as an individual. They would keep it up again and again until she couldn't think rationally. Then he would throw a condition that was disadvantageous to her. The place he worked at before was like that, and just thinking about it pissed him off. Raphilia mentioned that if Nagi hadn't saved her back then, no one would know what would happen to her. Iris asked who was she, and Nagi introduced her. Raphilia promised her to do her best for Nagi. Iris smiled politely and mentioned how kind Nagi was, and whispered how she was jealous. They continued to talk about the request, and Nagi explained his plan one by one. By confirming his line of thought with his client, Nagi was able to continue the conversation smoothly. Iris then asked Nagi to let one of his companions be her guard while he was inside the cave. Her soldiers would be with her, but she still didn't feel safe. Nagi approved her. Her soldiers were all big grown men, so having a girl with her would make her feel better. He asked Raphilia if she could do it with Anna while he, Cecil, and Rita were in the dungeon, and she was happy to do it. With that said, he stood up and told her that he would start the quest tomorrow. Iris asked what happened to the unneeded items list that she gave him the other day. In the next scene, Iris shows them the entrance to the sea dragon's sanctum. Inside was a naturally formed cave, and it was as deep as a usual 2-floor dungeon. Further down, deep into the 3rd floor, there was an area he could only access if he was chosen by the sea dragon. As such, Iris would enter after he had repelled the monsters and rebuilt the barrier. Nagi left the rest to Raphilia, and she took out the elder slime piece and created more little slimes. He then left the little slimes to Reggie. Iris wondered what was it doing, and he explained that they were having those slimes act as recon for them, as one of his slaves has the ability to control slimes. They advance while keeping an eye on their surroundings, and not just for them, but to ensure Iris's safety when she enters. He wanted to make sure there were no problems, and they were as ready as possible. Team Slime moved in first, and next was Rita, and lastly it was Cecil and him. Iris told everyone to not overdo themselves and stated that she would pray for everyone to be blessed by the sea dragon. They went into the dungeon, and Iris recalled a memory of the time when she asked what happened to the gift list she gave him. Nagi explained that he left it alone since there weren't any names of the items. He was a tough one, Iris thought. A normal person would have signed it right away. While Iris was in her thoughts, one of her guardians told Ina to not get close to her and to know her place. The younger guardian told the man to calm down. He noticed the tea she was holding and tasted it. He seemed to like the tea and asked where was it from. Ina explained that it was her own blend of tea. Ilgafa was a great place to get tea leaves, so she mixed a lot of different leaves to make that blend. The younger guardian asked for another serving and gave it to the older one. He didn't want to get all tensed up from the start. The old guardian tasted the tea, and he was stunned by the taste of it. The tea wasn't half bad for an adventurer, but he wanted Aina to remember that they would be enough to defend Iris, so she had to make sure she wasn't crossing the line. They served everyone a cup of tea, and lastly, Ina gave one serving for Iris too. Iris thanked her and felt the sweetness of the tea. When they were about to eat the sweat, one of the guardians reported that a shadow of a monster was closing in on them. Meanwhile, Nagi and the girls were in the dungeon, and Rita asked what was the thing he gave Raphilia this morning. He explained that it was a skill that might fit Raphilia. He tried to restructure the watering level 1 skill crystal he received from Iris, and an archery skill he bought in the city. He gave her 2 skills. He tried spreading the damage dealt by the arrows, and she could shoot out multiple projectiles with just 1 shot. So he thought since Raphilia had archery and was a master of the bow, she would have great compatibility with it. While he was talking, Rita realized how happy he looked explaining the skills. Cece was also complimenting him. On the other hand, Iris's guardians were fighting with a bunch of flying monsters. Raphilia used the archery skill Nagi gave her without noticing it could hit multiple enemies at once from a long distance. She managed to hit them all with 1 attack, and they were all in shock, including Iris. Raphilia was happy that it went well, and Iris told her that the harpies that were flying towards them just fell into the sea all in an instant. She thought the soldiers of the Ilgafa was the one who did that, but the soldiers looked confused too. The day before the investigation of the sea dragon sanctum, Raphilia ran to Anna and told her that she was in big trouble. She asked what was wrong and if she was hungry, but she didn't have time for that. When she explained the situation that she acquired new skills from Nagi, Anna thought that was a good thing, but it wasn't for Raphilia. Anna asked her the reason, and she explained that she had caused nothing but trouble for Nagi. He even changed the flaw within her, and she hasn't paid him back, and now she received new skills from him. And it wasn't a normal skill. It was a rare skill that she didn't even know skills had rarities. Rita overheard her saying that she was too scared to accept something like that. Anna didn't think Nagi gave her the skills and expected her to do anything extraordinary with them. Anna was impressed by Nagi's behavior once again. Cecil also joined Rita and started to listen to them secretly. Raphilia was concerned about how she could use those new skills, and Anna told her to leave it to her since they would be on the same quest as Raphilia anyway. She offered to check each other's skills after dinner and see what they could do. Nagi, in the dungeon, explained the second skill he gave her, which was the purified water increase. With this skill, she could increase water with a watering can. The water inside gets increased every now and then, so she could get an unlimited supply of it. Rita asked if he was sure a guard would need that, and he mentioned what Anna said to him about making tea to calm Iris down. And good tea requires good water. With that skill, they wouldn't need to carry water around either, so it was like killing two birds with one stone. In fact, the three of them should be enough to finish that quest. And with that many people guarding Iris, she would be just fine. Nagi wanted them to relax, have some tea, and perform their job without getting too worked up. Rita didn't really agree with what he said and was sure that they were actually working their asses off since Anna was very scary when she gets serious. A group of giant bats appeared above the sea and the captain ordered everyone to ready the bows. But in a few seconds, the bats fell on the ground like the other monsters. Iris and the soldiers were in shock again, and Iris looked at Raphilia. She started to applaud the captain for doing all the work. The captain didn't understand what was going on, but he acted like it was his success, while Iris knew he was actually acting out. Leaving the captain aside, Iris was shaking from all the thoughts she had. They expected monsters to appear, but that was too weird. The way they just fell off for no reason was scary. While it was indeed a great help to them, it was so odd that she couldn't think rationally anymore. Not to mention Nagi's party had been in the cave for a whole hour now, and she was starting to worry about them. One of the soldiers reported the aqua lizards that were showing up, and the captain ordered everyone to become Iris's shield. They were tough opponents, but they weren't retreating. The captain ordered the ones with spears to stab them, and they beat the lizards. Iris thanked them, and the captain said there was no need to thank him, as it was his duty to protect his lord. Iris heard a loud noise and she turned to Ina and Raphilia. They were smiling and complimenting the captain while there were huge dead lizards behind them. Iris couldn't believe what she saw and wondered what was going on. Everyone was wondering what happened, so Ina explained that it was a sick aqua lizard and it tried to attack Iris with its remaining strength, but it ended in naught. Raphilia backed her up and mentioned how it climbed up slowly and died. Iris thought there was no way that was the truth. She was sure that this was a situation that was created by the two people in front of her. However, Nagi and his companions wanted to keep their unique skills a secret, and she couldn't break that promise. But ignoring that, Ina and Raphilia seemed to be having a lot of fun. She wondered if everyone in Nagi's party was like that, and her heart started to feel heavy. They asked what was wrong, and she stated that it was nothing. A soldier brought a message from Noel to Iris. Apparently, he was worried about her, and not as the sea dragon's maiden, but as his sister. So he was coming over to take a look. He told them to be ready to welcome him. Meanwhile, Nagi and the girls were walking. The cave was humid all the way, and there were puddles everywhere, making it hard to walk. He asked Cecil if she could feel anything with magic detection, and she wasn't. Rita wasn't feeling anything with presence detection either. Nagi thought that might be overkill for just mere exploration, but he wanted to chase away the monsters from the entrance. Just when he was thinking like that, a monster appeared and Rita immediately attacked back. Cecil used her flames and made the last attack, and it was done. Nagi didn't get a good look at it and asked what was that, and Rita said it was most likely a giant alligator. And then, a group of blue slimes appeared, and it was Reggie's time to shine. With a slice of the dried meat as a bargaining chip, she ordered it to stay away, or else her master's companions would erase it. The slime understood her and agreed to leave. Negotiation was successful, and the group of slimes were retreated, and they continued their way happily. In the next chapter, we find a young boy informing Etelina that he is going to the sacred site of the sea dragon. Etelina wonders if this is really necessary and asks if he could have some faith in the skills she has given him. However, He wanted to witness the start of a new Irguffa firsthand. He then asked if she was certain about it, and Etelina stated that it was okay, as she was no longer involved in that matter because the rest was in Noelle's hands, but still wanted him to ensure that he reported her. In the cave, Rita sensed a demon once again and informed Nagi. Nagi asked Reggie if she had any idea what that demon might be, and she said that according to the slime's intel, it seemed to be a giant spider and appeared to be weaving a web. As far as he remembered, the giant spider's web-building ability could control space. Seekly was surprised that Reggie transformed into her sword form, and she explained that maintaining a humanoid form consumed a significant amount of magic power, and she could focus better in that state. When she was asked why she was usually in humanoid form, the answer was simple: because it was cute. They spotted the spider, and Rita immediately activated the area breaker. Then it was Seekly's turn to use the flame arrows. When the skill ball dropped from the spider, Rita handled it to Nagi. It was a level 2 web building skill that was able to capture enemies with silk. They didn't have silk, so that wasn't mean for them. The next one was a big serpent, a venomous amphibious one. Its body was so massive that it blocked the dungeon path. It wraps around its body and devours enemies, crushing their bones. First and the last attack was made by Nagi, using his level 1 delay martial art and defeating it with one move. The skill ball from the serpent was to constrict enemies with the body, but that skill wasn't suited for them either. Everything seemed to be going well so far, which was a relief. He was cross-referencing the map Iris gave him and comparing it with the list of observed demons. Preparing countermeasures was not too difficult. Back then, when he used to design games, he would assign demons himself so that she could visualize how battles with demons in a seaside cave would play out. The only remaining area was the grand hall that leads to the center of the dungeon, along with the routes to reach it. Once they arrived there, they would be halfway through their task. He asked Seekly and Rita if they had noticed anything so far, and Rita pointed to the illustrations on the cave. He didn't care about things that were irrelevant to their quest, but Seekly and Rita were new to Irguffa, so sharing knowledge was crucial in their situation. That dungeon was a natural cave that people customized, and it had been used as a ritual site for a long time. It wouldn't be strange for things like that to remain, considering it was a sacred place. In fact, it was quite natural. The real issue was what was depicted on it. It appears to be a depiction of the legend of the sea dragon. He mentioned that they would have missed it if it wasn't for Cecil's light. The book Iris lent him similar illustrations. He explained the legend of the sea dragon's daughter and the courageous boy to them since they weren't familiar with it. While talking about whether they could defeat the sea dragon, they came to the conclusion that they couldn't defeat it without working together. Nagi asked if both of them were completely sure about what they were saying. The natural enemy painted on the wall was actually the great fabled fish Leviathan. Leviathan was the demon he encountered in a village he visited on the day after he was summoned to that world. At that time, Rita, who was a high priest of the Ertuna sect, he evacuated the people of the sect. Eventually, they managed to defeat it with Cecil's fireball. He was surprised to find out that the monster they accidentally defeated was the natural enemy of the sea dragon, but Rita must have mixed feelings. If it had been for Leviathan, she wouldn't have been expelled from the sect, and she probably wouldn't have ended up becoming his slave. But her reaction wasn't like what he expected, as she was saying that the relationship between her and Nagi wouldn't exist if it weren't for that. Meanwhile, Cecil noticed something and called for Nagi. He asked what was wrong, and she said that the brave boy who fought the natural enemy of the sea dragon brought home the scale as proof of victory, and the sea dragon acknowledged him for bringing the scale, so he tied the knot with the daughter of the sea dragon. She noticed that Nagi picked something up after defeating Leviathan. He said that he picked up scale because he thought they could get some money if he sold it, which was typical for Nagi. She asked if it was a scale similar to the one in the mural, and he agreed with her. Cecil seemed to have lost in her thoughts, so Rita asked what was wrong. She asked if it was possible for him to be the brave of the legend, because the boy was acknowledged for defeating the natural enemy of the sea dragon, and he took home the scale of Leviathan as proof. It could mean that he qualified as the brave. This surprised Nagi for a second, but he didn't think it was possible. He said that Cecil was the one who blew away Leviathan in the first place, and he just picked up the scale. He believed that he wouldn't be acknowledged with something like that, but didn't know what to do if he had already been acknowledged. They suddenly heard a noise like something was hitting a wall. Nagi told everyone to check, and they informed him that there were some clusters of magical power at the back of the dungeon, and the magical power in the cave was flowing intensely toward them. Rita also sensed something enormous moving. Nagi asked what Reggie received from the slimes, but she seemed pretty nervous. asking for a second. She was linking the sights of the slimes with her, and then she approved that the source of that vibration must be the great hall ahead of them, and a big guy was waiting for them. So far, only demons had emerged, but it was completely different from those, and it wasn't even a demon. The material that Iris gave to him didn't mention that creature either. Nagi asked if Reggie had any idea of what could it be, and she said that she was pretty sure it was an ice golem. Nagi was confused to see an ice golem in a rugged place like that. Reggie said that he could ask Cecil about the rest. As far as Cecil knew, a magical crystal was installed inside the center of its body, and it absorbs magical power from the surroundings. At a guess, it could create the body by freezing moisture around with the magical power. But even if some magical power was occurring for some reason, it absorbed the magical power inside of the dungeon. It was impossible that Golem naturally rose. Nagi thought about the possibility of someone leaving it there. Reggie said that the crystal was a magical item that became the source of the golem. She sees something like that in the center of her body. It was made of a magical crystal, and that must be what absorbs magical power. Lita asked if there was someone causing that thing intentionally. She could defeat demons, but a golem was too big for her. Reggie said that it was taking the magical power inside of the dungeon. Then it was taking the power for the barrier resultantly too, which means that the barrier had been weakened voluntarily, not by a natural phenomenon. Moreover, it was trying to destroy the site. Nagi was sure that there was a person who wanted to destroy the Sea Dragon Festival. When the golem tried to throw its fist at them, Nagi and the girls could barely hide. They had to do something about it because the dungeon might collapse. Nagi suddenly had to grab Rita, pull her aside, and shield herself over her. While he was apologizing to Rita, Rita seemed to be happy with this situation and grabbed Nagi's jacket and pulled him to her. While Rita prepared herself for the kiss, Cecil looked at them annoyed. They then pulled themselves together, and Rita asked what they should do. Nagi said that the golem was unexpected, but they can manage it because it was a request from Iris. At that rate, it was a matter of time before the gate was broken, and if they let it destroy that place where the sea dragon was going to come, the guardian deity of Irgafa wouldn't be able to return as well. Nagi knew that he had to do whatever he could because he had decided to be the help of Iris. Rita told Nagi to look somewhere, and it seemed like the golem and the giant snake were having a rush fight. The golem had both ego and special skills, making it more troublesome, and it seemed like it noticed them. Cecil stated that she could blow the golem away with the ancient magic fireball, but Nagi refused because the dungeon would collapse if she did it, and they couldn't get remuneration. Nagi said that Cecil, Reggie, and he would try to destroy the magical crystal. He told Rita to hide, and if you see them struggling to defeat it, she would come and rescue them. They would retreat to Iris using her feet. Nagi stood in front of the golem and told it to stop, or else the gate would break. The golem said that he was the prototype created as a countermeasure against the evil king, and he was not allowed to interrupt its mission. Nagi said that they were here with an order of the Maiden of the Sea Dragon, but she had not mentioned him. Nagi asked what he was, but he was just saying warning. Nagi said that they had something to do on the other side of the gate, and if he was not related to the maiden, then he was the one interrupting. He told the golem to move back, but the golem started to attack him. However, it couldn't damage Nagi even a bit. Golem considered them as an interruption, meanwhile they were on business, and they were the ones who wouldn't accept the golem. Golem said that it didn't care about its job, and that its master was a great figure who had been taking countermeasures against the evil king. Any sacrifices were justified for the measures. Nagi decided to collect information from the golem to report Iris, and asked what he meant by the countermeasures, and if it was relevant to the golem devastating the sacred site of the dragon. The golem said that uncivilized people do not deserve to know anything, and said that he was created in order to achieve that experiment. His master was a great person performing the experiment to fulfill the mission, and she was honored to have been created by such a great figure. Even though he had an ego, he was speaking so glibly so he might give an information to a certain extent. Nagi asked if he didn't think it was a personal reason, which was annoying. He tried to learn about the experiment and if the sea dragon was involved, but the golem was just saying the same things with different words. Nagi understood that there was no point in asking questions, and there was no other way around defeating it. He wanted to ask one more question. He asked if his master was a visitor from another world. The golem detected him as an object revealing secret information and started the elimination process. When the golem made its move, Reggie protected Nagi. Nagi turned to Cecil and she started to use her inert arrow. The golem's words were not used in that world very much, so it reminded him of them. The inert arrows of Cecil didn't seem to affect the golem. Cecil apologized and said that the golem was too strong and she couldn't weaken the capacity with her inert arrow. They had to, and the source of its magical power first to beat it. They decided to follow Plan B, breaking the crystal. She used her fireball and hit the golem with it, but it wasn't enough. Then Nagi activated the soft water sword style and then released delay arts. But the crystal was highly advantaged and was escaping. Nagi thought it would work out if they broke the doll. They had never seen something like that. It was obviously a creation created using a cheat ability. The biggest problem was that its weak points we removed. The rest was easy if they managed it. Nagi told Cecil to fireball twice in a row with the double chant. She asked where she should aim, and he said that one at the body, another at the head later. If that still doesn't work out, then they were going to retreat. The golem started the annihilation and Rita came to rescue them. With Rita and Cecil's simultaneous attack, they successfully broke the doll. The golem was not able to move because the doll was surrounded by the slimes. It was a combined skill for Rita and Reggie, invented by Nagi. It was actually meant to slow down its movement so they could run away at first. But then Nagi realized it could be useful midway and changed their plan, because they wanted to beat the golem no matter what. Nagi asked how the state of the slime was, and Reggie said that she had got it under control. They had drained most of its magical power so it wouldn't be able to manipulate the golem effectively. Nagi can now eliminate it with delayed arts. Cece said that he actually didn't need to do that and offered to take care of it with the ancient language, Fireball. Rita also wanted to beat him as the golem attacked Cecil and Nagi. The golem was still in disbelief at how he ended up in a situation like that, and asked Nagi if he was the brave of the sea dragon. He was shocked and considered that as an emergency that threatened his master's order. Nagi interrupted him and told him to not jinx it, and he was feeling uncomfortable. He instructed Cecil and Rita, and they beat the hell out of the golem and made it silent. In the next scene, they turned to the ground as they finished their job inside the dungeon. Iris was glad to see Nagi. Nagi informed her that they had got half of the quest done and talked about the unexpected final boss they had encountered. He recalled the moment when they were in the cave, and Cecil wondered how they could come inside as she was pretty sure Iris wasn't able to move the gate by herself. He said that it could have some magic, and that reacts to someone with the qualification to come inside, because even the gigantic golem could not destroy it. He said that the gate might be opened by the maiden or the hero and then touch the gate. Suddenly, the gate opened, making everyone shocked. That could only have one meaning. He was acknowledged as the bravest hero. Nagi was too stunned to speak. Before they could process the situation, Cecil fell on the ground feeling pretty tired. Her body was shaking and she couldn't move because of the huge presence inside the gate. It was as if she was facing a god class. Nagi was taken aback and turned to Lita, and she was not any different than Cecil. He was confused because he couldn't feel anything. Cecil said that it was because he was the hero of the sea dragon. He didn't want her to say it clearly as he was still in denial. Lita was still so scared, and Nagi told her to get on him, and he started to carry her outside of the cave. Iris called for Nagi as he seemed pretty quiet. He said that it was nothing and he just zoned out a little. He could not tell her about it because it would be a massive problem. He said that they were going to enter the dungeon again. The three of them, Iris and also Anna and Laphilia. He looked at the soldiers but couldn't remember any of them, so he had to say that a few regular soldiers would be helpful if they participated with them. The soldiers were happy that it was finally their turn. Nagi was shocked that Anna and Laphilia become friends with them so quickly. They entered the cave and Iris thanked Nagi for the extermination of demons. He said that thanks to the list of demons, it was easy to take measure. Iris was shocked to see the mess inside the cave and asked what happened there. He explained that an ice golem was hitting the gate intensely as they arrived there. They wondered if that was a gatekeeper or something at first. Then he asked if Iris had any idea. Iris said that it was impossible and there was no way a golem could be inside the sacred site of the sea dragon, and even if the barrier was weakened, it was not able to intrude into the depths. Nagi added that the golem had a clear purpose to destroy the gate. It was said that it was a mission given by its master. Iris wanted to confirm that someone was attempting to destroy the sacred site and asked if Nagi was also thinking like that. He said that he wanted to ask her about the golem because they weren't given any information about it. But the gate was going to be broken at that rate. Also, they were in danger, so they had but to destroy it. He then gave her the ring that they found when they destroyed the goblin. Iris examined the then, and it was written that Dear Comtesse, Edelina Habsburg, as proof of our alliance. From that sentence, Iris said that she was someone whom her brother often meets these days. Nagi asked if they were in a relationship, and she said that she came on a trip from the royal capital, and he provided her with hospitality, but they weren't in a relationship. but she wasn't sure he would use something that might leave evidence. There was another possibility that it was another noble, and the noble's name wasn't engraved. Only the exclusive goldsmith of the Irgafa family made that design, and it was made of expensive materials. Ordinary nobles should not be able to purchase those. Those were so inconspicuous because of the rarity, and they sometimes used them to send a bribe. Its price would remain high even if it was crushed. She remembered her brother saying he wanted to get promoted in the central city, so even if he sent an expensive gift to a comtesse to establish a connection, she wouldn't be surprised. She mentioned that not only was the metal expensive and scarce, but also it accumulated and conducted. She was certain that was the medium to create golems. People of Irgafa have the culture to worship and revere the sacred site, so they don't go inside the cave. Only a few select people could go to the depths. That made sense that the ring was used as the core. Considering the engraving hadn't been erased, Nagi assumed he didn't ponder the risk that the golem would be destroyed and leave the evidence. Iris firmly stated that she was going to thoroughly investigate that matter to uncover the truth later, and whoever she involved was going to be punished, regardless of their identity. That was her responsibility as the Maiden of the Sea Dragon. Everyone was speechless after her speech. Iris didn't deny or affirm that her brother might be the mastermind behind the incident. She was glad that she got him to do the quest. The damage and the victims would have been more if it were other adventurers. The matter was about the circumstances of the Lord's family. The problem was complicated, and he supposed that was all they were able to do. Iris then said that she had exported him to danger, which was why she could not have forgiven herself if something bad happened to him, even though she believed his skills. Nagi didn't want her to worry about it, as it was their job to do that. Now it's time to enter the gate to reconstruct the barrier. She suddenly noticed something and asked Nagi if he touched the door in the center, making him nervous. He asked why she was asking to escape answering, but she insisted, so he had to explain that his curiosity got the best of him, and he was sorry. She asked if it was just him, and if he opened it. When she got the answers, she said that the door in the center opens only once a year. The dust and salt from the sea accumulate on the ground and they become firm. When the door opens, they are shoved to the side and make traces. The question was why the door had a sign of being opened, because the only person who could open it, besides her, was the hero of the Sea Dragon. Since Nagi didn't say anything, Iris understood that he was already aware of it. While they were talking, Ina didn't seem to understand what was going on, so Cecil whispered in her ear. Ina seemed pretty amazed by Nagi as he didn't say anything, as she was considerate of Iris's feelings. They decided to talk about it later since the situation was complicated right now. When the brave and the maiden of the Sea Dragon touch each other, the scale shimmers with pearl gray. It was what happened to Iris. She fell into the arms of Nagi and asked him to be her master, the port city that prospers with the grace of the Sea Dragon, Irgafa. Its origin began with the story that the hero and the daughter of the Sea Dragon tied the knot once upon a time, and for generations, the girls of the Sea Dragon's descent had become the maiden, and they have lasted the grace of Irgafa by performing the ritual every year. The bloodline breathes within Iris. Not only does the inheritance bring the light inside, but it also brings the dark side. That is the genealogy of the maiden, which inherits the blood of the Sea Dragon, and the genealogy which inherits the name of Hafumea, the Lord family of Irgafa. The maiden only exists for the ritual to be granted grace. Naturally, they were separated in Hafumea. They cannot go outside except for official occasions, and they were not allowed to have contact with people outside either. Thus, they spend their lifetime mostly confined in a mansion. Iris's mother and Iris were not an exception. Whenever she asked to see her father or her siblings, she always refused. When she was crying, her mother said that if the hero of the Sea Dragon who tied the knot with the maiden appeared, her wish would come true. At present, Iris said that she had been yearning for a situation where a prince held a princess for a long time, and her dream had come true. Nagi was confused as hell trying to process what she was meaning. She offered to form a covenant for now as a master and a servant. Not only Nagi, everyone else was also shocked. He was still having a hard time understanding her, so she said that Nagi owned the right because he was the hero of the Sea Dragon. Iris was dreaming big, while Nagi warned her that there was no time for such things, and said that they should hurry to reconstruct the barrier of the sacred site. Iris came back to reality and said that touching Nagi made her feelings overflow. She then showed her arm and it was rainbow-colored. Nagi said that he admitted he was acknowledged as the hero, but wondered why was it a covenant between a servant and a master. She said that in order for the connection between the hero and the maiden to be approved by the sea dragon, it must be a reliable way to form a covenant to engagement or spirit link. However, the ritual method has been lost today. If there were humans who could perform it, it would mean the revisitation of the first hero and the maiden. They decided to talk about the details later. Iris informed everyone that she was going to reconstruct the barrier in the center now, and she recommended everyone except Nagi to go outside of the hall. Ordinary people would be considerably affected by the divinity that leaks when the gate is opened. Nagi was about to request Cecil and Aina to go to the passageway, but they were already grabbing his arm, saying that they would always be by his side. Nagi tried to convince them about how dangerous the situation could be, but they were still standing. He decided to not hesitate since they weren't listening to him, then grabbed the two of them and carried them to the passageway. The other girls seemed jealous, expect Rita. Iris then opened the gate and was the lead person who entered inside. Meanwhile, all the knights stand in front of the gate, stunned by Iris's decision. Iris says, "Wait for me, Nagi. I'll finish this quickly and come back." Deep inside the gate, Nagi, Cecil, and Aina remain silent. Nagi feels a little relieved about Iris, thinking she seems sharp like a maiden, but she's just a normal girl. "Yeah, Iris is a girl though," Cecil softly comments. "Women who interact with you might be influenced by something underlying." Nagi apologizes, saying he didn't catch that, but Cecil brushes it off. "No, nothing." Nagi asks, "Are you sure it's nothing?" And Cecil changes the subject. "This is odd. I don't feel any fear. When I came here before, I felt it." Aina tugs on his shirt, and he notices something is wrong with her. With a panicked face, she assures him she's fine, but Nagi says, "I knew you'd be like this. It's okay, Aina, breathe slowly." Cecil calls out to Nagi, who responds, "What's wrong?" Cecil asks, "Did you know Aina and I would react differently? You said I knew it just now." Nagi, confused, then smiles. "Remember when the three of us came here and opened the gate? Lita and Cecil's reactions were different, right?" She nods, acknowledging she recovered quickly that time, but Lita was like a child encountering something scary until she returned to the entrance. Nagi continues, "As Iris mentioned, I'm pretty sure this relates to the pressure of divinity and the connection between souls." Cecil, puzzled, asks, "The connection of souls?" Nagi explains, "The reason I don't feel anything is because I'm acknowledged as the hero of the sea dragon. The question is, what was the difference between Lita and Cecil back then? Both formed the servant-master covenant, so their conditions were the same. But what strongly differs is..." Cecil interrupts, "You mean the pact with me?" Nagi replies, "The pact with you was difficult to form, and the one with Lita didn't go well." Nagi thinks Iris shouldn't know the details, though. By circulating each other's breath and magic power and integrating them, a soul connection is finally established. Its strength is incomparable to a servant-master covenant. It's no wonder you're acknowledged just like me, since we're the same. He then apologizes to Aina for testing her reaction, but she reassures him. "It's fine, Nagi, I'm yours. Anything you do to me is meaningful, and everything you do pleases me." Nagi smiles and thanks her. He refocuses, thinking, "We have sufficient evidence now. 1. Owning the scale of Leviathan. 2. Feeling nothing towards divinity. 3. Opening the gate to the holy ground. 4. The maiden's scale glittering in rainbow colors when the hero and she touch. I'm truly acknowledged as the hero by the sea dragon, even without the covenant. Well, it's a god. We can't be sure about its criteria." Cecil then asks, "But why does Iris want the soul connection between you two? There's no doubt you're the hero." Nagi thinks, "It's not what I wanted to be." He then says, "Maybe she wants to replicate the legend of the hero and the maiden, or she might gain something she desires by proving the soul connection between the hero and maiden." In Cecil's mind, she thinks Nagi yearns for the situation where a prince holds a princess. Cecil then says, "Now I think I understand why." Nagi is surprised. "What? Really? What is it? Tell me, Cecil." But Cecil replies, "I won't. You're so insensitive." Suddenly, Aina notices something shiny behind Nagi. He says, Please don't look at me like that. Don't pet me too. From the gate, we see Iris, Lita, and Raphilia. Lita feels amazed because the air has changed. It's become cleaner and brighter. Iris says, "Now I've connected with the sea dragon Quetzalcoatl a bit. It seems aware of the abnormality in the dungeon too. Its wrath and grief have been conveyed to me. I assume it won't return this year if the dungeon is devastated even more." Ina smiles and hides Cecil's head. Iris, confused, asks, "What's the matter?" Nagi says, "Iris, I need to ask you something. Is this a countermeasure, or is this about the covenant from before?" Iris isn't sure what he means. He then explains, "It's essential to gain acknowledgement from the sea dragon, but we can prove I'm the hero objectively. So why do you still want to have the dragon acknowledge me by forming a soul connection that's impossible to replicate?" But Iris says, Let's talk about it later." Nagi thinks, Iris either wants to recreate the hero and maiden legend or gain something by proving the hero's deep connection. But Cecil has a different view. Still in Aina's arms, Cecil nervously says, it's not like that. I understand what Nagi says well enough and your passionate attitude towards your work as the maiden too. You've treated me really well in Richardia and provided me with nice hospitality in Ilgafa as well. I'm afraid to say such a rude thing. Please forgive me." Iris, very confused, listens as Cecil continues. "Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel you have some special feelings for Nagi. The ritual of the hero and the maiden, right? Then they've tied the knot, haven't they? So, which means you and Nagi are..." Iris and Nagi are shocked to hear that. Iris says, "Yes, you're right, because we're the genealogy of the maiden and the hero. It means that way. I couldn't comprehend it well at all. I was just glad to get close to Nagi and..." Suddenly, Lita calls him, saying they have a problem. They've detected intruders. Nagi asks, "You've reconstructed the barrier, right? There's no way a demon can come in." She replies, "The intruders are humans, different from the soldiers that came with us." Raphilia says, "They resemble the Oracle's night order that we encountered before." Meanwhile, we see Noel and his subordinates. One says, "Sir Noel, we shall arrive at the second underground level shortly." Noel replies, "I know. What about the golem's reaction?" He responds, "No response, sir. It's possible it has been destroyed." Noel furiously says, "Impossible. The golem was specially manufactured. It's able to absorb magical power infinitely with the granted skills. An ordinary adventurer can't defeat it." Noel thinks the golem should have already devastated the holy ground by now if everything had gone as planned. "How did it turn out like this?" Noel asks, "Is it possible to change the plan?" He responds, "Yes, sir. We can make the path to the center impassable after reviewing the current state of the gate. By doing so, we can disrupt the ritual itself. They wouldn't be able to complete the festival. I suggest forming a new covenant with the maiden in the meantime. However, it's uncertain whether Lady Iris will be convinced." Noel agrees, saying he'll convince her with Etelina's help if needed. He thinks, there was no problem with the plan at first. One miscalculation was Iris returning from Richarda sooner than expected. Because of that, the investigation at this site wasn't assigned to the Oracle's night order, but to the adventurers Iris hired. His subordinate adds, "By all rights, it would have been completed before Iris returned. This delay partly resulted from securing elves for magic power adjustment late. It affected both strengthening the golem and our destruction project. Also, there are some candidates you might like, but we were disrupted by the weird masked people." Noel, furious, clenches his fist. "Again, the sea dragon. That monster is so annoying. We'll detain Iris for now. It all starts with this." His subordinate says, "I'm afraid that would be an extreme measure, sir." Noel replies, "There's no choice. We must prioritize the rapid execution of the plan, so he agrees." Noel then thinks, "Right, we must proceed with the plan as quickly as possible. I'm not sure why, but the number of soldiers siding with Iris has increased since her return from Richarda. This is a grave problem. The soldiers in front of the gate have obstructed us too. I've been assigning only soldiers affiliated with me to easily isolate Iris and use her. The regular soldiers and maids are useless." Noel says, "Our plan is to control the sea dragon Quetzalcoatl." We, as humans, should use the sea dragon, a type of monster, rather than worship it. So the contract shouldn't be advantageous for the dragon. It should be a slave contract, and Iris is an essential pawn for that. His subordinate asks, "They have the adventurers who Lady Iris hired, sir. What shall we do with them?" Noel replies, "Kill them. I'll allow you to harm Iris if the wounds can be healed with magic. Certainly, it's the obligation of the Oracle's Night Order to fulfill the employer's request." His subordinate says, "These soldiers are A rank. We've all gone through and surpassed C rank and B rank. We shall show you our skills with no hesitation." They all bow in respect to Noel. We then see when Etelina asks for Noel's approval to build a new thought organization. She explains that this organization is a very efficient and effective method. Those who join the organization start from C rank, and they are promoted to higher ranks based on the recognition of their achievements. The remuneration rises as they go up the ranks, making it rewarding for them. They can pay tribute to the organization and invite their acquaintances to the order. In short, all they have to do is increase the members. Noel says, "I see, this is well thought out. We're able to gather people and money with this, but what is the mask for?" Etelina replies, "They can enhance their sense of solidarity as knights by wearing it. They become complete, significant parts of the organization. There is no betrayal. Flawless forces only for you." Noel says, "Oh, I wouldn't be mocked for being nobility from the sticks with this organizational strength. The Central Aristocratic Society would recognize the Ilgafa Lord family, and my father would understand that I'm right." Etelina adds, "One more thing, Sir Noel. There is something we absolutely must do to eliminate the outsiders in our organization, which are the Sea Dragon and its maiden." Noel is confused and wants to object, but Etelina influences him with evil intentions. "You want to get promoted to the central aristocracy, don't you, sir? Then you should stop being a savage who worships the Sea Dragon and become the new Lord of Ilgafa." She continues, "The outsiders, the dragon and the maiden, are foreign matters in Ilgafa. You should fairly treat them as tools." Back in the present, Noel shouts, "I'll throw away my personal feelings for that. Now capture Iris and bring her here." Suddenly, Iris calls him from behind. "Brother!" Shocking him. He says, "Iris!"
Iris calmly asked why he was there. Noel responded that he was there because he was her brother. With disturbances occurring in the sanctuary, it was natural to be concerned about his sister coming here. Now, he wanted to see if she was safe. But Iris stopped him, and Nagi, Enya, Lita, Laphilia, and Cecil appeared right next to Iris. Noel asked who they were. Before they encountered Noel, Reggie was also there and informed Iris that they were progressing through the middle of the first floor. She figured that a man with gray hair and blue eyes was her brother. Only someone from the noble family could enter here without reservations, and the masked group was the Divine Order of Knights. It seemed her brother had a close connection with them. She had suspected it for a while because their actions were far too reckless. She felt they had significant backing up, and now she was certain it was her brother. Iris wanted to think positively, assumed that her brother was concerned for her, and brought the Divine Knights to check her. But she gave strict orders before entering the dungeon that no one could come here until they returned. When it comes to matters of the Sea Dragon, her authority was absolute. The soldiers of Ilgafa were well aware of this, and the fact that her brother intruded this far meant they had broken the order. Since there was some ill intent, Iris asked Nagi what to do. Everyone looked at Nagi with expectations. He said that they didn't know her brother's true intentions, and it would be best to stay alert. He asked how strong her brother and the Divine Knight's order were. Iris started sweating, and her voice trembled while explaining that her brother had the skill, Swordsmanship Level 3. He didn't have other combat or magic skills. They didn't know the exact strength of the Divine Knight's order, but considering her brother, he would probably bring some high-level adventurers. Unlike her, Nagi was pretty comfortable, and he suggested gathering everyone in this grand hall. After they gathered everyone, they would open the central gate and use the Sea Dragon's power to immobilize everyone. But Iris told him that if this place got any more damage, the Sea Dragon wouldn't come back. If they can't stop her brother and the others, they would use that as a final measure. This meant they had to do something before they got here. Iris asked if he had a plan. Nagi told everyone to wear their masks. Reggie gave everyone a mask she prepared just in case. The sea dragon, Kelkator, was known as a powerful guardian deity even for her brother. In Nagi's world, if you disturb a place where a god resides, divine punishment will befall you. He told her that they would support her, and that's why, in the name of the priestess, they would give a little punishment to those who are causing trouble. Back to the present, Iris asked her brother if he was the one who was disrupting the Sea Dragon Festival and the sacred rites. Noel responded with ease, asking why he would do such a thing. As the next head of the Isla noble family, there was no way he would do such a thing, and he said it was terrible to accuse him without evidence. Iris showed her ring and told him that a golem was rampaging to destroy the central gate leading to the sacred area. The sanctuary almost got desecrated, and this ring was the core that powered that golem. She knew her brother recognized this ring, and that's why she was showing him that as evidence. There was no other option, so he admitted that he brought it in following Ederina's suggestion. Without further ado, they started attacking Iris and the others, but were stopped by a prismatic barrier. Iris asked Noel why he was doing this, and if he wanted to see Ilgafa fall. He responded that he wanted to reform this town to bring further prosperity. He told her that while this town prospers as a trading country, this place was still just a minor noble's territory. Compared to the nobles in the capital, they were not only inferior, but also looked down upon and despised as barbarians. This was because they worshipped a sea dragon, a mere demon. Iris claimed that this was Ederina's idea, but he was agreeing with her. He assumed she wouldn't understand because she had never been to high society. Without a title, he couldn't stand alongside other nobles and build connections. The people of this territory could live comfortably and they could live safely in this land. Visitors who visit this land could have a pleasant time and return home. And as the noble family, there was no greater joy than this. He told her that gaining fame and expanding their territory was what makes a noble. Iris asked what the point was of pushing themselves to increase fame and expand their territory because the distortions would fall upon the people. But the prince asked her how she could think about such things before she tried, because she could think about that after doing what needed to be done. To achieve their goals, they have secured the necessary personnel, the Divine Knights Order. With this system, they could achieve 5 times the results with the same number of people. Iris asked if that was also Ederina's idea. She never thought her brother would disregard the people like this. Nagi approached Iris and started talking. He first calls him a fool. Noel attacked him for being rude, but Nagi used Reggie to defend himself. He told him that he was an envoy dispatched by the Sea Dragon to protect the priestess. He told him that the Sea Dragon sees all, including the true identity and abilities of the one called Ederina. Noel didn't believe him. Nagi revealed that she created the Divine Knights Order as a new business strategy, and she must have claimed there was a way to gather both people and money. The truth was revealed to him through the sea currents, and he said that the Marquise's daughter likely possesses some unique ability. Nagi knew he was being deceived by her abilities and knowledge, turning his back on the Sea Dragon and the priestess. Also, he was trying to betray Ilgafa as well. Noel tried to object to him. He tried to explain that he was thinking about Ilgafa's future, and Ederina only devised a plan. Nagi then asked him why Ederina wasn't here with him. It wouldn't make sense without the Marquise's daughter. Noel responded that she left his sister Iris to him. Even though Nagi wanted to remain silent while wearing a mask, he couldn't hold back. He thought Iris's brother was just jealous of her being the Sea Dragon priestess, so that's why he didn't want to interfere, but that wasn't all. It would have been nice if they could just have a conversation between siblings, but that didn't seem possible. Iris's brother was blindly trusting that Ederina woman, and he got a bad feeling about it. He didn't come out without a plan, though. Back when they wore their masks, he told everyone that they would focus on defense since they didn't know their strength. He told Anna to make sure she could activate the rainbow barrier at any time, because they needed to be prepared for both physical and magical attacks. Iris stopped him and said she wanted him to wait before starting an attack. Since she hadn't had any conversations with her brother up until now, she didn't understand why Noel would go this far. If that was what she wanted, Nagi was willing to support her decisions. Even so, he had never expected to hear such a bizarre tale in this other world. The main goal was to neutralize the enemy without damaging the dungeon. If they could defeat them, that would be better. First, they would use Cecil's ancient language light to blind the enemy. If it goes well, the enemy would be left in a bad state. Next was Lafelia. He would give her the signal for the timing, and she was going to fire arrows at the enemy. Lephalia didn't seem very confident, but he just wanted her to try her luck and shoot them. During that time, they would use Cecil's magic detection, Rita's presence detection, and his quick scan altogether. To predict the enemy's position and the timing of the mage's attacks, he said he would gather data and communicate it to Lephalia. The rest was up to Lephalia's skill and luck. He thought this would significantly reduce the enemy's strength. Then, if there was a way to fully disable and restrain them, they could safely capture them. More importantly, it would shorten their working hours. When Nagi called Rita, she approached him. He hasn't said anything, but she said that he had been glancing at her for a while, so it was too obvious. Since she was necessary for Nagi's strength, she told him that it was fine. He said that he wanted to use her skill and asked if that was okay. Rita told him that he didn't have to ask for permission every time because he was her master after all. She said he just needed to say he wanted to do it with Rita, and she would do it. She was so happy that Nagi wanted to use her. This time he said he would make sure to reconstruct properly, because last time he failed to do that and it burdened Rita. When he said he would make sure he didn't mess up this time, she snuggled him. She said that she wanted to engage and that she needed him. They held hands and started restructuring skills. Iris was confused, so Cecil explained to her. Skills were supposed to be something that already existed, but Nagi could remake those skills. Iris was shocked and amazed by his skill, but of course, it can't be done with just anyone. Cecil could connect her magic with Nagi and commune their souls, and it was something only slaves could do. Even skilled elves or renowned magicians consider it extremely difficult to channel their magic with others, so Iris was confused as to who Nagi was. The preparations were completed after that, and everyone was ready to meet her brother. With that, they finished their important meeting, and now they were here. Nagi told Noel that the Marquise's daughter, whom he trusted so much, wasn't here. The system she talked about was also suspicious, because people can't achieve 3 times the normal result. Even if they managed, it would be short-term and would eventually collapse. He told him to think carefully and asked if he could see he was being tricked. Taking someone's word at face value was the act of a fool. Noel refused what he was saying and said she made this plan for him, and there were no mistakes. While he was yelling, Nagi realized that he was worse than he thought. Noel then decided to give him a special explanation of the Divine Knight's Order system. The Divine Knight's Order was strictly merit-based. First, you pay the entry fee to join, you start at the lowest rank C and wear the mask. The reason why you wear a mask is to create a sense of unity within the Divine Knight's Order. Then you contribute to the organization and rise in rank. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. There are various ways to increase the rank, and you can pay the required tribute to advance in rank or recruit acquaintances to join the order. Anyone who recruits over 5 members can automatically be promoted to rank B. As the organization grows larger and stronger, skilled individuals will also gather, and you will be able to undertake higher-paying quests. The quest rewards, the money paid by new members, and the tribute to maintain the main ranks. The amounts are enormous. Rewards are commission-based from higher ranks. Nagi responded that his method wouldn't benefit the C ranks or lower, but Noel didn't see any problem with that. To become a winner, you just have to work hard even if it kills you, as he said. The members were steadily increasing and will continue to grow, and eventually they would have to expand globally, and he said he would climb to the top as the leader. Iris reacted to his brother's stupid explanation, but Nagi created an explosion from anger. He was shocked because that was literally a pyramid scheme. The Marquis's daughter came up with something like that, but there was a possibility that someone from the other world suggested the idea to her. Noel thought he was so moved that he couldn't even utter a word. Nagi stood up and told him to expand the organization if he wanted that much, but he asked why he would desecrate the Sea Dragon's sanctuary and harm the Sea Dragon's priestess, his sister. Noel responded that the Sea Dragon was a hindrance, though it was merely a monster. Annoyingly, all of Ilgafa's wealth was thanks to the Sea Dragon, and no matter how hard their noble family struggled, people only saw them as servants of the Sea Dragon's blessings. So he thought they needed to switch positions and make the Sea Dragon their subordinate, instead of being the ones who follow. Iris corrected her brother that she was just a bridge between the Sea Dragon and humans, and didn't possess the ability to control the Sea Dragon, but he planned to hold the priestess hostage and force the Sea Dragon into a slave contract. If they increased the number of those with Sea Dragon blood and placed them on warships, they would create an invincible fleet. Other countries and even the capital wouldn't be able to ignore them. He was planning to use her sister to breed their children. Everyone was shocked by what he just said. While Iris was trembling from shock, he told her that it was okay, and she just needed to cooperate a little with the experiment, and that way, she would be freed from the heavy responsibilities of a priestess and could live freely. He told her that she wouldn't be trapped in the mansion or attacked by those seeking the sea dragon priestess's blood. He was trying to convince them that this plan was worth trying, and if they succeeded, the Ilgafa noble family would become a major force in the entire world. And of course, Ederina and Noel would get married. The marriage of two who achieved great deeds would be grand, envied, and blessed by everyone. While Noel was talking about his dreams and children, Iris was recalling all the memories with her brother. Nagi was the one who shut his mouth. He took out his mask and told him that as her brother, he should protect Iris. And if he can't protect her, Nagi would do it. He wouldn't let someone like him have her and declare himself as Iris's real soul brother. Everyone, including the prince, was shocked, but he got over that shock easily and told him that he was just a mere human hiding behind a monster's mask. He then ordered his soldiers to capture Iris, even with a few injuries. The plan started, and Cecil blinded everyone with her light magic. Everyone was stunned by the light. So when Noel ordered them to fire, they couldn't do anything. Rita got annoyed and took off her mask too. When Noel's mage started chanting some magic, Nagi grabbed Cecil and told everyone to fall back. Fortunately, they were able to protect themselves from this huge attack. Cecil told Nagi that it was the vacuum blade, a level 3 wind magic that sends a torrent of wind toward the enemy. Its slicing power was comparable to a long sword and was able to slice through leather armor. Moreover, its power was incredible. Lefelia said it was simultaneous chanting, which is a technique where multiple people chant spells at the same time to increase the magic's power. However, if the chanting is slightly off, it will fail. Thanks to Cecil's blinding spell, they were just shooting in their direction without seeing well, but they were steadily getting closer, so they couldn't move recklessly. They can't keep Anna's rainbow barrier activated all the time either. Another vacuum blade hit the rock he was hiding, and Nagi realized that if this continued, the dungeon would be destroyed. He asked if Iris was okay, and it was Rita who protected her. Iris apologized to Rita for saying something mean back when they were at the hot spring resort. Nagi was happy to see them at ease, but he couldn't be so relieved because they were still under attack. Before the enemy regained their strength, he decided that it was time to strike back. He told Lefelia that it was her turn. Lefelia started spinning the Wheel of Fortune and activated Misfortune Elimination Level 1. This skill cleanses misfortune from yourself or others and boosts the luck parameter. As a drawback for several minutes after the skill's effect ends, attack power, defense power, and magic resistance would significantly decrease. And there were limitations based on the amount of magic power, and it takes several days to recharge after use. Lefelia had been renewed. No one would ever say Lefelia was unlucky again. He told Lefelia that the next vacuum blade was coming, and there would be about 30 seconds of the next chanting. In a 4-row formation with 3 people each, there was only one person at the rearmost, and it was Noel for sure. As per Rita's formation, 3 mages were in the 4th row, so he told her to aim at the center. Lefelia got ready and activated her Heavy Rain Archery Level 1. Iris was taken aback by Lefelia's arrow and Nagi's power. The Knight's Order didn't see that coming and was flabbergasted. Lefelia hit almost everyone and was so happy to hear that. As for Lefelia's and Nagi's perspective, they did it expecting this result, but from others' perspectives, it must be confusing. When Lefelia used Heavy Rain Archery, it would only scatter multiple arrows towards the enemy. That's where her unique skill of Misfortune Elimination comes in. The opponent would try to block the incoming arrows, so no matter what obstacles the arrows faced, they would always hit the target thanks to this skill. Noel was trembling in fear, so Nagi told Lefelia to split the slime and showed Noel as the target. Suddenly, Lefinia called him cruel. Nagi was confused, but then realized that to split and control the slime, it needed Lefelia's bodily fluids. She started drenching in sweat and said she loved that side of him. Rita had to cover Iris's face because of this scene she was making. When she created enough fluids, she split the slime, and Nagi told Anna to use the monster sweep to launch slimes. Lephalia and Anna worked together and attacked Noel with all their might. Noel told his soldier to protect him, but before it hit Noel, the slime hit another soldier. Cecil praised Nagi, but he was actually aiming for Noel. Thanks to the vacuum blade hitting the slime, it turned out worse than expected. Nagi once again introduced himself as the hero and told him to think for a moment. There was no way the Duke's daughter would help him for his sake. Noel rejected everything he said and insisted that she was his supporter, no matter what he said. Nagi already knew that nothing was important for the Duke's daughter, and that's why she wasn't here. But Noel claimed that there must be a purpose he didn't know about. He kept saying the same thing over and over again, as if he were trying to convince himself that it would become true. Iris couldn't even look at her brother who got involved in such a nefarious cult. Nagi told Rita to make sure no one could move and leave it to her. Rita hugged Iris to comfort them and smiled at her before releasing them. She was going to use the skill Nagi restructured with her during the meeting, Song of Binding. It was a skill obtained from the large serpent, which squeezes the enemy with its body. Rita's skill in singing moves people's hearts with her song. It's a structure made by combining two skills. A skill to bind the enemy with a song. It forcibly restrains the movements of enemies who hear Rita's song, affecting a wide area. As she sang, the soldiers and the prince could not move at all. While it binds them to Nagi and the others, it permeates as a sweet, sorrowful, and soothing melody. After she finished her song, she got tired and fell right into Nagi's arms. While holding Rita, Nagi told Ina to use Memory Sweep to knock them out, and Cecil to use the Power Drain Arrow to take their magic. Noel couldn't believe he was in that position. Nagi asked Noel who was the leader of the Divine Knights Order, but he didn't answer him. Cecil informed Nagi that apart from user magic, there was a strange flow of magic, and the source was that woman over there. Nagi approached the woman and asked if she could hear him. She tried to say something, but they couldn't understand her. She said that when you become B rank, you can collect 5% rewards from C rank quests. Furthermore, as an A rank, you can collect 20%. She was trying to explain the ranking plan even before she was about to die. When she finished her campaign words, her body collapsed and her mask came off. The mask started buzzing, and it said that due to incapacitation, the A rank mask would be deactivated, and she would start again from C rank. Before he touched the mask, Cecil confirmed that there was no magic flow on it. Nagi grabbed the mask and asked Cecil to appraise it. Cecil informed Nagi that this mask has a mind control skill. The mask absorbs the wearer's magic power and uses it to control others wearing similar masks. Anna came and told him that while she was doing what Nagi told her to do, everyone passed out before she could activate her skill. Nagi understood what Cecil said now. This mask controls the minds of those wearing the same mask. That's why each feeling was suppressed. There was a mastermind. When the girl wearing the mask who acted as the leader fainted, the control was broken, and the others fainted too. When he said it was like a downgraded version of what Reggie used before, she got mad and corrected him that it was completely different. A bit of manipulation to enjoy the sight of cute girls being both erotic and wild leaves them confused by how their bodies react. And she was just enjoying the way it felt. She said that she was doing this with love, and there was no loss. Cecil agreed with Reggie because this mask was just a magical item without love. The mind control from this mask was quite powerful. If worn continuously, it could erode the mind and eventually turn one into a husk. Luckily, fainting caused the mask to come off, which is a relief. Cecil told him that they would need some time to recover and then get better. But it was scary how common this mask was. Cecil responded that she had never seen or heard of such an item before, even if it existed. She thought it was something that appeared once in 1,000 years. But still, it was weird that there were many of them. Noel started nagging again, but the knights that they knocked out came and kicked him. They apologized to Iris and explained that Noel and the rebels ambushed them. Iris told them that her brother and the Divine Knights Order attacked her and Nagi, trying to stain the sacred land with blood. They were criminals, and in the name of the Sea Dragon's priestess, she authorized their detention and imprisonment. While Iris was making her last speech to her brother, Nagi couldn't see Iris's expression until the end and had to get out of there. With that, another request was made. They entrusted the rest to the soldiers, and their job was done here. He felt like he worked seriously for the first time in a while. Everyone was so hungry and could only think about the meal they were going to have. Iris came and everyone pushed Nagi to say something as the sole brother of Iris. Before he could say something, Iris thanked everyone. They perfectly fulfilled Iris's request, including the matter with her brother. She then smiled at Nagi and reassured him that she was fine, and she asked him to join her for the festival ceremony if it wouldn't be too much trouble. Nagi accepted her invitation. Iris had been through a lot and was pushing herself hard, and as a friend, he felt the need to be with her. Iris smiled at Nagi and called him her brother. After that, she bowed elegantly and had a cute smile.